Technology is incredibly powerful, and in many ways, the sky is the limit in terms of what you can actually accomplish with the right science and the right technology. Dawning with this inspirational thought, I'm Merishka.
And I'm Mayank.
Welcome you all to the International Conclave 2021. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to our Honorary Secretary, Sri Shailesh Dalmia, CEO, Dr. Seema Saini, our keynote speaker of the day, Professor Dr. Piyush Kumar Sinha, our PGDM program head, Dr. Jyoti Nair, head of Global MBA program and admissions, Professor Dr. Mangesh Kasbekar, HOD Finance and Chairperson Placements, Dr. Tarun Agarwal, HOD Marketing and Co-Chairperson Placements, Dr. Joyita Chatterjee, HOD General Management, Dr. Vaishali Kulkarni, HOD in charge, HR, Dr. Carol Dicuna, our esteemed panelists, our respected teachers, our placement partners, our alumni, and our very dear students. Today, we have gathered here to imbibe knowledge, brainstorm, and learn by venturing into the astounding world of technology and innovation.
It is a tradition across our country to invoke the blessings of Goddess Saraswati prior to the commencement of any educational session. Let us now pray to her to bless us with the power of knowledge and inaugurate this prestigious event by lighting the lamp. I'm now privileged to introduce the CEO of NL Dalmia Educational Society, Dr. Seema Saini. Dr. Saini runs 3 schools of excellence: NL Dalmia Institute of Management Studies and Research, NL Dalmia College of Arts, Commerce and Science, and NL Dalmia High School. Dr. Saini brings with her extensive experience of 30 years in the field of education. She holds a PhD and a master's degree in economics from Mumbai University. She also has a master's degree in human resource development from Xavier's University, Cincinnati. Furthermore, Dr. Saini is professionally certified in various areas like project management from Project Management Institute, Pennsylvania, excellence in higher education from Indian School of Business, Hyderabad, certification in strategic leadership from IIM Ahmedabad. She is an honorary member of National Advisory Council of the SME Chamber of India. While in the US, Dr. Saini was on the board of Cincinnati chapter of the American Society of Training and Development. She is on the panel of inspectors for the Council for the Indian Certificate School Examinations and the Vice President of Associations of ICSE School of Maharashtra region. Dr. Saini has published papers in international journals and conference proceedings. Her educational leadership promotes the success of all students while facilitating development, implementation, and stewardship of a vision for learning. Ma'am, may I now request you to address the International Conclave?
Thank you so much, Mayank, for your warm and generous introduction. A very warm good morning, all the distinguished guests members of NL Dalmia Parivar and the future bright leaders. On behalf of the NL Dalmia Educational Society and my own behalf, I take pleasure in welcoming you all to the International Conclave on Technology and Innovation. We are honored by the presence of eminent guests in our international conclave. We thank you, distinguished corporate leaders, for taking the time out and accepting our invitation to grace the occasion. Let me briefly introduce NL Dalmia Educational Society to our esteemed guests. The NL Dalmia Educational Society was established in 1982 solely with the purpose to provide quality education. The three schools of excellence, NL Dalmia High School, NL Dalmia Institute of Management Studies and Research, and NL Dalmia are established under the agencies of this society. NL Dalmia Society of Management Studies and Research commenced in the year 1995 with just 60 students and now has more than 1,000 students and about 7,000 plus alumni, many of whom are in senior positions in the corporates. We aim to make our institute world-class and over a period of time have gradually provided the necessary tools and equipments to make it so. Why we are where we are today? Simply because we have one single objective in mind, and that is to make the NL Dalmia Institute of Management Studies and Research amongst the finest in the country. We've come quite far, being ranked around 700 among 1,000 institutes all over India to 23 amongst more than 6,000 in a short span of time. What makes us unique from other schools in this country is that this institution is not run on a business model, but as an educational model. It was for this reason that our chairman, Shri Shiv Kumarji Dalmia, decided to do away with the management quota and in furtherance to the founder chairman's vision to reach out to the needy, admit students purely on merit. We are proud to say that we are the first B school in Mumbai and in Maharashtra, and amongst the very few in the country, to have voluntarily relinquished the management quota as a pure service to society. You can rate it as low, which indicates the quality of merit. Being the recipient of Pride of Maharashtra Award by
Wow.
Yeah, I believe we are facing some internet issues. I think ma'am will be back in a few minutes.
Can you hear me now? Can you all hear me, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry for this little glitch that happened. I'll continue from where I left off. So we are an ISO 9001-2015 certified institute approved by AICT, HRD Ministry, Government of India, and affiliated to the University of Mumbai. The institute is accredited with A grade by NAC and A triple star by CRISIL at the state level and A double star at the national level. Our accreditation service for international schools, colleges, and universities, UK, has also accredited us as a premier college. We've been awarded high ratings for all operations from teaching, learning to infrastructure. In furtherance to the vision of providing value-based quality management education, NL Dalmia Institute develops leaders with global outlook and social conscience. This has been taken forward by initiating the Global MBA program with an international MOU signed with University of Wisconsin, US. New initiatives have been taken by introducing value-added courses and certification programs. Our collaboration with Virginia Tech, US, SAS certification, and other techno-managerial courses are the need of the dynamic times and the scenario of today's times. We have collaborated with Harvard Business Online for multiple certification programs. We've also engaged with several universities in the past. Projects-based student exchange program with Xavier University, USA was very encouraging. At the national level, the Institute has collaborated with the prestigious industry body like Multi-Commodity Exchange of India, and also with Emarticus and multiple other organizations. Strides have been made in the field of research and community. We are proud of the initiatives taken in the field of civic engagement. To be on the forefront of development, we've allocated 25 million rupees for As a part of nation building exercise, we have also developed and are executing a customized program for INS Hamla and have successfully completed 3 batches with certification from NL Dalmia. We have also completed 5 research projects for the Maharashtra Police, which is actually complemented and appreciated by commissionerates all over the country. Yes, the NL Dalmia institution is unique in more ways than one. For 3 generations have kept a close watch on these institutions ever since inception. Our founder, a great philanthropist, our present chairman, Shiv Kumarji, and now his son, Honorary Secretary, Mr. Sailesh Dalmia, just did not provide capital, but the 3 generations have nurtured this baby and kept a close watch and helped take the institute to the present position. The vision and aim since the launch of the institute has been to provide and promote excellence in education and to be amongst the top B schools in India ever since 1997. Aspirations are still to be fulfilled. Creativity is seeing the same thing as everybody else, but thinking out of box solutions. So in this context, NL Dalmia Institute of Management Studies and Research has organized this international conclave on technology and innovation to deliberate on relevant issues, challenges, and its implications, with experts drawn from diverse fields of academia and industry. We're highly honored to have stalwarts attend today's conference and be a part of the panel and give the keynote address. Dr. Sinha, thank you so much for your valuable time given to us. I'm sure with the eminent speakers speaking on the theme of the conference today, our students are going to get immensely benefited, helping them to get equipped and adaptive with changing technology and craft innovations. Thank you so much. Thank you. All the best for the conference today.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind words. I would now take the opportunity to introduce Professor Dr. Joyita Chatterjee, HOD Marketing and Co-Chairperson Placements. Dr. Chatterjee is an academician with an overall experience of 26 years. That includes 25 years in academics and a brief stint in the industry. She holds a PhD in the area of marketing, MBA with dual specialization in marketing and HRM from Department of Business Administration, Guwahati, and a BA with economics honors from Cotton College, Guwahati. Her areas of expertise are marketing management, strategic brand management, marketing of services, and retailing, to name a few. She has been trained in design thinking from KPMG India and also in developing sustainable business practices from Harvard Business School. Ma'am has published research papers in national and international journals and presented her research works in several conferences, which include IIM Indore, IIM Lucknow, IIT Delhi, and TIS Mumbai, to name a few. Ma'am, we would now request you to address the conclave.
Thank you, Marushka. Respected Sri Sailesh Dalmia, sir, Honorary Secretary, NL Dalmia Educational Society, respected CEO, Madam, Dr. Seema Sani, Honorable Keynote Speaker of International Conclave 2021, Professor Dr. Piyush Sinha, all the illustrious members of the panel, my faculty colleagues and staff members, my dear student friends, and all the participants who are attending this conclave from different parts of the globe, wish you a very good morning. On behalf of Anil Dalmia Institute of Management Studies and Research, Mumbai, India, I welcome you all to this prestigious event. This year, the theme is technology and innovation. With the development of technology, and more so with information technology going mobile, business across the globe has undergone a massive technology driven transition. Digital technologies were accepted as tools for the scalability and sustainability of modern day businesses. Several business houses worldwide responded to this revolution by automating their processes. Tools such as big data, blockchain, Internet of Things, or social media analytics, which are responsible in increasing the competitive nature of the economy, are adding confidence of the business owners. E-commerce, e-learning, remote working, online banking, marketing, finance, or even managing human resources. Almost everything now requires technology. Hence, this conclave has been curated, keeping these thoughts in mind. Today, this theme shall be addressed by various experts from the industry and the academia. The keynote will be delivered by the most revered professor, Dr. Piyush Kumar Sinha, which will be followed by various panel tracks from different specializations. Professor Sinha has been kind to spare time from his busy schedule. Currently, he has joined us from Rwanda at Africa. Sir, we are delighted to have you with us this morning. On behalf of Anil Dalmia Institute of Management Studies and Research, I once again welcome you all. Looking forward to an enlightening session throughout the day today. Thank you.
Good morning from here, from Rwanda, everyone. It just happened that last week I was deputed by Government of India here, so that's how this is early morning here, 7 o'clock. Right. I know that you can see the power of technology, that geography has become history. You can see that very easily. That we are all from all over the places we are joining this conference. That itself says what can technology do to us. You know, I think one of the biggest thing that has happened with technology, and which happened through, maybe mobile was the biggest driver, but earlier than also internet would call it as the driver. That the biggest thing that happened is connectivity. We all connected. We are now connected to the world, right? And therefore, when you look at it from a business perspective, or even for social dimensions of it, right, the world has become smaller. Having said that, it has also become bigger because now you can reach so many people, talk to so many people, right? You can reach the world, and as people talk about big data, people talk about the World Wide Web, but we all know that that's an ocean. It's an ocean where if you do not know what you're seeking, you will just sink. So therefore, it is both a blessing in disguise, as well as it is a challenge for all of us. For instance, if an online player has to really seek a customer, right? Earlier, you could put a poster around your shop and you could get people to come to your store, right? But the moment you're online, the average cost in India, the average cost of getting one customer is 2,000 rupees, right? And the average purchase by an Indian consumer is about 1,500 rupees per annum. You can just see the economics here. So things have really been different from what it used to be. Having said that, let me just present a thought on how technology has helped us and how technology is a tool or a critical to us. One of the, for that matter, if you ask me, frankly, it's a difficult subject because all of us are so exposed to technology that everybody knows what it is. Therefore, the challenge is not about what. We all know that Amazon have started a Amazon Go, which is a touchless store. In India also, Reliance has started a store, Jio started a store, which is a touchless store, right? It's a contactless store. It's a store without salespeople, right? You can see that companies have got into bots to talk to the customer. right? You no more talk to the person, you are talking to a computer, right? The name may be whatever, very interesting name like Alia or Priya or whatever it is, right? But you're actually talking to the machine. So in a way, we are talking, or when you're talking of mark tech, or we're talking of doing this, how does the human technology interface happen? That becomes the most important thing, which is what we call as the HTI, human technology interface. That is something very important. So let me present something, and if you allow me to share my screen, right? Am I allowed to share my screen?
Yes, sir, definitely. Do the.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir, we can see.
Okay. So we all know that technology has multiple roles, but we put it as technology as a provider, technology as an enabler, and technology as a tool. There are three ways that I'm looking at technology. So provider meaning they are the final touch with the customer. So you have the ATM or the online where the machine is doing everything for you. Interface there at all. Other one is what we call as enabler, where you have the shopping with you, right? And you don't have to pick the product from the shelf. You scan the barcode, so the information goes. So you simply go on shopping, and then at the end of it, you in the same machine you swipe your card, and the payment is done. Then you go out. Somebody is ready with a card to give you the card, and then you can load it on or they can load it on this thing. Or for that matter, if you really look at somebody who has used the omni-channel, which is physical retail as well as the online. Walmart is one of the best in the world in the US. What they do is that, one of the biggest things that happens that you have to make deliveries, right? If you buy online, delivery machine, right? The cost is anything from 100 to 250 rupees per packet, right? And we must understand that online, the average basket size, which means every order is 1.25 items. Unlike in the store, when you physical store, you go and buy multiple items. So delivery is a very big cost. If you have ordered, you have to pick up the kind of quality for the customers. So the Walmart has, or for that matter, most of the stores have started doing that. First to do it. As soon as you have shopped and you looked up for a customer is 1.5 to 2.5 minutes to create convenience for the customer. And then of course it is a tool like AI, ML, process automation, logistic optimization, right? You look at what happens whenever delivery is happening to your home, you get an SMS, you get a OTP, you get all kinds of technology, all kinds of things that happen, so that everything is very smooth. COVID has affected us very badly, but it has also brought great technology adoption to all of us, and we know that if things have become touchless, that's the role that technology is playing everywhere. Having said that, still it is something that we're talking about. If you look at the whole world, you can actually classify all businesses into in this matrix, right? And what I call as human technology interface. So touch means human. Call centers of most of the companies. They're very low tech because they're phone, and they're very low touch also. They're very impersonal, right? And
I believe Sir has experienced some network issues and would be here shortly.
What comes along with technology for us to savor? The bane of technology at times.
Actually, Sir was mentioning yesterday when we spoke to him from Rwanda, he said that the internet is a problem in that part of the world, and so possibly the connectivity is not that great.
True, true. But we've now got tuned to adapting to this kind of.
Yeah.
Should I try to call him once again? Saurabh sir, we can't hear you. I think you're on mute.
Yeah, I think that's better. Let's
Let
try
me
and call
try.
him.
Yeah, let me try. There's no response. He's trying to connect. That's what it texted me.
Ma'am, we'll wait for 2 minutes for Sir to rejoin and then go ahead. Jyota ma'am, is Sir able to connect or should we proceed with the session?
I think we can proceed with the session. Sir said he's trying, but I think there's some technical issue there. So what we'll do is we will go ahead. Uh, just give the panelists the brief of the international conclave and start.
Sure, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. Professor Theodore Levitt of Howard University had once said, creativity is thinking of new things. Innovation is doing new things. Therein lies the momentous changes we students have witnessed in our young life. Technology has delivered benefits of such innovation and helped make world smaller. We can safely predict that the pace of innovation will accelerate and future generations will need to be on top of this revolution. Our panelists will guide us as we look into the future. May I now request Vivek to take the proceedings further.
Thank you, Athar. I would now request your attention to announce the release of the November edition of Goonj, our quarterly newsletter, which gives us an overall view of our life at NL Dalmia, our immensely insightful guest sessions, events, and even internship experiences of students. You can access our newest edition by visiting our institute's LinkedIn page. The marketing department has a biannual e-magazine called MarkX. Its sixth edition is based on the theme of innovations in marketing. It gives the opportunity to young leaders and aspiring marketers across B schools to share their views on contemporary marketing innovations and practices. You can access our newest edition by visiting our institute's LinkedIn page. I would now request Atharva to take on.
Let us now dive deeper into the world of MarTech and everything that it has to offer. MarTech, known popularly as marketing technology, entails the adoption of software and tools that assist in achieving marketing goals in the current digital era. Though the use of technology in marketing is nothing new, the adoption of MarTech as an enabling platform to connect with a buyer's purchase journey from awareness to the post-purchase experience has seen a dramatic rise in recent years. This has empowered marketers to automate and streamline several aspects of day-to-day marketing activities.
Our first speaker for today's session is Mr. Chandan Mukherjee. Mr. Mukherjee joined Nestle in 2004 and is now the Director of Strategy, Marketing and Communication. He is a member of the Management Committee and has a wide role encompassing strategy, brand building, innovation, digital and communication. He was previously based out of the global headquarters in Switzerland, leading consumer and marketplace insights. Prior to joining Nestle, he was in Hindustan Unilever Limited in consumer insights and brand management roles. So we now request you to take the session ahead.
Well, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, and pleasure to be here in this very interesting forum. What I would do is to talk a little bit through converging marketing and technology for a winning future, how we kind of, look at the opportunity that marketing and technology provides together, and also a little bit of sense of how I view where the opportunities are and where we could step up the game a little bit further. So if you move on to the next slide, essentially, if you look at the digital world is now mainstream. Yeah. There's been so much proliferation of different digital technologies, platforms, both in urban and rural India. And for that matter, all over the world, that, there is a big change that technology provides to us. There's a big opportunity that technology provides to us. There is a mobile phone in the pocket of a very large proportion of people in India, across the world as well. The digital penetration is really, really high. And in the years to come, in the months to come, we will see more and more, mobiles and more digital penetration really getting to everybody, so that the 7 billion people in the world at some stage can sort of, have digital access. However, what's very important is that certain fundamentals are very, very timeless. When we talk about marketing, like, in economics, you have demand and supply. This is very, very fundamental. And this is, sort of, in a way, timeless to economics. While economics has evolved, while various things have evolved, the fundamentals still remain strong. So therefore, in marketing as well, the way we view it, the way I look at it is that you need to have a deep understanding of the target consumer. You need to develop a marketing mix that really addresses the needs of the target consumer. And you look at all different elements: product, pricing, promotion, and place. Of course, this has evolved. If you look at product now, product is not just product, but also look at various kinds of services, websites, various kinds of, other platforms and other ways to connect with the consumer. Pricing is not just static pricing, it's more dynamic pricing, it's more channel-based pricing, it's pricing enabled by technology. It's different kinds of pricing across different ways of actually packaging your product and pricing differently, of course, staying within the entire compliance framework and all of that. Then similarly, on the promotion side as well, promotions is no longer about just classic ways of promoting, but having newer methods, for example, consumer relationship programs and others enabled by technology. And then finally, place channels as well. You no longer sort of just connect with people in one way or another. You connect through multiple different ways, and we're moving more and more into an omni-channel world. So there is an expansion and a meaning of definition of all of this enabled by technology. So therefore, usage of marketing technology is in this context, is in the context of actually serving and meeting consumers' needs and staying ahead of it and using all the levers of marketing possible enabled by technology. Moving to the next slide, please. In this process, the consumer journey has become much more complex. And you need to see how you look at marketing technology in the context of the journey, acquiring consumers, retaining consumers, growing consumers through the entire activity cycle, through the entire consumer journey, or whether it's initial consideration or an evaluation or loyalty or decision making. And at any given point in time, when a consumer is in, the consumer at the next point in time can be even out of your journey. And this can be enabled by technology. This is already being enabled by a whole host of different technologies. So therefore, and it could be offline and online. And therefore, it's very, very important that we use technology to look at every element of the consumer journey, to look at where we could really connect with the consumer in a meaningful way, where we could provide information to the consumer, where we could build a loyalty or a relationship with the consumer, and so on. So it's all across the consumer journey. The next slide, please. And therefore, if you look at the entire marketing technology world, there is a whole host of different elements sitting there. There's a technology stack, of course, various kinds of technologies that are there. And it's always an evolving field, but you have to understand that this should all meet the needs of the consumer, and this should all address the consumer, and this should all enable the consumer and empower the consumer. And that's very important. Technology is not for technology's sake. Technology has to meet human needs and has to really further them. There's, of course, a whole lot of tools in social media. There are different kinds of automation platforms possible, the various kinds of advertising platforms possible, and publishing platforms possible. There are sales-enabled tools like, CRM, like the others. And there is, of course, the very important element of data and analytics and measurement, because unless you measure what's really happening and what it is useful for and how are people really, using it or not using it, whether it's addressing whatever their pain points are, whatever their aspirations are, MarTech will essentially fail. So therefore, all of this needs to be looked at in a very, very holistic manner. And that's the way we view it when we talk about deploying MarTech. Next slide, please. And therefore, it's very important to have an objective-based actionable deployment. It's a whole set of different things possible and available. You have consumer, you have the whole tech stack and various other things that we talked about. But the most important element is consumer centricity. What we call, in brand building, the Nestle way throughout Nestle, and in terms of knowing our consumers deeply and consumer centricity, that still remains the heart of where we want to address, whether it be whatever kind of a consumer, and the 7 billion people of the world are not one consumer alone. There are different segments, there are different opportunities, there are different kinds of consumers out there. And using content, using data, using all the different social media analytics or intelligence from different fields, or whether it be ratings or reviews or experiences or CRM or other kind of targeting methods and possibilities where we can get passive or direct or indirect understanding, of course, all within the norms of privacy, because this is very, very important. This is highly, something that is gaining even more and more importance today, and it has to be done in the right way. It has to be done in a sort of a, with the consent of the consumer, and which follows all the elements of privacy. This is very, very important to get to the right experiences for the consumer and optimize whatever we deploy using marketing technology. Next slide, please. And therefore, this is an always evolving field, and there is always innovation. And the way I encourage everyone to look at it is, what are those kind of, signals that you're getting? Which ones to really start using, which ones to use at scale, and which ones to really, embed in your entire organization, in your entire system, in your entire brand. And it's not that the entire organization has just one approach to doing things. Different brands are at different points in the life cycle. They have different target consumers to look at, and therefore, look at it in the right way. If you look at the rural consumer, for example, today, all over the world, whether it be in India, whether it be in Africa, whether it be in other parts of the world, there is so much usage of technology also getting there. So we essentially talk about voice for the rural consumer, vernacular for the rural consumer, video for the rural consumer. And this is very, very important. On the other side, for the very developed world, where you have, very, very sophisticated systems to really target the consumer, there we are looking at the right kind of technologies to be able to get to mature adoption and to be able to proliferate and use those technologies in the right way, in the most meaningful way, in the right way, using all the compliance and privacy into account. Next slide, please. And therefore, it's an ecosystem. It's an ecosystem of connected data. It's an ecosystem of technologies. Some can be more automated, some are a little less automated, and there is constant evolution. Has to be all integrated into a mechanism, which I talked about a bit earlier, that you need to deploy this entire marketing technology to understand the consumer, to meet the needs, to serve the consumer better, to be consumer-centric, to really deploy things as possible, to acquire consumers, to remarket to consumers, to be able to use the whole stack available, but ensure that it's a very holistic ecosystem that we are essentially looking at today. For example, if a mother is cooking, a mother is no longer cooking just in the kitchen. The mother is also using YouTube to learn how to cook or to use how to cook. She might be referring to different kinds of video platforms to get some new recipes, to get some new stuff. And therefore, it's also important to be able to serve that mother and provide more opportunities, more inspiration, more ways in which she could cook and she could delight the family. And it's all about using technology in the right way. The next slide, please. And therefore, in Nestle, we have something called Idea to Launch, which is essentially a design thinking approach, looking at desirability, feasibility, and viability at a very, very early stage and running it through the system so that we are able to deploy, technology in the right way to run through from the very inception to the very beginning. This is more in principle a thought about Idea to Launch. It can be applied as a mindset everywhere within the organization. And this is something that we are it's very, very close to us in terms of driving our future readiness in the whole area of innovation. The next slide, please. Yeah, and that is essentially, where we are today in terms of using technology, consumer centricity being very, very key, and use the technologies in the right way to be able to connect with consumers in the right way possible. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We really appreciate your insights on MarTech, its fundamentals, its evolution, and especially the effects that it will have on our future. Our next speaker is Mr. Neil Chaurasia. Mr. Chaurasia is an inspirational business leader and marketing communication specialist. He currently holds the position of director in Maven Magnet. He has also been a regional and global head of Procter & Gamble, Met Johnson, and Mondelez brands. He is highly experienced in heading and growing profitable business organizations, strategic brand building, and idea leadership. For over 3 decades, he has managed blue-chip global brands, conducted strategic planning across Asia, and handled agency offices in India and Thailand. Some of the brands he has helped build are Head & Shoulders, Olay, L'Oréal Paris, Cadbury, Apple, Sony, to name a few. Sir, we look forward to your thoughts. Over to you, sir.
Sir, we are unable to hear you. You have to unmute the mic.
I'm sorry.
Nice.
So, hi, thank you for having me. At the outset, let me admit that I am not an expert on MarTech. I'm not very familiar with the tools and the complexities. I'm a simple advertising guy. And I've spent all my life connecting brands to people, making them engaging, desirable, relevant, and therefore worth selecting. Today, we all know that technology is all pervasive in the world of products, brands, and marketing. So what I would like to share are some of my humble thoughts on how technology is helping drive meaningful innovation for brands and consumers because it's ingrained in culture. Can I share the screen or will you share it?
Sir, you can share the screen, sir. You can share the screen.
Okay, just trying to.
Is it okay? Otherwise, we can do it.
Yeah, can you, maybe you, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's coming. Yeah, sure. Right. It's there.
So just to carry the thought forward, so I said, how technology is helping drive meaningful innovation for brands and consumers that is ingrained in culture. And as we say, culture is not part of the answer. It is the answer. Today, more than ever, we live in the age of now, where brands need to act at the speed of culture to embrace ideas, take part in conversations, stay connected, and jump on trends and issues as they gain traction. So for me, the starting point, oops, sorry, what's happened here? I'm sorry, it's not allowing me to move forward.
Sir, we can share the slides if you allow.
Yeah, can you please?
Okay.
I'm sorry about this technology. Yeah, can you just go to the earlier slide? Yeah. So, hello?
We can hear you, sir. We can hear you.
Okay. So I'd like to start with the 3 I's, which is insights, ideas, and innovation. One leads to the other. Insights drive ideas, and ideas drive innovation. It's a virtuous cycle, and technology to me is the great enabler to make it happen, because it is able to give marketers scale, efficiency, unification, speed, and of course the holy grail, ROI. But having all the tools and technology will get you nothing if you don't drive a culture of innovation in your marketing to succeed in today's consumer-centric, digital-first, and multi-channel marketing environment. And I feel it starts at the top. If the company leaders and brand custodians don't drive it, then innovation will never happen. And you will never move from being doers, managers, creators, to what I call thinkers, makers, and transformers. So I ask you to ask yourself some simple questions. Okay, just a sec. I think you got the wrong slide. I'm sorry.
Which slide we need?
Okay, yeah. Can you see this? Hello?
Yeah, I see insights, ideas, innovation, driven by technology.
No.
Is that the correct slide?
No, the one after that? The one after that?
Doers, thinkers, managers, makers, creators, transformers.
Yeah, and please go to the next one.
Ask yourself some very important questions. Is this the one?
Yes, thank you.
All righty, good.
Okay, so sorry. So I ask you to ask yourself some very important questions. Is your brand purpose-driven? Do you drive innovation behind ideas? How are you embracing technology? How will your brand behave in this new technology landscape? And are you immersed in modern culture? And with that, I'd like to share a couple of case studies. And if I have time, maybe a third one. The first one is for a company called Nissan. Please go to the next slide. Yeah, thank you. And Nissan have an agency called Nissan United, where they've set up a dedicated cell, which is called the Nerve Center, which is the real-time vision for engagement. It stands for, Nissan Real-Time Engagement for Vision for Engagement. And what they do across the globe is empowered by top management to drive innovation using ideas, insights, and technology. So this one is something that's very close to all our hearts now, given COP26. Have a look. Please go to the next slide and play.
In 2010, the Nissan Leaf became the first 100% electric vehicle to make its way into mainstream. When Nissan launched the Leaf, its message was simple. It was innovating for the people who cared about the planet. But as the category became more crowded, with over 13 new entrants, communications shifted away from an environmental movement. It has become an arms race of features and firsts, and a game of one-upsmanship from industry tycoons. The intent of the movement was lost. But in May, a trigger by the name of Henry reminded us of what the movement was all about. Meet Henry the Emotional Environmentalist, a 6-year-old with an important message.
The planet is going to be wrecked. They throw trash on the ground. They cut down trees. People are just being rude to it.
He put a face to the concerns of the public, and within a few short days, his video received over 17 million views. Clearly, the public was inspired. And so were we. As a result, we decided to try something new. Instead of investing in messaging that promoted the benefits of the vehicle, we decided to refocus again on what really matters, the people, and our shared interest, the good of the planet. So we put the focus on Henry, and we gave Henry's family a Nissan Leaf. To make it his own, we wrapped it in his own inspirational art.
This is so cool! My friend from Nissan let me borrow this awesome electric car.
This shift enabled us to be a part of the environmental conversation, and by enabling one of its voices rather than making our agenda first and foremost, we got closer to our truth. Since Henry's family received their Leaf, they've shared multiple videos and photos chronicling their electric car experience.
Because it's an electric car and it doesn't move out any smog.
In the end, it wasn't a typical influencer play for reach, views, or likes. It was a meaningful effort to unite our voice with someone with big plans for the future of our planet.
And it's important to take care of the planet because it's getting wrecked on.
Thank you. So as you saw, I mean, I thought this was a great example of, of consumers first understanding your consumer, who you're talking to, and then really having an insight and an idea to innovate. And of course, the use of technology and using social media and amplification was something that was done very well. I'd like to share another, can you go to the next one and then we can come back to this if we have time, because I'm conscious of the time. Yeah, sorry, before you hit play, this one is a very different example. Again, it uses technology, but it uses technology to really drive innovation and connect with your consumers. In this case, McDonald's really wanted to connect with Gen Y and make McDonald's as something that as a kind of place where they would like to go and hang out and of course then eat and drink. Please play the video.
Think about all the accomplishments. I can see you watching me. Approach everyone positive, but if you can't feed your fam, you're not the man. I can see you watching.
Creating music can really trigger creativity in young people. That's why McDonald's in the Netherlands introduced McTracks, a paper placemat turned into a full music production station. By the use of conductive ink on a piece of paper, we connected our placemat to your smartphone. Every touch point triggered a full sound bank to kickstart your creativity.
Let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go.
Just select the beat and you're good to go. Create your own sounds and melodies.
Ik ben gauw. Oh, ik ben gauw.
Then you can tweak your track with any kind of effects. You can even record your own vocals.
To the menu, I can get you something too. Hey, my hidden beats, play what you say.
That's how you play the placemat.
That's so cool.
And this is how we challenge your talent by showing your music skills at McDonald's.
Right. So thank you. Do we have time for another one, or should we? Or I can stop here.
We are a little tight, Neil.
Sure, thanks.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
And so, yeah.
Thank you so much.
That's what I wanted to share. Thank
It was
you.
a wonderful presentation and videos.
I'm glad you guys found something
Excellent
insightful.
videos.
If I had known about this, Neil, I would have told my son to bring one of those from Netherlands. He just came back 2 days ago.
Okay. They are seriously looking at scaling this up.
Right.
Yeah.
Terrific. That would be fantastic. Thanks very much, Neil, for this.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your views on MarTech. It has truly been our pleasure listening to you. Our next speaker is Dr. Apurv Durga, an alumnus of IIT Bhu Varanasi, IIM Calcutta, and FMS Delhi, where he obtained his PhD. He has more than 20 years of experience as an industry analyst, advisor, and Technology Executive. He is currently VP of Research and Advisory at Real Story Group and founder of Altview Advisor. Sir is regularly featured amongst top technology thought leaders globally. Most recently, he was ranked among the top 10 global thought leaders on customer experience by Thinkers 360. He has an extensive implementation and advisory experience across marketing technologies such as customer data platform, social media analytics, customer experience management, CRM, and web content and experience management, to name a few. Sir, we eagerly await your inputs.
Thank you, Athar, for the intro, and thank you, Chandan and Neil, for the insightful sessions. Is it okay if I share the screen? I would be more efficient that way.
Yes, of course. But please go on.
Okay. Are you all able to see the screen?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Hello, everyone, and thank you again for having me here. Since a lot of you will be starting your careers pretty soon, and hopefully some of you will be taking up careers in MarTech, I figured I'll cover some key themes that are relevant for companies trying to take benefits of these technologies. Right. So it is often said that culture eats strategy for breakfast. This is a Peter Drucker quote. You all probably know that. And what it means is that culture of your company actually determines success or failure, regardless of how effective your strategy may be. Or in other words, culture is really important. When something becomes part of an organization culture, it automatically happens. So you don't need additional effort. Now, given the winds of change, we also need to be able to innovate rapidly, right? So innovation has to be an important aspect of organization's culture. And so how do you go about building a culture of innovation, and how does it all connect with MarTech is what we will discuss in next few slides. In my view, building a culture of innovation requires efforts across these 5 themes. Right now, they might appear just English themes and not MarTech, but I'll connect them to MarTech. So please bear with me for a bit. So these 5 themes are as follows. The first one is bind marketing and technology together. And that's just not, that doesn't just mean having common teams and all, but going beyond that. The next theme is about data. So data is the new oil. So second theme is about promoting data-driven decisioning. The third theme is about embracing failure. So don't be afraid of failure or mistakes, and keep experimenting and doing things like that. In order for you to be able to do all this, you need to be able to build capacity, right? So that's the fourth theme. And the final theme is don't be afraid of exploring. There is a vast MarTech landscape out there, and we'll look at that. So we will see how these all connect to marketing and MarTech as we proceed. So am I audible okay? Is my accent and everything clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the first theme is about binding marketing and tech together. Now, MarTech, as you know, is short for marketing technology, and it refers to technologies used to achieve your marketing goals. These references are usually to software and tools that provide different marketing capabilities. Now, the term MarTech is also sometimes used as an adjective to qualify different aspects. So you will hear phrases such as MarTech stack, referring to a subset of technology architectures, or MarTech strategies, referring to your strategies and techniques, or MarTech maturity, referring to your level of readiness, MarTech operations, referring to how you run your day-to-day business activities, such as running marketing campaigns and so on. Now, MarTech and tech need to be deeply interested in and curious about each other's domain, and not treated as a black box for the other side to worry about. We often see that different teams, they might be working together, but they don't really understand what the other team is doing, right? So we need to change that and really focus hard on the intersection of marketing and technology. And that is because the innovation often happens at these intersections. So for example, a new communication strategy enabled by a technology enhancement. Similarly, personalization is another toolkit in a marketer's, another tool set in a marketer's toolkit. And almost all personalization breakthroughs happen at the intersection of marketing and technology. So we need to really move beyond the teams working together to creating teams with varied skills and those that understand the other side much better. We often talk about this aspect, we will talk about this aspect a bit later, but the key point is that marketing and technology need to be thought of as two sides of a coin and need to work much better together. Now, in marketing and technology working much better together, data plays a very important role in that, which brings me to the next theme, which is data-driven decisioning. You would have seen this this quote, right? Data is the new oil. So basically, data and associated areas such as analytics are the key accelerators for an organization venturing into digitization and transformation. Right, so commentators like Forbes and Gartner also say that. In fact, Forbes recently said that data is really essential for digital transformation. But the fact is that in most organizations, this data is in a mess. So what data are we talking about? Right, so there is in MarTech, when we talk of data, it refers to ton of data from zero, first, second, and third party data sources. So basically data is everywhere. We'll not get into what zero, first, second, and third party data is, but I'll leave this slide for your reference later, and this cartoon really explains it well. But the fact is that data is everywhere, and because it is everywhere, it is often not consistent. There are several examples. The other day I booked a demand draft on a bank's website to be picked up from my nearest branch. But when I reached the branch, they had absolutely no clue, right? Because they did not, and the reason they did not have any clue is, or was that they did not have access to the bank's underlying data. Here's another example. On the left, you see an email from Amazon with the product with its price, and on the right is the same product on their website. Now you will notice that the price on email and website are completely different. Now you could argue that by the time I clicked on the email, that price had changed. But how do you explain the fact that MRP is also different? In India, you cannot have different MRPs, right? Even though offer price might vary. Right. So this is because these channels are using different underlying data sources, and that data is not consistent across different data sources. Right. So what it means is that in most organizations, data is in silos, right? Silos or islands that don't talk to each other. So each channel or application manages its own data, and therefore it is impossible to create consistent customer experiences or have a unified approach to engagement across channel, which is why you see the customer experience here varying from a very happy customer to a very upset customer, depending on the channel. So what do you do about that? Right. So it is very important to think of data more strategically. That means understanding data lifecycle more holistically, revisiting legacy technologies, modernizing your technology architectures, and have cross-channel teams that have similar understanding of that data. So now let's say you have a data strategy in place, you have ton of data about your customers. What do you actually do with all that data, and how do you find out who your most profitable customers are, and what do you do with them, and so on? You basically experiment, which is our next thing. Right. So an experiment may not be successful, but you know, even if it fails, it will provide you very interesting insights. So do not be afraid of failure, or do not be afraid of your experiments failing. Keep experimenting, or ABT as it is called. So ABT stands for always be testing. Right. So the best companies are always testing each step in the customer journey and improving over time. Right. So it is a big myth that innovation is a one major light bulb going off, right? A lot of little light bulbs can go off, and if you're serious about powering them, and they will light up the room, right? So just keep experimenting with your campaigns, keep learning, and keep improving. You might have heard of terms like A/B testing or multivariate testing. These are very important in marketing, and whether you are running email campaigns or or showing offers on websites, they play a very important role. So essentially, the key takeaway is that as a leader, don't be afraid to experiment. Just like science progresses by hypothesizing, empiricizing, and validating, your job as a marketer is no less than that of a scientist, right? So I'm not joking, but things like A/B experiments, experiment design, tweaking, and tinkering, all of these are a part of daily life of a marketer, and you should not be afraid of doing that. Okay, so by now it is clear that if you have to be successful with your data and experimentation, you need to build your internal capacity well. What does that capacity mean? That's our next theme. So capacity means building or improving your readiness across not just technology, but all other aspects, including marketing operations, people skills, omni-channel data capabilities, your organization goals, and so on. There are 16 factors listed here across 4 dimensions of marketing ops, data, organization, and technology. Not all may be relevant for everyone, but the key takeaway is to think of capacity building across different areas and not just concentrate on technology tools just alone. In particular, we can't go through all these, but in particular, building your teams becomes very important. This means you need to staff up internally. There are very different types of tools, skill sets required for marketing operations team. Again, some roles are mentioned here. Your regular team roles will not work. So this is something that becomes very important in achieving your MarTech goals. And the final theme is about exploring. So there is a lot of tech out there. This is a famous MarTech 5000 technology landscape by Scott Brinker. Scott is a renowned MarTech guru. So I'll give you a quick background of this. This is a humongous graphic, right? It has logos of about 8,000 MarTech vendors or MarTech tools. Now, these are vendors that provide technology to address many marketing goals. You see those different colored continents here? These are all different types of software, and Scott helpfully lists these categories. But this graphic has grown at a crazy rate. And you can see this on the left, from less than 1,000 solutions in 2014 to 8,000 now. Now, this might appear humongous, but here's the thing. It still does not contain all the vendors out there. And there are several more, including regional and vertically specialized vendors. So there are many vendors out there, but obviously we can't go and check out these 8,000 vendors. So let's simplify this a bit. And this is how I view these categories. Essentially, this is like Scott's categories only, but slightly with some variations. In particular, the middle category, which is the data and planning category, is becoming very important for MarTech leaders. So data-driven technologies such as customer data platforms and journey orchestration engines are something that you should look at closely if that's something of your interest in terms of building a career in. Here's another landscape. This time it is for AI and ML. So you see, it's not just about learning Python and basic data science. Of course, they are important, but there is a vast landscape out there that you need to explore. Okay, so here's a quick summary of the themes and all that I wanted to cover today. Marketing and technology, marry marketing and technology, data-driven decisioning, so focus on data platforms, analytics, etc. Don't be afraid of failure, so keep experimenting and testing. Build capacity across people, across skill sets, across organization goals, etc. And finally, explore. So go forth and innovate. What's stopping you? Thanks for listening. Yep, that's all I had to say. Thank you again for listening to me patiently.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your insights and thoughts. Our next speaker is Mr. Raj Mitra. Sir has more than 16 years of experience in market research, insights, and strategy across more than 30 countries. He is currently the Director of Consumer Insights, Kantar World Panel, based in Dubai. He advises the C-suite of leading FMCG manufacturers and retailers in the Middle East and North African region to drive sustainable growth strategies. He is also a keynote speaker on Kantar webinars and has been a guest speaker at FMCG manufacturer and retailer C-suite strategy planning workshops. He regularly delivers lectures at Dubai-based business schools. Sir, we now request you to share your views on this topic.
Thank you, Mariksha. Good morning, good day to everyone here. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Great. Firstly, many thanks for giving me an opportunity to be a part of this August forum. It is really a delightful opportunity for me to add a few points of view. And in fact, it is quite a good fortune that I had the opportunity to listen to Neil and Apur speak, because in essence and by good luck, I'm actually going to build on what they're going to say. I'm conscious of time. I'm just going to time myself and move ahead with speed. Please interrupt me if there are any technological glitches, you can't hear me. So before I start my slideshow, I just want to tell a story. Now, the story is we keep listening to big data, big data, big data. We also hear data science, data science, data science. So I have a slightly different point of view here. What is sociology, psychology, and anthropology? What is statistics, economics, and mathematics? Are these not sciences? In my opinion, yes, they are. But despite all of this, market research completely forgot the industry that I represent in, and this is my opinion. We completely forgot to brand ourselves and sell ourselves. And we let software engineers take away the mantle of data science. And we are left with, I really don't know what. And it is really my purpose in life to rebrand market research and say, hang on, this is a 100-year-old industry. And the reason this industry matters, while data science and big data will be able to solve a lot of problems, this is where we as market researchers pack our punch. And that is quite simply understanding human beings. Unfortunately, there's been no algorithm developed to understand human beings yet, and therefore my industry is not obsolete. What do I mean by understand human beings? And in fact, I thank especially Neil for using the word brand purpose, and I will build on what he said. This is what understanding human beings mean. In India, you have a detergent powder called Surf. I am pretty sure everybody's aware of that, Surf detergent powder. Right. There was a campaign which says dirt is good. Doesn't make any sense. It's a detergent powder. How can uncleanliness be good? Here is why it's good. To play in the playground is an essential part of childhood. To fall, to get messy, to get into fights, to have ketchup on your school t-shirt is what childhood is. And that is what it should be and protected. Therefore, don't worry about getting dirty. There is a solution to clean your clothes. You go ahead and enjoy life. That is just one example from hundreds of thousands of examples of how brands connected to human understanding to tell their story. I am going to tell you the story of e-commerce. Again, I have nothing to do with technology. And I thank you for allowing me an opportunity to speak here. I do, however, have everything to do with human beings. I'm going to share my screen and host disabled participant screen sharing. How do we do this? Can you give me the screen sharing rights, please? So I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to quickly take you through it. It's not really what I'm going to show. Let me try again. It's still disabled.
Okay, Raj, just give me a minute. Just
take your time. I'll just continue briefing the team while we are at it. Okay, so I don't know what I'm doing, but let me know if I can share my screen.
It's done. It's done. You can share your screen.
Okay, thank you. Great. Okay, so I am on the screen. I put it on full screen. Let me know if you can see it on full screen, guys.
Yes, sir. It's a
yes, it's a.
Great, thank you. I'm going to talk about something that a lot of people are asking about, and that's the emergence of e-commerce from an FMCG perspective. What's FMCG? FMCG is fast-moving consumer goods, which essentially is groceries, to avoid jargons. And one of the things that we noticed when COVID came up is how the landscape changed, and which is why if you look at the image that I've chosen, it's really a representative of the DNA and how DNA has changed. What impact did COVID have on us? It changed our lives, that's a given, but it accelerated many movements by several decades. This is a report from McKinsey and Company. It changed lives, and when change of this massive scale happens, we don't go back. In fact, the momentum builds further. So the net message that all of us here needs to take forward is not only is change the only constant, and I will build on what Neil said, that data is the new oil. We are in the middle of what's called the fourth industrial revolution. It's called the age of data. What's the difference of the fourth industrial revolution versus the first, the second, and the third? It's the speed of change. So things are going to change very, very, very quickly. Companies and cultures that adapt to change will win, survive, and thrive. And unfortunately, companies that don't will become dinosaurs. Interestingly enough, because people spend more time at home, because work from home and school from home kind of became a norm, we saw a phenomenal uplift in e-commerce globally. These kind of numbers are really very difficult to achieve until and unless there is a massive disruption. But was e-commerce the only one that was thriving globally? Not really. I mean, people had to go to stock up, and therefore, where do you go to stock up? You go to what are essentially big supermarkets and hypermarkets instead of your neighborhood cash and carry is essentially your kirana stores. And therefore, these were the channels of focus. E-commerce clearly became, look at the numbers here, 67 million new buyers came online in 2020. These are phenomenal numbers because to get a new number on board, we spoke at the very beginning that the cost of acquisition of a new buyer is so important to a business and so critical. And this is coming from all over the world. It's coming from emerging markets. It's coming from developed markets. If you look at Southeast Asia, really the hub of what's happening is that people are skipping generations and we are witnessing exponential growth and the way people do grocery shopping. And because my subject matter is grocery shopping, I cannot talk beyond that, but I can guess that this is impacting each and every aspect of our lives. I've been out of India for several years now, I think 12, 13, 14 years, I can't remember as much, but whenever I go back to India, I'm flabbergasted to see the embracement of technology in everyday life. We are pretty much ordering each and everything online. And this is the future, and this is what we need to participate. So with the time constraints in mind, I'm just going to summarize with this. While you look at big data and you look at data science and you look at all those fancy algorithms, understand one thing very clearly. And again, this is my point of view, and I'm okay to accept critique on this one. If you do not understand human beings, you are missing the point. Algorithms have not yet been developed to explain how we feel. In fact, how we feel comes from a part of the brain that is the reptilian brain, that is the very inner core. It does not even have a capacity for language, which is why we use the word feelings, because we cannot really put things into words. Shoppers are unique. Not only are shoppers unique, but you, pre-COVID and post-COVID, your behaviors have changed. Shoppers are volatile. You, me, everybody, we made decisions to adapt and evolve as we always will. And yes, shoppers are pragmatic. More with the information that's coming up on board, more avenues, more options, we will adapt and evolve. And I hope that with this, I come to the end and I'll stop sharing the screen. Sorry, can you take back the presentation rights, please? Technology is also one of my weak points. So,
Raj, you have to just press on stop sharing there.
Stop share. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
People ask me, what am I afraid of? I say I'm afraid of IT. That's the only thing I'm afraid of. So that's it, guys. I have spoken for slightly more than 9 minutes. Apologies for that. But I hope you found this interesting. And I hand over the session to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your insights and how the basic of fundamentals are still important for us. Just like emotions, how you explained, and the speed of evolution, how technology is affecting our market. Our last speaker for this year's Marketing Conclave is Professor Waltraud Ritter. Professor Ritter is the Director of Knowledge Dialogues, specializing in applied research and advisory services relating to societal and systemic innovation across Asia-Pacific region and Europe. She works on projects at the intersection between universities, government, business, and society. Her research areas include knowledge management and innovation in the public and private sector, governance in smart cities, and intercultural information practices. She is adjunct faculty in the Technology Research Project at the University of Hong Kong and teaches regularly at the Singapore Management University. She holds an MA in Information Science and Sociology from the Free University of Berlin and an MBA in International Business from Anglia Ruskin University, Cambridge. Ma'am, we now request you to take the session ahead.
Yes, hello, good morning, everyone. For me, it's I'm here based in Berlin and it's still quite early in the morning, 7:30. And so I have listened to the other speakers. And so I hope my little intervention can help you to see the picture of what is the challenge for marketing in these days post COP26. So I have prepared my presentation around this topic on how companies and consumers can actually prepare for the zero carbon world. And I think I can share my slide, right? Or you wanted to do it from your side? Hello, can somebody?
We should.
I share my slide. Okay.
Yeah,
Yes, I share my slides. Okay. Can
Your
you see
slide,
that?
your
Yeah,
slide is all. Your slide is there, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. Okay. So therefore, my short intervention is on how to use MarTech to reduce CO2 footprint of purchases. That's a very general question, of course, and I focus on private consumption because that's, of course, very often the main thing for marketing people. So, one moment. Okay, I cannot move my slides. Why not? Oh, no, I can, yeah. Okay, as you know, right now we had the COP26 in Glasgow, and I don't know how many of you followed these discussions. I spent nearly 2 weeks there on listening on what we can do in terms of intervention of smart cities and how we can keep our cities below 1.5. Okay, so for everybody, you know, of course, that the global goal is to keep the world below 1.5 degrees Celsius in the next years to save our lives. But at the recent COP26, the governments decided to ignore that goal. So that's a bit of a provocation, of course. But if all the governments who were there, all the UN countries, they submitted their national determined contributions, and if you count that together, it would mean that we are actually on a track for 2.4 degrees Celsius of warming above pre-industrial levels. So that means that basically we are doomed. So that means the different countries were not able to find ways to more drastically reduce the carbon footprint. So what does it actually mean? I think for the younger generation in particular, it's quite a worrisome because we have only 400 gigatons left. So that is the remaining CO2 budget that the world has. India has about 7% of that budget left. And so this budget of 400 gigatons will only last 4 years. Okay, that's why the UN president has asked all countries until next year to improve on their commitments. That means we need to do better, because if we don't do better, we are doomed. Okay, so that's a bit of an introduction. So my question here is, how can MarTech create new alliances between companies and consumers' purchases to build in CO2 footprint data in products and services? And so, for instance, just in the talk about by Raj Mitra on the, he says he's focusing on grocery shopping. So every time I go grocery shopping, I would see on my mobile phone how much is the carbon footprint of buying milk rather than buying oat milk, or what is actually the cost of buying avocado that comes flying in from Latin America to your shop than buying local food. Okay, so for every purchase that you do, you get the information on whether this behavior is actually good to save your life or not. Okay, and you can do that for any purchase. And so in some countries, in Finland and also in Sweden, I have seen some of these companies, marketing companies, who develop apps to link data from this kind of carbon footprint calculation to the product that you want to buy. And I think this is really very, this would increase awareness to make more informed choices. And at the moment, that is probably missing. I mean, if you go shopping and you buy a T-shirt, you don't know exactly like what is this contributing to the global carbon footprint and to your personal footprint. We know that sometimes if you buy a flight ticket, you can see, okay, this is the this so much kg CO2 footprint for that particular flight, and then you can offset it. But this is more playing around with it. Okay, so we also have the UN SDG goals, which tell us that it is until 2030, we really need to speed up our responsible consumption and production. However, they don't really say what is responsible consumption. So let me give you a concrete example here. And I give also an example of a company that plays around with this. So we know that if you buy a mobile phone, it creates 55 kg of carbon emissions to manufacture. Okay, so that does not calculate the cost of logistics, or getting the phone from China to the shop in India, or from the shop from India to India. It also doesn't include the cost of actually using that phone. There are also calculations about that, but just let's take this number. So, and we also know that there are about 2 million mobile phones sold every year. And this number represents roughly the total footprint in manufacture of mobiles that equals the whole annual carbon emissions of Philippines, which is a rather large country. So imagine, like every year the phones are sold, every year the sold phones are using up the annual carbon emissions of the Philippines. So this shows you that, and this is just mobile phones, we can come to refrigerators, air conditioners, cars, shoes, anything. I mean, this just gives you a very short idea on just how much consumption drives CO2 emissions. Okay, so now I want to talk about a company a Swedish company, a startup, a fintech company that has focused on bringing the data of carbon footprint together with your purchase information. So basically, it's a mobile banking service that enables users to understand the impact of your daily behavior and to compensate for their impact on the planet. Compensate if you want to. But maybe the first thing is to really just understand. So this is a dough card from this company, Doconomy in Sweden. You can look up their website, and it's quite interesting. There you have also a calculator where you can see how much you consume and how much this consumption actually harms the planet. So yeah, and I was thinking about this. So basically, the post COP26 marketing message is: don't buy stuff, you know, to make it very simply, or buy very little, or buy used. So coming back to this example of the phone, they also have a calculator that if you just extend the lifetime of your phone by half a year, it's, if everybody on this planet who owns a mobile phone would do that, it would have quite an impact. So, you know, that's always when you say, oh, I'm just a student here in Mumbai. What is my influence? So you think, oh, that can't be much. But actually, the collective behavior of many people does matter. And so that is maybe the message that I think is something that I would like more companies, more marketing companies to really focus on. So for Doconomy, they are trying to combine marketing data, global climate data that help customers, manufacturers, and brands understand the impact of CO2 emissions of all your purchases. And I think this could be quite a useful tool. And I don't know if something like that exists in India, but maybe this, if you want to start a startup, this would probably be a very good idea to do that. And I know that there are many innovative fintech companies in India, but I haven't seen any that does this kind of carbon footprint calculation. Okay, you have already heard a lot about MarTech today, so I don't want to add too much to that, but basically technology enables every aspect of marketing. And it is the data that really drives all these different tools and different channels. So we are able, MarTech really enables us to connect much better with the audience on multiple channels. So we have strong tools. So these tools are great, but I'm concerned about the message, and the message of reducing the CO2 footprint in everything we consume requires a whole new ecosystem of stakeholders in our production system of products and services to think about the impact at every step from creation to consumption and reuse. And so this, if we have this ecosystem, I think we had a very nice picture before by one of the speakers about this ecosystem of these many companies. So if all companies would increase this, make it mandatory or requirement to show what is the carbon footprint, then this would really speed up our understanding of reducing consumption or creating more sustainable consumption. Okay, that's actually all for my simple message today. But I'm interested in, if you come across any interesting example of in India or anywhere, I would be quite interested to hear what's going on and how we can use that message for climate smart marketing for India, but also for the whole world. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I stopped sharing my screen. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your thoughts on this topic. It is my privilege to introduce a moderator for this session, Mr. Mainak Dhar. Mr. Dhar is an alumni of IIM Ahmedabad. He has 25 years of experience working with some of the world's leading consumer product companies like Procter & Gamble, General Mills, and Kimberly-Clark. He is currently the CEO of Kimberly-Clark for India and South Asia. Mr. Dhar is also a best-selling author with over 20 books to his credit. His latest book, Brand New Start, Kickstart Your Career with the Power of Personal Branding, aims to help students and professionals learn how to create an authentic, compelling, and differentiated personal brand as a cornerstone of their career success. Sir, I now hand over the panel discussion on MarTech, building the culture of innovations to you and our panelists.
Thanks, Athar, for the introduction, and thank you for having me over as part of the session. I'm Really happy to be part of this panel with some amazing leaders whom we've heard from over the last half an hour or so. And, hi, Neil and Raj. I do know a couple of them from previous. So it's great to be reconnected with some old friends as well through this panel discussion. I was reflecting on the topic itself before we actually get into the questions, because the topic I think has three big words in it, MarTech, culture, and innovation. And, I was, for the participants out there who are students, I was in your shoes a long time ago now. I was 26, 27 years ago when I was on campus and I began my career in marketing. So if I think of it, a few things have changed dramatically. But my contention would be actually some of the things, and probably the most important things of all, haven't changed all that much. So when we look at the three big words in there, MarTech, culture, and innovation, I mean, technology has changed beyond what we would have even considered possible back then. So if I think of when I started my career, the tools and technologies a marketer had in his or her armory to connect with consumers, by today's standards, would seem rudimentary. You do TV advertising, you do print advertising, you might do some direct to consumer sampling, you might do outdoors, you might do radio. That was probably it. It was truly traditional mass marketing. And if I fast forward to now, I think the biggest difference technology's made is it's made it much more individualized and always on. And it's also made it a two-way conversation. No longer are you putting a campaign out there and you're reaching millions of consumers. Now you get consumer feedback the very second you go out with your messaging, whether it's a review on Amazon or it's a post on social media. So I think it's really changed that equation between consumers and marketers. I think the nature of innovation has changed as well. Innovation, in FMCG, where I've spent my career, used to be big campaigns rolled out over months of preparation. And, as Apoorv said, now, it's pretty much you are testing and learning on the go, you're pivoting, you're experimenting. So I think technology's changed a lot. For me, however, the operative word in this whole discussion is culture. Because ultimately, technology is a tool. Innovation is an outcome. What I think is core to truly harnessing what MarTech can bring to the table and for marketers to really drive the best use of it is creating the right culture. And that's something I'd love to spend a bit of time, talking to the panelists about, getting their thoughts on the subject and build on, because, culture seems like a very warm, fuzzy word. And some people may say that's HR, what's that doing in a marketing conversation? For me, with my experience, I'd tell you that's the only thing that matters. Otherwise, you can have the world's fanciest technology. Nothing will happen unless you have the right mindset, capabilities, and talent deployed against it. And if I could short circuit my 25 years of experience in FMCG and tell you just three things matter: curiosity, which is the willingness and ability to learn, to stretch beyond your comfort zone, to go beyond superficial data, to really deep dive and understand the why. Why do consumers do what they do? Why are things the way they are? I think that's number one. Number two is empathy. The consumer is not a number on a spreadsheet or a data point on a PowerPoint slide. Consumer is a real living human being like you and me. What's happening in her life? What's on her mind? What's happening in society around her? Really getting into their lives and understanding who they are as people, and then serving them with all the technologies at your disposal in the best possible way. But it's not to come up with cool sounding technologies, it's to serve the consumer. And final, I'd say, it's continuous learning. And that's one place where I think MarTech has disrupted, is pace of innovation, the pace of change. What worked 5 years ago will not work 5 years from now. What worked 1 year ago may not work a year from now. So I think no matter where you are in the organization, whether you're the CEO or you're somebody starting your career, you have to always have the mindset of a student. The day you think you know it all, you're going to be obsolete. So those are just my simple observations on the subject. And with that, I'll start the discussion. So what I'll try and do is I'll pose a question to each one of the panelists, and then depending on time, we'll see if we can build off some of the responses. So my first question is to Mr. Chandan Mukherjee. And the question I had for you, where I'd love your thoughts on, is when we talk about MarTech, which is rapidly evolving, rapid changes, in a very large organization like Nestle, an iconic organization with iconic brands, How easy or difficult is it to truly create that culture of innovation? What are your learnings on both what's worked and what are some of the challenges or barriers?
Well, hi, Manak. Nice to meet you, and thank you for that very interesting question. Well, yeah, absolutely. I think, at the core of it is the organization, the culture, the people, the ways of working, and really, how we sort of, thrive, not only in the organization by itself, but also all the connections that we build with other organizations. Because, in the world of today, our learning is that, you cannot be alone. If you are left alone in this whole process, you are just alone, and probably you're just pushed into one corner. So it's also trying to develop an ecosystem together through the entire kind of, value chain of trying to understand how we can exist together. And if you look at, marketing technology is one part of it. And generally, we tend to think about technology a little more broadly, right through the entire value chain. And being a FMCG food company, we would like to think about how we can really think through our entire value chain, and not just in technology terms, from the time where food is grown. And now there are a lot of discussions around sustainability and responsibility and all of that getting much more important, because I think the world at large has not really paid heed to many of those aspects, which we are getting more and more conscious about. And we are trying to, sort of look through the entire chain. So from the right point of how, food is grown, to the way food is processed and produced, to the way food is kind of transported, to the way food is sold, to the way food is consumed, and then the way it is all disposed. Because, it's not just about that you eat something and then, how you dispose the packaging. Is that something which, you can do something about, and you can recycle it, use it in the right responsible way, and so on. So therefore, it is all about, getting the organization to think much more holistic, to think much more interconnected. None of the problems can also be solved by one organization or one department or one function. It is a more interdependent culture, and a culture which really connects everyone, and really starts a lot with people, at the end of the day, people within. And of course, because we are an FMCG food company, also people are our end consumers. And therefore people understanding is really at the core, and, trying to understand where we can understand people, the culture, and change. So what we call, culture as context, and also change, because things are also dynamically evolving and changing. So looking at technology, is something that we try to do more holistically. The culture is an element that we deeply kind of, care about. Our entire leadership focuses a lot on it. Getting, of course, the ways of working and the ways of thinking in the right way. Getting also the entire perspective of speed and agility. And that is where, just as one element, we have something called idea to launch, which is a way to kind of, think in a more innovative manner. It's not that innovation hasn't been there, innovation has been there for many, many years across all kinds of organizations. But in today's world, we need to think of innovation in a more holistic way, in a more connected way, in a more cross-functional way, in a more joined up way, right from start to finish. And idea to launch is one of the ways in which we kind of look at innovation to see not only we think more holistically, we think more cross-category, because, people also don't live in categories. While we might say that, okay, we are in coffee, or we are in X category or Y category, consumers have bigger, broader needs that they think about. They have their lives, they have the entire context and the entire culture to kind of, think about and live in. So therefore, it's a much more holistic play, and marketing technology is a part of it. In terms of, what we could do, we of course segment and look at different opportunities at different places. And the thinking more and more is to try to be more connected through the entire ecosystem as we go along.
Excellent. No, that's wonderful, Chandan. And I think, Nestle is an organization that's, I think, widely admired for not just staying relevant, but staying highly inspirational in how it's adapting to consumer needs, how it's impacting the broader ecosystem around it, embracing technology. So thanks, for giving us a look under the hood. Now, the next question, building off that, is Raj, to you. And, we heard from Chandan about, I think, a large, highly iconic organization that is adapting, that is evolving. You get a broad view. You look at industries, you look at broad sets of organizations. what do you see are some of the traps that some organizations fall into that prevent them from truly creating this culture of innovation? So what, we just heard about what an organization is doing successfully. I think it's equally good to learn from failure. What are some of those pitfalls that you've seen that, all of us could learn from?
Thanks, Moinak. And as always, I am taking notes as you are speaking. And really wonderful to get these pearls of wisdom from everybody here. And I like the fact that you've chosen a slightly contentious question for me. Privileged, actually. So I think one of the frustrations that you see, I was at the Future Food Summit at the Expo 2020 just about 2-3 weeks ago. Various manufacturers from the F&B industry came and spoke about the world population in 2030, how to feed the projected 9 billion people on planet Earth. We spoke about various aspects, and marketing is just one small, tiny aspect of it, vertical farming, packaging, all about carbon footprint, saving water. The impediment is, as you mentioned right at the beginning, the three aspects of curiosity, empathy, and continuous learning. I believe the biggest impediment is the third one, which is continuous learning. Unfortunately, we get stuck in the world of Kotler and we refuse to move beyond it. It is so difficult to change the mindset. When we talk about, and I don't want to meander on for too long, I'll just come straight to the point. When we talk about consumer behavior, and we tell emphatically that people don't buy more detergent powder or milk or toothpaste because it's cheaper and it's on promotions. And therefore, if you think price discounting solves all of your problems, it is not true. People look at us as if we are from Mars. They genuinely believe that if you put a cake mix on a buy one, get one free, people will buy it. And that's not true. So broadly speaking, this one aspect of human behavior encompasses everything that comes around it: logistics, technology, packaging, pricing, innovation. And I think not just at the industry side, but even at Kantar, yes, as a knowledge partner, my scariest thing is what I told you 10 years ago is definitely obsolete. What I told you 5 years ago is rapidly becoming obsolete. And what I'm telling you now is becoming obsolete as we speak. So the third point, continuous learning, is the biggest impediment.
Got it. No, that's a great response. And I think, with that continuous learning, I think also what needs to be built in is an inbuilt humility switch. I think what happens is too often people start believing in their own myths. And that's true for organizations as well as people. That I work in company X, we have been around for so many years, we have these iconic brands, ergo we know it all. Or I've been working for so many years, I know it all. And I think one lesson I would build out of that, which I think all the young participants could heed, is, never think you know it all. Or approach every day saying, there's probably more I don't know than I know. And sometimes it's not having the answers, but asking the right questions that really get you on the right path. I think our educational system puts so much premium on, do you have the right answers? I think what you'll find out is very often in life and in building brands and in creating innovations, none of us has all the answers. Sometimes it's asking the right questions. And on that note, I'll turn to Neil. So Neil and I know each other for many years. It's wonderful to see you in person, if virtually, after quite some time. We've worked together before on brands when Neil was on the agency side and I was on the client side. So Neil, I'm going to kind of funnel the question even deeper from what Raj said, from organizations to people. In the audience here, we literally have hundreds of young students who are going to join the workforce, many of whom might, pursue careers in marketing. You've literally seen generations of young marketers join companies. Some succeed, some flounder, some thrive in innovation, some not. In today's day and age, and some of the examples you shared were fascinating, where technology is disrupting so much of how we market to consumers, how we understand consumers. What would your advice for young professionals and marketers to be? Or, what pitfalls should they avoid so that they can both reap the benefits of the opportunities Martech provides, yet, not miss the wood for the trees? What would your advice to them be? Hi, Neil, you're on mute, I think.
Thanks, Mana. Great question, and it's great to see you. And you're looking younger by the day, except for the graying that's happening on top. So thank you. Yeah, I think we've seen a lot together also as we worked when Manak was running Head and Shoulders in Procter & Gamble. For me, some nuggets that I want to leave behind for the young folks out there. I think the first is what Manak did, which was strip away the complexity and go to the heart of the matter. Whenever you start anything, you just ask yourself, the first question is, what's the objective? What are you really trying to achieve? As you devise marketing plans, as you devise, go-to-market strategies, and it's not rocket science, and then you develop the idea and content, and then use technology, which is a great enabler to get there. I used to run the digital agency for TBWA, and I was a bit appalled by the, sitting in meetings and hearing the proverbial cart before horse. Remember, Manak, you used to use that sometimes, which was, meetings used to start and say, hey guys, so we have got to do this campaign. And the first response was, let's do an Insta campaign. Why don't we get this influencer? I think we need to do 6 posts a day. I actually had a multinational client who came to me and said they would pay me by the number of posts we would do, not by how I would increase sales or how we would drive the equity of the brand. So that, I think, the first one. The second is to go to your point, Manak, which is to really push the purpose of the brand and drive a culture behind it. And I've seen that whenever brands and companies manage to do that, they succeed. Unfortunately, as I mentioned in my talk, it needs to be top down. And many a time, you have CEOs living in the old world, and people are frustrated. And frankly, those companies won't succeed because the young people will leave. You don't want to be in a place where there is no culture for innovation. I was fortunate to work with Saatchi, where our credo was, nothing is impossible. And we said, we are not an advertising company, we are an ideas company. So I think, having the right culture and the right approach is very important. And the last point I want to leave with you is a credo we used to again have, which is fail first, learn fast. So don't be afraid of failure, because if you don't fail, you won't learn. So test as you go, try different things, be experimentative, and you will find, the silver bullet in there.
No, thanks a lot, Neil. I'll build off something you said, which is about bringing to life the purpose of the brand. And I'll build off that to share a question with Professor Ritter. So Professor Ritter, you obviously talked about building of COP26. And I think one of the broad mega trends we see today is consumers are more aware than ever before about the impact businesses and brands are having on the world around us. It's no longer a transactional relationship, as Raj said, of how much discount are you giving. I think purpose does matter, the environmental footprint, the broader impact on the world around us does matter. And I think what MarkTech also allows is much more two-way conversation. I don't think consumers are being marketed to anymore. It's more a relationship. And I'd love to get your insights on how has MarTech allowed some of those honest and authentic relationships between consumers and brands, and how could organizations maximize that? Because what I've sometimes seen is organizations still look at it at a transactional level. My average Amazon rating is 4.1. That means nothing. It's a number. What matters is, what are people saying? What matters even more are why are they saying it? And what matters even more is, so what are you going to do about it? So I think organizations have an inherent, I'd say, inbuilt switch of taking everything to a metric which you put on a sheet, but not delving deeper into the whys and so what. So in this whole field, how would you say MarTech is changing that relationship, and how could companies really tap into that opportunity?
Yeah, thanks, Manak. That's a great question. And also referring to your previous speakers, it's culture change is so important. So I was thinking about, I think really consumers will have much more power in the future. I mean, they already have power, but now with the digitalization, you have much more information at your fingertips. And let me give you an example. Just this month, actually just a few days ago, Apple agreed that the phones can be repaired in the future. I mean, probably you all know that Apple they always thought, okay, every few years you buy a new model, and that's wonderful. But now finally they gave in, and it was the pressure of consumers who said, this is not sustainable. We cannot, an iPhone should last 5-10 years, And so that means in the US from 2022, the iPhones can be repaired. So we don't know yet how this will play out in the market, who are the repair shops, and how much will it cost, and so on. But I think this is an interesting development. And I think it's also shocking in a way that only in 2022, Apple, that has been iPhones, which have been around for such a long time, agrees to allow repairs. And I think this can be applied to many other things, from air conditioners to cars to shoes to really everything, particularly in the electronic fields, because that is an area where we need products to last for 30 years, for instance, washing machines that last for 30 years. Those products existed some time ago. And I think we need to go back to that kind of mindset that we get high quality products that can be used for a very long time and that can be repaired and last a lifetime. So that is really, and also for every product that I buy, I want to know, how is this product recycled from A to Z? Is there if I don't use this product anymore, can it be part of the circular economy and really go back to be put in parts and then reused? So that kind of information is currently not marketed. So nowadays, when I go and buy anything, which doesn't happen very often these days, I always look at this thing and say, okay, how will this product look like in 10 years? And what will happen when I don't use this product anymore? That's kind of an interesting perspective if you do this with everything that you buy. I mean, with food, it's easy. You just eat it and you consume it and it's gone. But for all other products, we have to think about it. And so I think this relationship and the marketing communication of companies needs to be much more honest, And I also want to see on my credit card statement, this month you spend so much, and this has the carbon footprint of so much, And I want a congratulation if I spend less. So it's kind of a complete turnaround of our mindset on consumption. And I think that will take a time, but we can see, at least in Europe, we have already a whole ecosystem of companies that focus on reducing the carbon footprint and reuse, recycle, and reduce consumption.
Now, that's an excellent point, Professor Ritter. And I think one of the interesting things there for, I guess, all the participants to pick up and learn from is when we talk about things like purpose and we talk about things like impact, social impact, sometimes, people think these are things that lie on the side. And I think the powerful insight that Professor Ritter is bringing to the table is how can we make that center stage and part of the overall communications and how we engage with consumers. Now, my last question actually is to...
Sorry, man, can I just...
Yes, Neil.
Sorry, can I just jump in? I want to just leave this for the students. Building on what Dr. Ritter just said, I think if you all can Google it and take a look, there's a very interesting video is going around where I don't know whether you all have heard of Professor Kaku. He's a physicist, and he kind of is one of the leading predictors of the future. And he talks about a little bit about what Dr. Ritter. Have a look at it. It's fascinating, because what he says is that if products and brands are not going to come to the table, the consumer will bring them to the table, because they are going to be under a microscope. At the blink of an eye tomorrow, in the future, people will be able to know where you come from, what is inside you, are you sustainable, are you good for me, are you going to, what kind of ingredients do you have, etc., etc., etc. And And also they, at a blink of an eye in a store, you will be able to know which ones are overcharging you and which ones are not. He calls it perfect capitalism. Fascinating video. Sorry, I just wanted to
No,
jump
Neil,
in.
thanks so much for sharing that. And, to Apurv, last question, and then after that, Saurabh, maybe we'll have time for a little bit of Q&A. So Apurv, I'd say one of the things I have seen that's fascinating, that's changed in the lives of marketers, is marketing at some point was viewed as an art. It's about insights, it's about crafting communication. Now there's a lot of science, and I was looking at your slides, it's about A/B testing, it's about data analytics. And between this art and the science, what would your advice be for both organizations and marketers to strike the right balance?
Well, okay, I am unmuted. Okay. Yeah, so interesting question. I think a lot of us are dealing with that challenge these days. And my standard answer is that it is really the intersection between that art and science where a lot of new things are happening, right? So new things enabled by emerging new technologies such as customer data platforms or personalization, right? So essentially, you have to really be able to combine that art and science in more imaginative ways, with each one knowing much more than about the other side, much more than what it was possible in earlier days, right? So I think intersection between art and science, artists knowing more about science and scientists knowing a bit more about art, is what is the need of the day, and that basically then reflects in the kind of skills you build, or the kinds of teams you recruit, or the kind of operations you run, and all of that, and eventually that impacts your culture.
No, that's a great point, Apurv. And I think one thing I take away from there and share with the whole audience is that need for a balance.
Yeah.
Because I think when you go to either extreme is when you potentially risk missing out on what really matters, and both personally.
Yeah.
So being highly data oriented doesn't mean you stop meeting consumers.
Yeah.
And highly empathetic with consumers doesn't mean you have no understanding of how to use data and technology. I think it's a balance, and also it's that balance at an organizational level. How are you creating and strengthening capabilities on both?
I'll add one more point there, Manak, if it is okay. I think, and it might sound ironic, and I am a techie, but I think the biggest impediment is actually technology, because a lot of people sometimes think that buying sexy new technology will solve all their problems, but that usually doesn't happen, right? So there are other factors of culture and empathy and people and skills and all of that are actually more important than technology. So building a balance is indeed very important.
Wonderful. So what I'll do now is, I think we have a few minutes left, Saurabh, is I'd love to open this up to questions from the participants, because what I'll tell you, all of you who are young, bright people on this call, is all revolutions in human history have been started by the young and the hungry. They've not been started by middle-aged or old people sitting in rooms, right? So when you look at us, we are already in some way the past. All of you are the future. So I think what's really important is we can provide an environment, we can enable. I think all of you are the ones who will have to make that future happen. And I think your job is to challenge the status quo. Your job is to challenge us, your bosses. Your job is to teach us as well. I think reverse mentoring is something we don't often talk about enough when we talk about MarTech, because you guys are living that world. None of us on this call, on the screen you see, grew up in that world. When I was a student or I began my career, there was no internet, there was no smartphone, there was no Facebook. You guys are growing up in a very different world. So I think just as we talked about the changing equation between marketers and consumers, that historical hierarchical equation where bosses know most has in many ways been reversed on its head. Is that sometimes you, the youngest person in the organization, may know more about something where your bosses can help you is channelize that, enable that, buzz barriers. So I think one thought I'd leave with all of you is you should speak up. You should have a point of view. You should challenge the status quo. You should not assume that what has come before you is always going to work, because that's not the world we live in. So with that thought, I'd love to open it up for questions that anyone might have for me or any of the panelists. Saurabh, I guess we have a few minutes, right?
7 minutes to go.
Wonderful. So I think we can probably take a few questions. You can pop them up on chat, or you can just unmute yourself.
So what I've suggested, Marushka, our anchor here, to direct all the questions to you, and you can probably direct to the right.
Perfect.
Yeah, Mariska, please go ahead.
We are now open to questions. I request our audience to type the questions in their chat box. And sir, the questions will be directed to you and our panelists then.
Okay, we have a very interesting first question from Shubham, which is a big question, which is, has COVID accelerated the adoption of MarTech, and to what extent? So I guess anyone, maybe a couple of folks in the panel, whoever would want to share their thoughts on, the impact that you've seen COVID having on MarTech and its adoption.
Well, maybe I could start, Manak, on it. Well, COVID has accelerated many different things. MarTech was already there, and MarTech is sort of, getting on its own path of acceleration. Because COVID, of course, brought all of us into a situation where we were living lives digitally in a way, in a virtual environment, and digital virtual, whether it be shopping or living life or, connecting with people, or even students or children, attending classes or whatever it is. I think digital became much more omnipresent in our lives. So to that extent, use of technology would have gone up, but it's not that COVID has necessarily been the sort of, big change or the big influencing factor towards MarTech. I think MarTech has always been there, and it's accelerating at its own pace. I think the thing about MarTech is that there are three kind of, areas which we need to think a little bit further about. One is that there is a problem of plenty. There are many different technologies, many different things, many different things that you could do. And one of the slides, from one of the presenters also talked about this very big. There's also the problem of inadequacy, because all those are very, very specific. They don't talk to each other. They all reside in silos. There is nothing broader that you can understand. So while there are many, there is also inadequacy. And the third is that the problem that they are not also precise in many cases. So therefore, you have the issue about lack of precision as well. It's very broad and very general. So I think there is a long road in front of us on evolution of MarTech, but we have to always keep the objective first, what you want to do, why you want to do it first, and what we, say, timeless fundamentals of the objectives, human understanding, people, context, change, all of that. And technology will only be sort of an enabler to that entire thing. And it will, of course, always keep kind of, accelerating as we go.
No, thanks so much. And Apurv, you were going to say something?
Yeah, so I recently came across a quiz question that said, who led the digital transformation in your company? The first option was CEO, the second option was CTO, and the third option was COVID-19. Right? So COVID-19 has actually accelerated digital transformation by quite a bit. There have been reports. Satya Nadella said that whatever used to be done in 10 years happened in 2 months of COVID. There was another report for US-based e-commerce, right? So 10 years worth of e-commerce implementations got done in just 3 months, right? So there have been huge transformations and acceleration because of COVID, and I think this is going to continue for foreseeable future.
Perfect. No, thanks for sharing. So I'll combine a couple of the questions. I think a couple of the questions are around, carbon footprint, regulatory frameworks, and innovation versus carbon footprint on environment. So I'll take one of those questions and I'll direct that to Neil, and I'll direct the couple of the others to Professor Ritter. So Neil, one of the questions is, does reducing carbon footprint, is that even applicable in a country like India where customers are price oriented? Any views on that?
Yeah, I think, well, I mean, many speakers have said this. It's consumer awareness and consumer mindset. And so marketing, of course, can help to change that. So if we have, I think the pioneers who are in selling climate smart products and services, and not doing just greenwashing. There are also a lot of companies who are greenwashing. I mean, telling the product is green, but it isn't. I think it will change the market, and price is no longer, I think in many countries we can see that price is no longer the only factor. I think many of you said that before, that climate is not, it's also, is it cool to have this product, or is it kind of, does it look good, and is it sustainable, is increasingly becoming a question. And one sentence to the regulatory frameworks, yes, they can help, but I think the consumers have more power. So if companies and consumers together build new relationships on climate smart consumption, I think this is faster than regulatory models. Of course, regulatory models, for instance, in Europe, they help with product standards, and also increasingly with the circular economy aspect, that we have to produce things that have from cradle to reuse, fulfill all the criteria.
Excellent. No, thanks so much for sharing. And Neil, any perspectives on that?
Yeah. So it's a tough one. I mean, I think we have many Indias in India, as you know, Menak.
Yeah.
So let me just touch on a couple of thoughts. First, of course, I've been watching Indian news, and it was sad that there wasn't an outcry. Of course, our news channels are quite muzzled, but there wasn't an outcry that India at COP26 decided to move the coal stoppage by another 20 years. Having said that, I think there is an opportunity for actually brands and companies to drive competitive advantage, especially amongst, I think, the young, aware. There is that India that exists, and if you look at the numbers, they're probably bigger than the Philippines and the Malaysias and the Thailands of the world, to whom you could turn around and say, here I am I, look at me and choose me because I am doing something good for the environment. So to say that the entire population of India doesn't care about sustainability or the environment, I think is wrong. There is a huge percentage. I don't think you're going to get it from any media-driven kind of behavior. I think it could be that companies and brands turn around and say, nobody is doing it, let me do it. And that, gets the herd mentality going. So.
No, that's a great answer, Neil. The only thing I'd add is my advice would be never label and generalize. As Neil said, there is not one India, there are many Indias and there are many consumers. And one thing I think that may surprise many of you is just how important this actually is for consumers, even in so-called mass categories. If you look at the broad personal care category in India, by far the fastest growing segment is naturals. So it's not that consumers in India don't care. That manifests itself in a number of different ways. I think that inherent desire of being closer to nature, doing better, at the lower tier may just talk about naturals, that this has something good in it. As you start getting to the more educated urban India, it starts talking about carbon footprint and sustainability. But I think at the core of Indian consumers, if you think of, what Patanjali, Ayurveda, those are mega trends that have been around for decades. So I think the desire to buy into brands that are doing good is there. It's how brands can tap into that, dimensionalize that in a way that's relevant for different kind of consumers. It's what's important. Last question. I know we're on time, and this I'll put to Raj and wrap up. Is there was a question about, digital disruption and revolution has been talked about for a long time now, right? It's not a new phenomenon. What do you think is actually changing now versus what it was at the start of the so-called digital era? I mean, is there something that's changing, or is it a secular trend that's been going on for a couple of decades?
Thanks, Moinak, for your question. Again, I'll build on Apurv. There's a book by a person called Subroto Bagchi called Cell. He actually calls it the art, the science, and the witchcraft. And to again pick up on what Neil picked up, I mean, when digital marketing and digital payments were being launched by the government of India, there were a lot of voices, very condescending, very rude, very demeaning voices, which said, oh, most of India is rural, most of India is uneducated. How on earth do you expect them to pay via mobile phone app? Guess what? They have. So we kind of view the world from our lens, and we kind of assume that they cannot. The young India and various parts of the world have come back with an emphatic yes, that don't underestimate us. Yes, we can. Let me throw you a little bit of jargon, Moina, before I answer that question very quickly. Is we keep talking about meaningful, salient, different. A brand has to be meaningful, salient, different. What is saliency? You have to constantly remind a person. What is different? You have to have a different point of view. The young generation, again, building on what Neil said, the meaningful part, the young generation is going to be unforgiving if you are not meaningful. So if you are sitting on top of that mountain saying, I have 80% brand share and therefore I cannot be challenged, then think Kodak. Now, to answer your question, what's the difference is, and it's scary, is the speed of change. It is changing, but it is changing exponentially. If you remember the chart that I showed, e-commerce zoomed up 10 times in one single year. So that's the key difference. The speed of change has exponentially increased, and I would only expect it to grow from here.
Excellent. No, well said, Raj. And, on that note, I'd like to wrap this up. It's been fascinating talking to all of you, tapping into your diverse experiences. I hope the audience has got a few thought provokers, a few things to ponder, and hopefully a broader understanding of this subject. So thanks for having me over. It's been a real pleasure interacting with all of you.
I would now like to thank our moderator, Mr. Dhar, and our esteemed panelists for their valuable time and insights. Please accept this token of our appreciation. Professor Dr. Piyush Kumar Sinha, Mr. Chandan Mukherjee, thank you, sir. Mr. Neel Chaurasia, thank you, sir. Dr. Apurv Durga, thank you, sir. Mr. Raj Mitra, thank you, sir. Professor Waltroyd Ritter, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Mainak Dhar, thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, so our institute also held a quiz competition on the topic of MarTech. And here are the following winners. My heartiest congratulations to Asalad for the first position, Rishikesh Pandit for second, and Ayush Soni for third. Once again, my heartiest congratulations to all of you.
I would now request Professor Saurabh Chaudhary, Associate Professor Marketing, to conclude the session with a vote of thanks. Over to you, sir. Sir, you're on mute.
Thank you, Athaf. Good afternoon, everybody. Respected Saini ma'am and our valued faculties and wonderful students. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege and honor to propose a vote of thanks to the esteemed keynote speaker who is unfortunately could not be with us because of technical glitches while we are on a conclave which talks about technology and innovation. We have made it finally with 233 people connected with technology. However, a small glitch is always expected. So Dr. Uyushina from Rwanda could not make it today. He just spoke and he had to go away. He could not connect back. So my regards to him. Professor Sinha incidentally happens to be my teacher in the Institute of Management Ahmedabad. I'm also privileged and honored to propose my vote of thanks for our esteemed moderator, Mr. Mainak Dhar, and all our esteemed panelists from Mr. Chandan Mukherjee to Mr. Neel Chaurasia to Mr. Apurv Durga to Mr. Raj Mitra, and finally Professor Ms. Waltroyd Ritter. I, on behalf of NL Dalmia Institute of Management Studies and Research and the entire supporting team and the students, let me call it Fraternity of Management Education together, extend a very, very hearty thanks to each one of you for gracing the International Conclave 2021 and sharing with us your more than 150 years of cumulative experience and knowledge on this platform. I just calculating each one of you here together would actually have more than 150 years of experience and knowledge. And that's an immense knowledge that you share with not only the faculties of this institute, with all of us, all our students, all our alumni, and many people in the placement partners who have joined us today. Your thoughts on Martech building the culture of innovation and perspective of technology and innovation were extremely insightful, and our students and as well as the faculties of NL Dalmia would truly take it a long way for us and help us enhancing the value of management education henceforth. Once again, I want to say that we are all most grateful to each one of you for taking out time from your busy schedules and extending your valuable support in enhancing our journey in academia. Respected Saini ma'am, our faculty members, marketing team, operations team, and all my beloved students of the organizing team. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I want to extend my gratitude to each one of you for supporting us this flagship event. We thank you for being with us. Have a great afternoon and a great evening. Thank you so much.
We have now reached the end of our annual International Marketing Conclave 2021. We break for lunch and reassemble at 1:30 p.m. Students are requested not to log out and join the HR conclave at 1:30 p.m. sharp. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Most welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye, Neil. Catch you
Bye.
later.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good day
Thank
ahead.
you so
Bye-bye.
much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Very valuable insights. Thank you. Thank you.
Mahindra, are you there in the meeting?
Carol, what time will we start?
1:30, ma'am.
Okay, okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Anurag, I'm audible? Hi, Maushami.
Hey, hi, Carol.
Hi. Good to see you.
I'm just trying it out. So I
Yeah,
don't
yeah. Sure, sure. Yeah.
been facing a little problem, so I'm just logging in and checking. Have others joined in?
I'm in. Can you see me?
Yes, I can, but I was not able to see your name. Oh, because can you rename yourself, Baljeet? Because I've sent you my link. So it is seen as Carol Dicuna. I think Dolphy, you also must have used my link. So can you please rename yourself? He is also there in the meeting, I guess. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So that's why I was not able to find you. So Dolphy, can you please rename yourself?
How do we rename?
There is 3 dots. And there is an option rename. Yeah.
Yeah, done by.
Thank you, Dolphy. I think is Pranab there in the meeting? Pranab, I also joined. Yeah. Okay. Can you please rename yourself?
Sorry?
Can you please rename, because I've sent you my link
Okay.
to join. So it is showing as Carol Dikuna.
Okay. I will do. Thank you.
Hi, Prano. How are you?
Sir, nice to see you.
Same here. Carol, I may have an internet issue, then I will off my video.
Sure.
The
Yeah, I
sofa is okay.
understand. Baljit, are you able to find that option?
No.
So on your Zoom screen, near to that name, so you could see the blue 3 dots on the window. Oh, I'll do it for you. Don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you do for me as well, if you don't mind? I'm also not getting there. Where it comes on the center, on the right.
Oh, I got it.
I already did it for you, Baljit. It's at the right side of your window.
There is view. View is there. That is 10.
Dada, in view, when you see, you have to see side by side gallery. You will see everyone's video, and then you will see your own picture. वो picture पे जाके 3 dots दिखेगा आपको.
Oh, okay. You are so smart.
Thank you. Huh?
Is Nilesh in the meeting? Okay, I'll just try and connect. Meanwhile,
Naam kya hai? Whose name I have to change?
your name.
You need to change your own.
It's my name because I've given you my link to join the session.
Yeah, whose name it is?
It's your name, Prano.
So you have to change for your name.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
To identify, Carol needs to change to your name. Yeah.
So he's not joining, right?
Sorry?
Carol Vaishali is not joining, na?
No, Vaishali is not joining. She had some issues, so she wouldn't be joining. So she informed me today morning.
Okay.
We have 5.
Whose name I should change? There are so many names here.
दादा खुद की फोटो पे अपना वीडियो पे अपना नाम चेंज
Okay. Hold on. Let me open my video first.
Your video. Abhi now you see your photo. Do you see yourself?
अरे रुको.
हाँ, अभी यहाँ पे 3 डॉट दिखेगा.
Yeah, अभी कुछ दिखाई देगा. Then उसका बाद जाके mute my audio, source video, pin, rename. देखो, I told you you are smart. I am not.
HR में कितना एम्प्लॉय को सब हेल्प करना पड़ता है ना, तो सब खुद को नहीं भी आता, फिर खुद को सीख के फिर एम्प्लॉय को सिखाते हैं.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So we'll wait for Nilesh to join in and we'll start at 1:30, everyone. So meanwhile, I'll just introduce to our CEO, Dr. Seema Saini. So ma'am, I'll quickly give an introduction here, before we start with the event formally, probably we can have a few chats earlier. So we have Mr. Pranab Chetia joining from Singapore. We have a Baljit Chabra again joining from Singapore. She will be a moderator of the event. Dolphy Govias, he's joining from Indonesia. Mosumi Mantil from NSC as a Vice President HR. And we also are waiting for Mr. Nilesh. He will be joining us now.
I've joined in. Hello, good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon.
I'm extremely sorry. My video is giving some problems at the nth moment.
Oh, okay. No problem, sir. So we'll wait for 2 or 3 minutes and then maybe we can start with the event.
So
Thank
welcome.
you.
If I can just welcome all of them here. Thank you so much for finding time. We're really delighted that you could find time for our institution and be a part of this panel. And we're indeed honored to have stalwarts come in from academy, from industry. So we have from Volvo, from Good Hope Asia, from Godrej, from NSE, Liader Avas from Singapore, Baljit ma'am, I can see her there, and L&T Financial Services. So thank you so much for being a part of our international conclave and for conducting this session for our students and our faculty members. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
And a very, very hearty and warm welcome to all of you. So one more speaker to join us, Carol.
No, we have all 5 speakers. As I said, Vaishali, Victor Raj will not be able to join. So can we start? Like we've given time of 1:30. So like just wait for maybe a few minutes or to begin exactly. We'll wait for 1 minute and then we'll start. I hope that's okay with the panelists. Yeah, thank you. We will start. Is that okay with everyone? Okay, fine. So Aarti and Aditi, over to you.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I request all to keep their videos on and audio off. Once again, I wish a very good afternoon to all of you. Honorable dignitaries, Honorable Secretary Shri Shailesh Ji Dalmia, respected CEO of NL Dalmia Institute Educational Society, Dr. Seema Saini ma'am, respected Director Sir, Mr. Vijay Ramchandran, respected panelists, all the heads and in charges of the respective departments, esteemed faculty members, alumni and industry professionals, and my dear students. We extend our warmest welcome to each and everyone invited here to Manusandhan 2021. Moreover, I'm happy to announce that our event is going live on YouTube.
As the founder of Walmart stores, Sam Walton has very rightly said that outstanding leaders go out of their way to boost their self-esteem. If people believe in themselves, it's amazing what they can accomplish.
This year, we are launching the International Conclave with 4 different panel discussions addressing the challenges and trends of the organization. The theme for this International Conclave is technology and innovation. Manusandhan which is the HR segment of International Conclave, which means connecting minds, where industry experts enrich us to become better leaders.
Manusandhan is the first event started by HR Club in year 2004. It is the platform where corporate experts share their experiences with students and they are exposed to various HR activities in different industries. It aims at showcasing the crucial role of HR in the success of any organization, to orient the future practitioners about the contemporary business issues and to ignite their thought processes towards exploring alternatives to adapt to descriptive changes. This year, we have eminent speakers from the industry, each one belonging to different sectors, sharing their views and ideas on the theme for today, that is HR Tech, Building and Emerging Workplaces.
Now, I would like to introduce our faculty in charge of HR department of NL Dalmia Institute, Dr. Carol Dicona. She holds PhD in area of OB and HRM, MA in Psychology, MMS HR, and Diploma in Labor Laws and Labor Welfare and UGC NET. Dr. Carol has over 13 years of experience in industry and academics. She has published research papers and cases in national and international publications. She holds a certificate in Sustainable Business Strategies from the prestigious Harvard Business School. She is a certified life coach by Ecology Limited and also an internationally certified user of Personality Profile Analyst by Thomas Profiling. Dr. Carol is also a certified practitioner of NLP by AB NLP USA. Her areas of interest are organization behavior, performance management system, and learning and development. She is also faculty in charge of INS Hamla, the Institute's prestigious association with the Indian Navy. I would request Carol ma'am now to please give a welcome address.
Thank you so much, Aarti, for lovely introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. A warm welcome to our CEO ma'am, all the panelists, faculty members, and my dear students. I'll give a brief introduction about the Institute for the benefit of the panelists. NL Dalmia Institute of Management Studies and Research was established in the year 1995 by the late Sri Niranjan Lalji Dalmia with the vision to become a world-class management institute. Currently, we rank among the top B schools of India and one of the most preferred B schools in Mumbai. NL DIMSA offers a 2-year full-time PGDM and a 1+1 global MBA degree in partnership with the University of Wisconsin Parkside, apart from being a recognized research center for PhD program of University of Mumbai. Adhering to our long-term vision and looking at ever-expanding role of data to make better organization decisions, we recently flagged off the 11-month PG program in Big Data and Advanced Analytics with SAS. Our well-designed curriculum empowers students to meet the evolving industry requirements and updates them with the latest trends. We believe in creating, nurturing, and transforming business leaders through academic rigor, coupled with holistic exposure to the industry. And every year, we organize a conclave inviting the veterans from the industry to provide their holistic view on the underlying theme. This year, as rightly said, the theme of the annual International HR Conclave is HR Tech, Building Emerging Workplaces. So in the HR domain, technology adoption is essential since it improves productivity, innovations, and overall employee engagement. Some of the fascinating areas that have been garnering investments from multinational corporations include AI-enabled recruiting tools, blockchain technology for database and process management, and remote collaboration platforms. Prior to pandemic, HR technology was a developing industry, and many talent leaders debated whether or not to invest. With the issue that remote working has brought, HR technology has discovered the ideal opportunity to use smart tools and technology to reset the way we work, perform, manage, analyze, and improve in the emerging workplaces. So today at NL Dalmia, We are blessed to have such a velour of talent in the form of dignitaries who will not only help us explore the theme, but will set the direction of all young and budding talent right. So I once again welcome all on this exciting and enriching journey of knowledge. So thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you once again. Over to you, Aarti.
Thank you, ma'am. Now moving ahead, I would like to take the opportunity to introduce you all to our first panelist, Mr. Nilesh Dange. He is currently working as Chief Human Resource Officer at L&T Financial Services. He has completed his Masters in Personnel Management, PGCHRM from XLRI Jamshedpur. Mr. Nilesh is accredited with Belbin Team Roles Facilitator from Belbin. He is a professional with 24 years of rich experience in the areas of HR management, personal administration, corporate planning, and industrial relations. Mr. Nilesh has a significant experience in initiating and implementing HR interventions in the fields of policies and aligning HR procedures to business strategies by effectively engaging state-of-art IT tools such as SAP HR and SuccessFactors. He is proficient in designing and facilitating tailor-made training programs in line with identified organizational training needs. Mr. Nilesh is skilled in handling large workforces, maintaining a peaceful and amicable work environment in the organization, and initiating measures for the benefits of people through best industrial practices. He is expert in implementing the best HR techniques despite the changing technological and economic environment for optimum utilization of human resources in synchronization with other resources to achieve integrated organizational goals. We consider ourselves fortunate enough to listen to your views, sir, and we welcome you.
Thank you so much.
Now, I would like to introduce our second panelist for the event, Mr. Pranab Chetia. He is currently working as HR and Communication Director at Volvo Group Trucks Operation, Service Market Logistics at Singapore. Mr. Pranab completed his MBA in HR from International School of Business and Media in 2002. He is global HR professional with 19 plus years of professional and management experience with expertise in people management solution, HR processes, and HR system. Mr. Pranab strongly believes in continuous learning and people relationships. He is a strategic advisor for a successful startup, automobile, and aggregator of car repair service. He was awarded within Talent Listing 2018 among top 100 global HR minds by World HRD Congress. Mr. Pranab is also a board member of renowned MBA school, ISME Bangalore, India. It's an honor to have you here, sir.
Thank you so much.
Now, moving ahead, our next panelist for our event is Mr. Dolphy Goes, Head of Global HR Operation, Good Hope Asia Holdings, Indonesia. He has completed his Management Excellence Program from B. Braun Business School, APAC, Manila. Mr. Dolphy has 24 years of rich experience spanning across MNCs such as B. Braun Medical, Mizuho Bank, and other companies. He is skilled in strategic business partnering roles across palm oil, banking, hospitality, healthcare, retail, advertising and manufacturing sectors, and has handled countries like India, Indonesia, Singapore, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Nepal, Malaysia. The expertise of Mr. Dolphy includes establishing and developing HR teams and contributing to productivity, culture, and cost-saving initiatives with the focus on organizational development, change management, business excellence, and transformation in a matrix structure. Thank you for taking out your precious time, sir.
Thank you so much.
Now, I would like to introduce our another panelist of the event, Ms. Maushmi Mandal. She is a Vice President HR at NSE Clearlink Limited and Head Rewards India. She completed her MBA in HR from University of Mumbai in 2001. She has 20 plus years of experience in people management and has worked with diverse organizations across banking, exchange financial services and insurance, information technology enabled services, and hospitality sector. Ms. Moshmi has a diverse cross-cultural exposure of working with countries across Pan-India, Europe, Middle East and Africa, North America, and APAC regions. She comes with a strong domain expertise in HR strategy, rewards and benefit, executive equity compensation, talent management, HR technology and process reengineering, employee engagement, HR branding, business excellence, and HR governance. It's a pleasure to have you here, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Now, let me introduce you all to our next panelist, Ms. Vaishali Victor Raj, Head, Human Resources at Godrej Infotech Limited, India. She has pursued her LLB and MILS HR and IR from University of Mumbai. Ms. Vaishali has overall experience of 20 years, extensively serving as General Manager HR for Godrej Infotech Limited. Her expertise includes recruitment analysis, talent management, project management, benefit, and negotiation. Ms. Vaishali has a rich interest across different spheres such as art and culture, disaster and humanitarian relief, economic empowerment, education, environment, health, science and technology, and social services. We are sorry to inform you that due to some family emergency, VAM won't be able to join us today.
Taking the event ahead, I'm happy to introduce you all to our moderator, Ms. Baljeet Chabra, who is currently working at Asia Pacific as Compensation and Benefit Leader at Singapore. She successfully completed her postgraduate diploma in computer application from Institute of Management Technology, Ghaziabad in 2003. Ms. Baljeet is working as HR leader and has 18 plus years of experience in the field of compensation and benefit and performance management. She focuses on the areas of compensation budgeting, market pricing, benefit strategy and design, compensation and benefit program deployment. We are happy to have you here, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Aditi.
There's an important announcement for the audience. The panel discussion will continue for 45 minutes. Post discussion, we will take questions. So I request the audience to please post their questions in the chat box and our moderator will select your questions to be asked. Now I would request Ms. Baljeet to take the event ahead. The floor is all yours, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for coming on Saturday evening and you have given us a platform to talk. I love to talk. I love to tell stories. Before we start with question and answer session with our esteemed panel, I want to tell you a story. This is story of Lego. Lego is a 70, I think now 80-year-old company, and Lego started in 1932 by this person called Oleker. Now Ole was a carpenter, and he had a small workshop in Denmark. One day his business wasn't doing too well and it caught fire. So he closed his workshop. He had 4 sons and he had just lost his wife. He thought, how am I going to provide for my 4 sons? He was very upset. He was a resourceful man. So he started making toys. After all, he had all the good that he needed from the carpentry production and he had creativity. So the first Lego toy that Ole made was wooden duck. Now, the toy was very successful, and then he made different toys, and the word went out, and people liked his toys, and he started doing well. Now he realized that they were giving kids ready-made toys which were not challenging enough. The toys needed an idea and system built around it. So this way, children were able to use imagination and creativity. This is when the second breakthrough moment for Lego history came in. So instead of offering kids ready-made toys, Lego gives them opportunity to build their toys, a much more challenging activity which kept the kids engaged for hours. The kids were happy building something with their own hands and were very proud to show their construction to their parents. But their joy wouldn't last long. The construction was fragile, falling apart with the slightest touch like a card castle. What if the bricks could stick together? Ole's son asked himself. He went back to the drawing board in 1958. That is where he patented the iconic Lego brick, which had tube insides and which can make the bricks stick together. And from this moment on, Lego becomes one of the largest toy maker in the world. Today, Lego's brand value is estimated at $7.6 billion by Lego numbers. The toy maker has had its own share of business difficulties, but the company has been able to manage to overcome focusing on its mission and corporate values by embracing online and e-commerce. So why am I telling you Lego's story? See, if you have listened carefully, you would have realized that every time they made a breakthrough arrangement, it was due to disruption. And disruption brings opportunity to reflect, to reset, and to reinvigorate. We must take disruptive moment to re-examine business models, adopt more sustainable practices, and adapt to new ways of working. The way we think about what we value has been undergoing slow, like Dr. Carroll said, but seismic shift. Over the past few years, companies were thinking whether they had been grappling with the sustainability, talent, corporate responsibility. So HR tech was there, but there was little doubt. But then came 2020, which put everything into hyperdrive. Would we ever think in 2019 that we would have conferences, international conferences, sitting in our own homes? No, we did not. So how has tech evolved and emerged in HR? I have set a few questions which I'm going to ask our panelists who will then help us guide of how they in their organization and industry this is happening. So my first question is for Nilesh. So Nilesh, I would want to know what major technology trend or change we can expect in HR in coming future, and how do you think will it affect employees and workplaces?
Thank you, Baljeet, and the story was in fact very interesting. And you set the context perfect for our discussions, and I should say that. So coming to the question, what will happen in the future? In my view, the future is already arrived. It is already arrived. Pre-pandemic, if you would have seen anyone talking about in HR technology, AI, ML, this is something which is going to happen in the future. So people used to talk about that, something going to happen in the future. But come the pandemic, a black swan event, it has hastened the entire adoption of technology across industry, across functions. So the future has already arrived. There's no question about that something is going to happen in the future. This past 1.5 years, 18 months have hastened the adoption of technology. What I've done to put my thoughts together, or just to put a structure to my thoughts, I've listed down myself about 8 areas which I would like to just, as per my understanding, about where HR technology is going to help. And I've tried to build it into the various areas of HR. The first of its part is working remotely, or remote teams was for many industries. If I talk about the Indian perspective, many industries was an unthinkable option. People used to never think about anyone to be allowed to work from home. But now it is the norm. If you don't allow, then obviously you are a regressive employer. So remote teams is where technology adoption has been the maximum. And this has been really catapulted the entire technology adoption. We were forced to do it. And now, after 18 months, things have changed so much that it has become an integral part of the world for working world or for employees. So number one is working in remote teams. Number two is cloud-based HR. Most of our HR activities and functions pre-pandemic or before this Black Swan event were either through remote or servers which were in the premises. But now, to enhance your reach, cloud-based HR is the new technology trend which is fast getting adopted, and it is going to be the real game changer going forward if one has to really be agile enough to adopt a lot of technology changes. So cloud-based HR is the second important trend, HR trend, which I feel has already arrived. The third one is employee wellness, but with a focus on mental health. It's a very interesting thing I would like to put forth here. Having said that, everything has got hastened with respect to adoption of technology in the HR field. One of the most important things which have been fallouts, and if I have to say so, of suddenly going and started working in remotely has increased problems, and there have been signs of people undergoing a lot of stress. Because if any change is which is fast tracked, you don't have time to really adapt to it, then there are repercussions, and there are signs of a lot of mental stress which employees are going through in a remote working environment. So employee wellness focused on mental health through a remote working environment. What kind of tools and technology can be used is the third trend, which is very important, which can't be neglected. The fourth one is employer branding. HR technology in this particular area had already crept in, like use of social media for employer branding had already arrived. But this particular experience over the past 1.5 years has actually made it imperative to have a very positive presence of the employer in the social media space, and it can either really help you or really dent your prospect as an employer and can't attract talent. So employer branding is the fourth one. Fifth one is enhancing recruiting experience. The fifth one, as I said, enhancing recruiting experience. Technology in the HR field, and especially the recruitment part, is the first touch point for an HR department or an employer, wherein an experience to the prospective individual or the employee can be given is through recruitment. So a lot of technology adoption through interviewing, through pre-interview technique testing, bots being used for having pre-interview questions, face recognition technologies have come in. So recruiting is really off the block first, and it's really making an impact. Sixth, very important, everyone would have experienced it, is the learning and development piece. The learning and development has completely moved from offline mode or a classroom mode to a virtual mode, and today's conference is no different. This is one of the examples of why everything is happening from education to skill building. Everything has turned into virtually, and the development on technology with respect to making the virtual platform as real as possible by using VR and augmented reality technologies is something which has really helped the learning and development piece as for this. So this is the sixth important trend in learning and development wherein it is happening. Seventh important is analytics, HR analytics using AI is something which is really helping. So analytics using AI in HR is helping. And one of the biggest and one of the most important trends which I've recently read about is an augmented analytics kind of a thing, which is a real-time analytics which is provided to managers about employees, about employee retention, attraction, attrition, and host lot of interventions which can be built. So analytics with the help of artificial intelligence is a thing of today, no more of the future. And lastly, which is very important, which I had penned down, is increasing data security. If we are having to adopt so much of technology in the various fields of HR, having that much more secure environment for the data, which will be on the cloud, is paramount. So these are the 8 trends which, Baljit, I felt I wanted to put forth my thoughts in a structured way so that I can add a bit of value to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Nilesh. That was quite insightful. My second question is for Maushami. So Maushami, what should be the adoption strategy for an organization that is aiming for a quick technological transformation in their HR for building emerging workplaces?
So, this HR digital transformation has always been the buzz. It's not that it's coming now. HR has been trying to move into digital space. For now, it's we have been using PeopleSoft, SAP, and we have been trying to use this. But in this recent COVID, what has it done? It has only accelerated the digital trend. Every organization suddenly, as how Nilesh also said, that overnight with this lockdown, we wanted to go digital. Everything has to be business as usual, so you have to be online. So people did try that, and it only heightened the importance of employee resilience and technological disruption. But over here, companies are still, I feel that, we seem to make some kind of, when we come to a peer pressure, we try to see what the other company is doing and, try to replicate that by the similar kind of a system. But digitalizing certain HR processes just for the sake of doing has never been a good idea. What this happens here is basically it leads to, and a company may land up implementing an expensive technology which actually does not meet the business requirement. So finally, what happens over the years, it defies the purpose of why this transformation actually happened. So in this current scenario, what the HR is not only about, it has a two-way challenge, I would say. It's not only about, transforming your HR operations, it's also about now the transforming your entire workforce, how exactly the work is getting done. So technology, HR technology, to be successful and become digital, it's not only about being with HR, but also about being with the entire organization. So, when you're talking about, what adoption strategy should be, what I feel, firstly, for any HR transformation, one must analyze at what maturity stage the organization is at, whether it is making real sense to the business to make such kind of a transformation. So we must establish a clear goal and to make this big transformation HR journey a success and have make sense to the business perspective. Secondly, the most important strategy for any of these big changes would be to have everybody on board. It's not only about having your management and all the stakeholders, but also your employees and everybody who is going to be impacted with this transformation should be on board with you. There is always, there is always a power in how you can collaborate and make things work out. And there is always, then it is seen as a shared effort, and the insights will lead to a new strategic roadmaps, and then it will become a successful event, the entire thing. The third big mistake that we all HRs usually do is whenever we get these HR tools, we always think that it is an HR tool. Please understand that it is not an HR tool. It is actually for the end user. So the employees tool. So whoever is facing the technology or the tool has to, the end user has to be very comfortable, is what I would say. So then only it will, you will have the scalability of the tool, the usability of the tool will increase. So that is one big reason that, why most organizations will use their employees in collaboration when they're doing their UATs of these kind of tools. So that is one more thing that, you should not complicate your tool. You should make it very simple so that it becomes very easy to use. People want to go there and, do a quick transaction and then come out of that. Another thing that will be very important here is you will, when we do an HR transformation, you will have a whole laundry list of items and all your items, like, from your onboarding, offboarding, your recruitment, your performance appraisal. People are even talking about doing the succession planning on the, on these tools. So do you want to, go all at once? No, you should at least actually try to prioritize your list and see where the impact is and what is going to be the business effort or the money or the time taken to make this. So you must start with the ideas, I think, which will have an high impact and a low effort. So this will, the initial credibility of that will definitely come up here. The next, I would think, you must have some dedicated to, team, transformation team. That currently I'm hearing a lot of companies are having, dedicated digital transformation teams who are, trying to align the company strategy and these operations together and continuously monitoring it, so that at every stage they can understand that whether it is making a business sense or whether the outcome is as what it was discussed. Okay, and the most important and the last thing that I would think about is the culture of this organization. It is also the mindset of everyone that is involved in the company, whether they are adaptable, they're agile to make this kind of digital transformation, because it's a new business area and it has to become the new ecosystem. So all these things, we are going to hear about many things now in technology, smart technology, artificial intelligence, automation, cloud computing, and whatnot. And everybody will try to be number one in that place. But is it what it is required is something that we, in HR should analyze before we put forward anything. So digital transformation is not going to be anything that's going to be anything optional for anybody. It is the way of life now. So the faster you do it, the better, because you have to put all your operational time behind and use this time and benefit from the reduced time to pull out this efforts. So easier access to business intelligence, business reports, and improved employee engagement. And finally is the satisfaction of the employees. I think that is going to be the strategy, something that we need to launch new in the system organization.
Thanks, Moshmi. I had just, it's like the universe talking. Just this morning, I had heard a talk in which he said, we have a lot of data and AI and tools, but what we actually need is transformation of human beings, transformation of mindset. And I think that is what the summary you have. Like, there are a lot of tools, there is a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, sorry to, disrupt it here. Yes, there is so many things out there, but what is needed by that organization, in whichever organization anybody is in, is very important. You need to understand the culture and the mindset of that organization before you actually launch and invest. It's not only money, it's also man hours that you're investing, and finally you have to see the outcome. And over the years, it should not happen that you've invested so many crores behind that, and then finally you see, 2 years, the next this, it's gone again, a new technology. It should not be that case.
Thank you. My next question is for Pranab. Pranab, if you can tell us that using technology, how HR heads can attract the talent, maintain productivity, drive performances, and enhance overall experience. I know it's a big question, and if given a choice, you can talk about it for an hour, but if you can just give us a summary of this question, that would be great.
Thank you, Baljeet. First of all, I'd like to, thanks NL Dalmia Institute to welcome all of us today. Coming back to the subject, before moving to the technology, let us go back a little bit. Sometimes it is good to do some reflection. Now, what is the reflection? You have a house or you have a home, and I have a home. It has a 3-bedroom, flat. And suddenly in 2021, changes has happened. Your TV have changed. You have a new remote. You have a probably, automation in your room. When you are walking, lights are automatically coming and things like that. But the fact is that your flat, your foundation, your structure remains there, right? So if you take this analogy and see that, what is HR, finally, primarily I, put them into a triangle. So one part of the triangle, we call it as an HR services. And this is one part where a new employee, connect first, whether it is a joining, right? Whether it is an offer letter, whether it is an onboarding process, whether it is a, training and things like that. Primarily, the scope related to HR services are recruitment, training, your, welfare and ABCD, right? And now this employee has completed 6 months, which means that he has gone to the department. And first thing first, what he does is to understand the role. And he has a manager, he has a team. And then he understood and he started doing his job, right? So when he does the job, what happened is the change happened to this individual because, he finds something new, he finds a new challenge. And that's where another HR person comes, and in a simple way, there's a gentleman or a fantastic person like Baljeet here, like an HR business partner. So who is an HR business partner who work with a manager and leader to help the manager and leader to see that we understand people very well in terms of their day-to-day job, how the person is doing, in the world of digitalization, in the world of pandemic, and so in work from home, is employee really engaged, or is it just that physically available somewhere and things like that? So that's where the HR business partner come. However, there are certain set of people we call as a center of expertise, who primarily develop HR policies, primarily do a forecasting of how the market benchmarking has to be done from the new salary trend and things like that. And of course, the maximum people are in HR services. Now, you see an employee, when he or she join, he get 3 HR services, HR business partner, and finally, you're somebody sitting in the policy. Now, a manager goes to the employee and say that, the problem what you have, I'm not getting support from the HR. Correct? Because employee has come back, to the manager saying that, hello, Mr. Manager, I have some problem. My wife is not well. I need to go home and I need 5 days leave. And I have so many targets and so many jobs, I have. So manager say, yes, but HR is not supporting me. Now you just see the HR word is, used in a very, very descriptive way without looking the employee experience as such. Now, we should not forget the manager is also an HR person, because finally, what is HR? HR is to, in a simple way, we have to take care of the people, whether it is a, industrial worker, whether it is a, techie guy coming from IIT, or whether it is a management guy coming from IIM Bangalore, or whether it is a CEO. Our, first job is to ensure that our employees are engaged in day-to-day job. Now, the question is why engagement is needed? Because coming back to the question, because without engagement, as you know, productivity does not come. And without productivity, your profitability does not come. And without profitability, your market valuation don't go up. And without market valuation, you don't get a support from the market in terms of your expansion and things like that. So you see, the simple point of engagement is extremely important. Now, who is responsible? Manager, HR, employee, colleague, team, all together. And it is, I think, it's extremely important. And that's where the new technology come to the picture. So now let me bring the technology into this story, right? Now, what is technology in 2021, right? We have Microsoft, I'm sure many of you are using Microsoft, tools today. We have a Microsoft Office. Now, a manager was using a report in an Excel file, and he was using a pivot table. I'm sure all of you know pivot table. But suddenly somebody come and say, we will use Power BI, because Power BI is available free of cost today. Now manager is not aware of it, employee is not aware of it, but people know if you use Power BI, your time that you took, which was taking 20 minutes, can be done in 2 minutes time. So that in 18 minutes, you can go to home, spend your time with your family and kids. Why you spend up to 8 p.m. in the office? Why not we go home at 6 o'clock by completing your job? What does it mean? That you really need to have a digital mindset first before really trying to use the so-called Power BI. Now you can say Power BI, you can say Python. There are so many technology. There are enormous field of technology, because data is a new oxygen of life. Now, what is a digital mindset? Because you need to have a digital mindset to use this technology, because you see, by technology, what is technology? You bring money, you buy technology. But the point is, you have to use it to your maximum productivity of your work life. It's not it. Otherwise, the CEO has to answer to the shareholders of whatever is the cash flow you are having. Now, who is responsible for the digital mindset? Is it HR? Is it manager, or is it the employee? I would say all three together. And that's where the culture comes to the picture. So when Mosumi was talking that what is a value proposition that we are bringing to the employee life cycle, all the way to the customer is extremely important. It's just that my neighbor is using AI and I put all my employee in AI training of 12 hours. It's absolutely wastage of time. So every organization, whether it is a startup, whether it is a probably mid-sized, or whether it's a very large organization, the leadership and management team has high responsibility to the purpose of the organization and see how technology is being used. However, people cannot run away from technology. So as an example, today, all of you, you can develop your website by yourself. You don't need to go to an IT developer to develop your website. Just go to google.com, you will get a Google page, and you can create your own website. In 10 years back, you have to pay 10,000 rupees to get a web page. So the point is it 10,000 rupees you will pay, or is it your smartness that you go to the Google and do it at your own pace? So that's where the digital mindset comes to the picture. Now, what are the challenges? The challenges is that if you see the new age employee, I would say we can call as a millennial and things like that. There is a big mental conflict between the so-called the baby boomer, or we call as a 55 years plus, and or somebody all our aspiring students here, right, who is very, very so there is a mental conflict as well. So that's where the change management come to the picture, and again the HR play a very big role. So HR really has to understand and play the coaching skill and work with the manager, rather than sending 100 people to 100 training man-hour, which is completely sometimes wastage of time. You can have your HR KPI done, saying that I have done 100 man-hour of training, but that training, what productivity is bringing to the customer lifecycle, is equally extremely important for all of us to, I would say, think. So what does it mean is that I really want to emphasize some sort of long-term thinking, where an HR manager, leader, and employee really need to understand what is the organizational goal. What are some of the new skill set that we need to bring to address our customer problem, and then how employee adapt to this technology. As an example, Power BI versus pivot table. And then now the question is, you can learn Power BI by yourself, but we send 100 people to a training room to learn Power BI. Correct? And invest 200,000 rupees because we have a training budget. And these are some leadership decisions that we need to take. Just because I have a training budget, sending 200 people is not the wanted position for the ultimate balance sheet that we need to look. And that's where I think the power of human being, because you see, human being is the most powerful species in the world. I am sure all of you know that, right? So we really need to unleash the power of human being and put technology more as an enabler. Don't put technology on the front and allow people to run behind technology. In a simple way, technology is an enabler, and I fully agree with Mosumi, and unleash the potential, whether it is a financial market, whether it's a company like us, or whether it is a probably real estate industry. Because if you see today, you can buy a house online. I don't know whether you know or not. You just go to brigade.com or prestige.com. You can simply buy a house also online today. Correct. So of course, but at the same time, there is a benefit of platform, and we really need to use. And finally, I like to really summarize with 2-3 points. Number one, in current situation, health and wellness is extremely important, because you please reserve the power of human being. And second, unleash the power of human being to so that we are happy, customers are happy, and as well as profitability is back in balance sheet as well. So Baljeet, did I say something okay, or was it not?
No, it was good. Actually, I couldn't help, but I was thinking about digital mindset. You know, I have my father who is so digitally savvy that he's more digitally savvy than I am. So when I was last time, I was in Bangalore and I wanted to get an auto. You're talking about property, right? I'm talking about day-to-day things. I wanted to get an auto, so I went out, and then I'm like, oh, there are no autos. And my father is like, why do you have to stand out and wave at the auto wala guy? There is Ola Auto. It is, and he books an auto, and within 5 minutes an auto comes, and I'm looking at him. I'm like, acha. So auto is also available on app. And then there are my kids who are doing projects on Minecraft, and here I am sitting and thinking, oh my God, what will happen? What has happened? COVID has come. How am I going to organize everything, and what will happen to employees and policies? So I think, like you rightly said, you need to have that digital mindset, and we have to unleash the power of human being and use technology for our leverage. So if you give me the mic, I'll keep talking, but I'll ask the next question. And my next question is for Dolphy. Dolphy, if you can tell us how to sustain company culture in hybrid workplaces.
Okay, I think before I start, I would like to say thank you to the CEO, Seema Saini, as well as Carol for giving this opportunity. I'm not sure how good is my internet, so I may off my video sometimes because I'm in deep forest. It's not in the city. I was praying in the morning because in the afternoon it rained very heavy. And I was wondering, because the moment it rains more than 30 minutes, my Wi-Fi will go, the telecom cell tower will break down. So sometimes we are not able to, see our handphones. Sorry, I'm saying handphones, the mobiles for almost 2 days because there is no connection. So luckily, I think I'm lucky that today the connection is better. But just before the introduction, my Wi-Fi went, I had to use the hotspot. So hopefully if connection is not good, I will off the video. I think before I say about the culture, Baljit, I think I should give some introduction about my company. What is that we do and how it is transforming my own company's culture, because I'll be most passionate to speak about my own company's culture than something from the book. I work for a company which is a plantation company. We have almost 70,000 hectares, which is equal to 3 Singapore countries. And then we have more than 15,000 employees across different countries. And of course, we do have city offices, but majority of our functions are happening in the plantations. So before I come to the culture, I just wanted to give an example. I am in this far most east of Indonesia now for the last 3 weeks, which is called Papua, beside Papua New Guinea. So it's around 6 p.m. here. Last 3 weeks, I have been walking on the field, checking what my managers are doing, because after almost 20 months, I've been traveling to this place post-COVID. So when I walk into the field, the first thing I see, how good field condition. So that's very important for me when I see the field condition. So I have 4 managers who manage 4 estates. Now, how do I evaluate which manager is good? Of course, the crop is very important for me because everything speaks how much crop they are able to get from that estate to the mill. So that's very important. Now, why I'm saying that as an example to company culture? I visited everything. I finished my almost visit because on this coming Wednesday, I'm returning back to Jakarta. Now, before that, of course, I need to show something that what is that I came for the visit and how do I show my company culture to them. So just yesterday, I called one of the manager. I said, your field condition is good, your productivity is good, your discipline is good, your workers are good. I'm going to promote you to a plantation manager. Now he was shocked because that never happens. He was shocked. He said, why? I said, there was nobody to see during the COVID, but you were not worried whether somebody is monitoring you or no. Despite that, you were able to perform best of your capacity. I think that is what the company culture evolves. We are a family-owned business with multiple nationalities working in the company in different positions, different locations. But when it comes to culture, I think that is very important, where we bring a family culture. Recently Cisco had conducted a survey and they came out with surprise findings. Like they said 57% expect to be in office for 10 days or less, which means we cannot expect everyone to come back to office. And believe it or not, 98% believe that future meetings will include remote participants. 97% want to make their office safer before they return. So looking at these findings, if we continue to follow our current culture, which was well established and well accepted pre-COVID, then we are here to fail. And what is a company culture? I think everybody knows. I don't require to tell because most of you are HR students. A company culture is defined as a shared set of values, goals, attitudes, and practices that make up an organization, and how an organization goes about crafting its own culture is totally up to them. And when it comes to culture, more than 66% of the job seekers consider a company's culture and values the most important factor when considering career opportunities. And as you know, when we speak about culture, I think back in India, Tata's, Infosys, worldwide, we have Facebook, Google, multiple companies. We know how the culture works. As for my company, my company owners themselves show a caring culture. And we believe in capturing hearts and minds. And I always think that when you capture hearts of the employees, it's easy to capture minds of the employees also. So when we have a caring culture, it doesn't mean where and when and where you work. The care is given to everyone. Care in understanding them, helping them, developing them, ensuring work-life balance. Because during the first few months of COVID, we used to have meetings even late nights, weekends, there was no time. But then some employees started complaining about the burnouts. We didn't take much time. Immediately we decided, unless necessary, no meetings should be done after office hours or on weekends. And what we did was also during COVID, we had the opportunity to relook at our office space. Do we need such a huge office? Because it is very important that people are working from home, and then we do not know when they will come back to office. So it was also an opportunity to reduce the cost as well as to reduce the size of the office. We just removed all cabins, we made open office space, kept few free spaces, and encouraged people to work from home. Employees are allowed to come to office only if they have urgent work. That too, they need to take an approval from the HR manager. Now, someone asked me a question, does a strong corporate culture help companies to navigate change? I may say yes. It might help, but it also might hurt. In part, culture is just a predisposition to behave a certain way. During the pandemic, there wasn't a rule book. I think everybody knows. Previously, a lot of culture centered on getting work done. But over the past 15 months, you all have seen, we focused on workers first. We forget anything else. What is important? How employees can deliver their work is more important. And I would say now that we are asking what a return to workplace look like, this is an unbelievable opportunity to remake culture, because it's rare for a leader in a lifetime to have such a clean job for reshaping how you run the place. 2 years before, changing a company culture was unthinkable and nearly impossible. But with COVID, we know there is a huge opportunity for us to alter our culture, and we can reshape the culture how we want and where we want to go. And also, what we hear from leaders is that their willingness to remake culture and to consider a full return to the office versus hybrid. Even some leaders are basically thinking about what a new culture and a new way of working might look like, and how to prepare or perpetuate a culture in a primarily hybrid world. Others are saying that they need everybody back in office to preserve their culture. And I don't think that is going to happen, because there is some truth there, but environment shapes behavior. But you can't assume you will return to the same culture that existed pre-pandemic. There has been too much change, both at the individual level and as well as at the business level. To end, now what is culture? I think I will say the culture future will be creating a purpose. Creating individual purpose is something that I have seen coming to the fore. Because after such profound blurring in our personal and professional lives, code switching is difficult. You are aware that every moment you spend working is a moment you are not spending with a child, with a parent who needs care, with your partner. Now a lot of employees are asking us, does this job work for me? Do I care at all about what I do for a living? Increasingly, the bar is raising, and people are saying, my work has to be more than a job. It has to fit it with my life purpose. So I would say hybrid work culture is going to stay. And if we don't change the culture to fit into that, we are going to fail. Over to you, Balji.
Thanks, Dolphy. That was a very nice way to put culture and what consists of culture. What stayed with me was the example you told about the plantation manager, how you promoted. It just reminds me of something that I heard, that integrity and character is not what you do when someone is looking at you, but it is when you are true to yourself when nobody is looking at you. And I think by promoting that guy, you just promoted this culture of integrity and this culture of, promoting a good character. So I think this is the right way, and you have to walk the talk. You cannot say things and you cannot say something else and not implement. So what you do is what employees would see, and they will imbibe the culture that the company is setting. So thanks.
And now what Pranab was saying, that now no more trainings will happen. So our current training center is a 90-bed hospital for COVID.
Oh my God.
So we used to have a fantastic training center where people used to come get trained. So now during the Delta variant, we converted to a 90-bed hospital. So when government hospitals or private hospital full, our employees are safe because they need something. So that is the now hospital for us.
That's nice. So I have my next question for Maushmi. Maushmi, if you can tell us what initiatives or modifications should any organization undertake in order to survive and thrive the hybrid workplace model? This is in continuation with what Dolphy has just said. Mashmi, you're on mute.
Sorry, I was just saying, I will take cues from what people have already said, and you can keep talking about this subject because it's so, I mean, so much in, now. This pandemic has actually, if you say that, it has made us rethink, how this workforce and employee planning, management, performance, and the entire experience strategies is going to be. So how, and it's not only about, technology coming into place, how, whether people are going to come back, it's a big shift. It's a large scale shift as to how people are going to work and how and how we are going to get people to do this work. So I always feel that, there has to be a collaboration, there has to be a cultural understanding, the mindset. So the management and the HR must work together to ensure that there is work-life balance that swings back and forth, so that, every employee and it's not only because the work is not the only distribution that is happening. The life and the stages and the time of every person has changed during this pandemic. So we cannot forget that, and we cannot enforce that, or expect that, people will suddenly, just because of the work, will come back in full force in the same environment. So if you just what Mr. Dolphy was saying, that it's not going to be easy, to get back everybody in the same swing with the same zeal, because they have seen many other things during this 18-month period. Being with the family, being with, so how are we going to do this? This technology has definitely, divided between, the geographical separated the people, but it has also introduced somewhere the cracks in the relationship and the culture. So remote distribution of work, many people will think that, socially we are not able to build within that organization in the workspace. So how this will lead to disengagements, and employees may feel that there is a loneliness because you're not going to meet your managers, you're not going to meet your peers. So everything is online, everything is virtual. So I think, with this, how we are going to go about, what modifications organizations are going to see, remote working. It's not going to go away. That is one thing that is definitely here to stay. There is going to be increase in the remote working. People are going to expect that, the option of remote working is available. And digitally it will be possible. So naturally, not only employees will have to adjust, I think the companies and the employers also have to adjust. So it's a big challenge. How do you shift this performance goal setting, employee evaluation, and make this, a remote context. The other thing that is going to come up, I feel, and the organization must take cognizance of the fact that, with this economic uncertainty that the pandemic has caused, many people have lost their jobs. But there is a flexibility of getting gig workers. It was always there. Now it's going to increase, is all that the gig workforce is going to come more into the scenario. So people may start thinking about, how are we going to give the same kind of benefits as we give to our full-time workers? Maybe it will be a talent sharing, pay for how much you're paying, for what kind of work, for how much, of your presence in the organization is. Is that what people will have to be happy about? Employees will also need to, work on the social safety network, which is going to be a big thing. Okay, like personal factors rather than just external factors will take precedence over the fact that, over the matters of the organization and employees alike. So that emotional health, physical health, well-being is something that's going to be on a high. So as I think Dolphy mentioned that, the promoting the physical health, improving emotional well-being of employees is employees well-being is going to be, engagement is going to be on the higher scale. Also here we are going to talk about, people are talking about data, there's a lot of data, everybody has a lot of data. So, now People are doing virtual clocking in, clocking out, tracking workers' computer usage. So using of all these data is going to be on a high. So people have to, take that as a fact. Engage workers in the team culture, create a culture of inclusiveness. And also, we must believe in the fact that, very soon smart machines are going to be our co-workers. So it's not going to be just, but yes, are we going to take away the fact that there's going to be human interventions? No, that is where the HR is for. Extreme digital dexterity is something that is going to be the way of life, in future. So we have to be very agile to get into this digital way of working. And people is now not going to look for just money. They're going to look for a purpose and a passion as to why they are working for it. So increasingly, employees will want to have a meaningful social impact instead of just living their lives for money or waiting for their retirement. That's not the way it's going to be. How they are going to contribute to the social innovation or equitability is something that I think the future generation will definitely look for. So employees just working independently or remotely will face the dilemma. So it has to be a hybrid model, and where we place in ourselves is something that we will have to look forward to.
Thanks for the detailed I think we're okay. Sorry, Dr. Carol, do we have enough time, or am I running behind schedule?
So maybe 5 minutes we can continue with the discussion, and we can summarize, and then we can start having the question answer session.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you. Then probably this is my last question, and Dolphy, I would want you to answer this again. As we understand that building emerging workplace is important, but what do you think can be the impact of ignoring this?
I don't think we can ignore it. That's impossible, unless you want to become a Nokia or Motorola in future. So I think I can give example of very few because I will take only 1 or 2 minutes. So from 15th of October, across Indonesia, the cases started coming below 500. So by end of November, end of October, all HODs asked me, can we open the office? We want our team to come back to office. So I asked them, okay, have you checked your team whether they want to come back? It's not that you want them to come back to office. They said, oh, okay, let's check with our team. So when we started checking, some of them said, okay, online school is still going on. How would I leave my child and come to office? I don't have a maid because I have released the maid when I was working from home. Okay, I don't have somebody to do, child care. So then we came back and asked the HODs, okay, under these circumstances, do you think your team members can come back and work? Or do you think they can deliver the same result sitting at home? One more thing important. A lot of people who used to stay in rental places in the city, as soon as the COVID came, they went back. So they are working remotely from their own hometown. Now, when you ask them to come back to office, they need to plan, come back, search for a place to stay. We are shaking everybody back. So I think if people think that everybody will come back to office, it will be back to normal. At least I don't think it will happen in future, because if I force somebody to come back to work, he will look for somewhere else where somebody can give him a job which he can work from home and deliver better. So at no way I see, because of course we are interacting multiple industry leaders, HR leaders and all. But I think 95% of the companies are saying they are not going to call 100% people to work. It may be 30, 40. And also they are saying we will allow people to work from anywhere. Unilever, for example, said that, okay, until March 2022, we are not even thinking of calling people to work because everybody is comfortable. They are delivering their results. As long as they deliver result, why a HOD should worry? And I don't believe in monitoring people, whether they work, what time, what do they do. If HOD feels that he has delivered his KPIs, I think that's it. Why should HR or why should others bother? Over to you, Baljit.
Thanks, Dolphin. We have received a lot of questions, but I think this question I find it very interesting, and I'll ask Nilesh to answer this question. It's a little different from the current topic, but it's close to my heart because it is employee wellness and benefits. So this question is by, let me just read. Yeah. This Sneha has asked this question: how can organization work on reducing occupational stress of employees? Do you consider it important? So Nilesh, all about stress.
Yeah. A very interesting thought shared by all the panelists, and it was really a very different and very novel insights shared. Let me acknowledge that upfront. On this particular question on the stress part, if you really analyze and summarize whatever each of the panelists has talked about, you will get the answer for this question. Let me tell you that if something of this is there, just before I came started answering, what Dolphy talked about is if an organization tries to impose that one has to report back to work, irrespective of whatever it is, on the garb of maintaining culture, that particular thing actually going forward is going to tick off employees, and that would put certain levels of stress. So what I mean to say is that having more choices is the order of the day going forward. The average age of employees, at least in the Indian context, for most of the organizations is in the range of the early 30s. So when you have that kind of a workforce, the primary nature of this workforce is that they need to have choices on the table. One, by the employer. If the employer is not able to provide those choices, which will make them take the right choice, if they do not get that, then probably there are multiple opportunities in some other organization. So managing stress by an employer or those kinds of things is to see that you enable the environment, you enable the working environment, and in the bargain also enable the person's engagement, because everything, the new ask from the HR leaders is to give experience to the employees. It's everything revolving around experience. The new millennials come to or joining any organization if they are able to get good experience. And if they are able to get a good experience for a 2, 3, 4, or a 5-year period, that is good enough for them. Now, the days have gone wherein people will be spending a decade and a half in one organization. It's no more there. And picking up a point from what Moshmi also touched upon is about the gig economy. This is the order of the day going forward. People will prefer taking up assignments, after one assignment, taking a break for a month, and then going in for the next assignment. This is the gig economy philosophy which is going to happen. So everything put together, the ability of an employer to give viable choices, which are both, it should be a win-win game. It should not be a zero-sum game. We are not in a zero-sum game. We should be a non-zero-sum game, wherein gains have to be added and it should be a positive more than zero.
Thank you, Nilesh. I think we are running out of time, so I would like to summarize the discussion in my style, and I will tell you a story. This is a story of, you know how giraffe is born. So giraffe is so tall, right? And the baby giraffe falls down from her mother's womb. And then the mother gives the baby giraffe one kick. The baby just goes up and is like, what happened? I've just come out and why is my mother kicking me? So he comes to senses. Mother gives another hard kick and the baby giraffe is like, okay, fine, he gets up. Then mother giraffe gives one final hard kick and the baby giraffe starts running. So why does the mother giraffe do this? Because mother giraffe has to go to the jungle to get leaves. If the baby giraffe cannot run, then the lion and tiger and leopard will come and eat the baby giraffe. So the baby giraffe needs to know how to run to survive. And I think this is what COVID did, right? We had technology, we had stuff, but we were not ready to adopt. And COVID came and gave a big kick to all the organizations. And then it was a matter of survival and we all adopted technology and we are thinking now of hybrid work models, of digital mindset and things and how to sustain in this competitive environment. So I think that is the gist of the entire discussion that we had. And over to you, Dr. Carol.
Thank you so much, Baljit. They do have many questions posted, so I would request students, probably you can connect with all the panelists on LinkedIn and probably they will be able to, answer or take a few questions as per their convenience. Thank you so much. Over to the competitors.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. A massive thank you to all the panelists for all their insights and the moderator for her contribution. I would also thank the audience for their questions. I'm sure we all have gained some knowledge about the theme, HR Tech, building and emerging workplaces. This has been a wonderful experience. The different facets of HR technology, like cloud-based HR systems, using artificial intelligence, HR analytics, SAP software, increasing data security, effectively using Power BI, and many more has been discussed effectively. With the changing times, it has become imperative for organizations to upgrade their technology for HR system and unleash the power of human beings. The insights of today's discussion will surely help our young minds in true sense for our future endeavors. Now, I would request Radhika to extend a vote of thanks.
Thank you, Aditi. With great joy, I would like to extend a hearty vote of thanks to all those who have contributed to make Manusandhan 2021 a grand success. The NL Dalmia Parivar is honored to thank our panelist, Mr. Nilesh Dange sir, for his insights on how tech has brought about a change in the organization, be it remote working, cloud-based HR, employer branding, employee wellness, HR analytics, learning and recruitment. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your knowledge with all of us. Moving on, Mr. Pranab Chetia shed light on how organizations can unleash the power of its workforce by using digitalization. For doing this in a sustainable way, the organization should promote the culture of building a digital mindset. This is one of the employee value propositions that organizations can offer. We all had a great time listening to you, sir. Mr. Dolphy Govies provided valuable insights and his expertise on how work culture is about, how earlier the work culture was about getting the job done, and now how it is more employee focused. The pandemic has indeed given us an opportunity to reshape the culture, and in the future, organizations will focus on building a culture of individual purpose. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your words of experience. Ms. Moshmi Mandal enlightened us with her views on how pandemic has accelerated the digital trends. But with digitalization, it is important to see if the organization is ready for the change. And it is not just about transformation of the operations, but transforming the workforce. And this can be done by taking into considerations of the end users. Thank you, ma'am. Your insights were really valuable, and it was indeed an enriching experience. Last but not the least, I'm so grateful towards our moderator, Ms. Baljeet Chabra, ma'am, for smoothly connecting all the dots of the theme and unfolding various aspects of HR Tech. Ma'am, you really got the best out of each of the panelists. Thank you so much for making this event a magnificent success. We all know that it is not one person's job to make an event successful, but requires efforts of many and contribution of many. I, on behalf of the Institute, extend a sincere gratitude towards our panelists for taking time out of their busy schedules and gracing the event with their presence. Also, our event partners, HR Shapers, for helping in branding and promotion of the event. Our secretary, Shailesh Dalmia sir, has motivated us always to explore various opportunities and supported us in every way. Our CEO, Professor Seema Saini ma'am, has always encouraged us to go beyond our curriculum and traverse the ocean of knowledge. And our director, sir, Mr. Vijay Ramchandran, has always been a source of inspiration to us. Today, on this platform, I would like to extend a heartfelt gratitude on behalf of my entire batch. Dr. Carol ma'am and Dr. Nitin Sharma sir have been a wonderful mentor and a guiding light to us throughout this journey. Thank you so much for always walking that extra mile with us. Also, I would like to thank our esteemed faculty members and the non-teaching staff for their continuous support. A special thanks to the marketing department of our institute for branding promotion of this event and to ensure that this event would go on without any technical glitch. Last but not the least, the student committee of Manusandhan has indeed done an immense hard work and enthusiasm in taking this event ahead. A round of applause for all the committee members. I sincerely thank the faculty members, the industry guests, the alumni, and the students who attended this event in large numbers and made this event a huge success. It would not have been possible without you all. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to hand over this platform to Aarti.
Thank you so much, Radhika. The exciting journey of Manusandhan 2021 has come to an end, but it has indeed left us with numerous value-adding thoughts and perspectives. Ladies and gentlemen, we express our heartfelt gratitude for your presence throughout the event today. We hope to see you all once again next year in large numbers.
Now, we would like to hand over the platform to the General Management Committee Convener, Anshul and Tanvi. I would request all the students to please stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditi, and thank you so much for being there, Baljeet, Maushmi, Nilesh, Pranab, Dolphy. Thank you so much for being here on your Saturday evening. So thank you very much for joining, guys. Thank you. We'll stay connected.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. All the best to the graduating batch. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
We would wait for the panelists to join in and start after 5 minutes.
Hello, all the best, guys. I would request the gathering to kindly keep their audios on mute, videos and speaker views on. Technological evolution is the result of our own desire to lead a better life. With this inspiring quote by R.S. Ambly, let us commence our event, GM Tech.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I, Tanvi Midbandar, along with my co-anchor Anshul Dondial, on behalf of the General Management Committee, welcome you all to the online international conclave, GM Tech, organized by NL Dalmia Institute of Management Studies and Research. I'm glad to welcome our honorable dignitaries, our CEO, Ma'am Dr. Seema Saini, Director, Sir Professor Vijay Ramchandran, eminent speakers, department heads, esteemed faculty members, and my dear friends. NL Dalmia Institute of Management Studies and Research was established in the year 1995 by our honorable founder, late Sri Niranjan Lalji Dalmia, with a vision to become a world-class management institute. Currently, NL Dalmia Institute of Management Studies and Research ranks among the top B schools of India and is among the most preferred business schools in Mumbai. Technology is a powerful driver of both evolution and proliferation of innovation. Innovation is a primary source of competitive advantage for companies in essentially all industries and environments and drives forward efficiency, higher productivity, and differentiation to fit a wide variety of needs. Moving ahead with this thought, I invite Anshul Dondial to introduce the head of General Management Department, Dr. Vaishali Kulkarni.
Thank you, Tanvi. Dr. Vaishali Kulkarni brings with her 20 years of academic and 8 years of industry experience. She is the head of accreditations as well as faculty in charge of the entrepreneurship cell. On this occasion, we request ma'am to address the gathering.
Yeah, good afternoon. Very warm welcome to all our esteemed panelists. Mr. Macario Fernandez, Mr. Sandeep Ranade, Mr. Sriram Kane, Mr. Rojin Thomas, and Mr. Samir Kolekar. Our placement partners, alumni members, our CEO, Dr. Seema Saini, faculty members, and students to the International Conclave 2021, organized by NL Dalmia Institute of Management Studies and Research. Thank you so much for investing your time with us. Today, we have an extremely intellectual panel who will be addressing the topic Tech Innovation, the accelerator for transformation. The panelists will be talking about the trends in technology and innovative practices and their impact on businesses. I believe recent developments in frontier technology, including artificial intelligence, robotics, machine learning, etc., have shown tremendous potential for sustainable development. Technology and technology innovations is no longer a nice to have, but a strategic imperative that is a vital part of decision being made today. With the right approach, companies can use innovative technology to create rapid responses, shape the journey to the future, and set tomorrow's standards. As we all know, customers, employees, and the market have all changed forever due to the pandemic. Ambitious companies won't try to build a bridge to the past, but instead embrace the disruption and use their investments to design a new future. I hope the conclave puts you on this path. I congratulate the General Management Committee faculty members and students for selecting the theme, which is very apt in today's business scenario. Also, I would like to extend my warm acknowledgement to our institute's management for providing this platform where students could gain knowledge from industry experts and interact with them. So let's start the panel discussion. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. It gives us immense pleasure to launch the first ever magazine by Team GMC named General Management E-Magazine. The General Management E-Magazine is an illustrious initiative by the General Management Committee of NL Dalmia Institute of Management Studies and Research to bring in creative ideas and solutions on different management topics. It's a platform for students to portray their creative writing skills and express their thoughts on various topics. The theme for the magazine this year is Data, the New Oil. Like oil, for those who see data as fundamental value and learn to extract and use it, there will be huge rewards. We are in a digital economy where data is more valuable than ever, and so the General Management Committee has launched their magazine on the theme of Data, the New Oil, where the students and alumni have shared brilliant articles backed by factual data, which will help every one of us in enriching our knowledge and ponder our thoughts. I'd request Dr. Macario Fernandez to virtually reveal our vaccine. Thank you, sir. Moving on. Thank you, sir. Moving on. The theme for today's conclave is Innovation and Technology, and the sub-theme for GymTech panel discussion is Innovation, Acceleration for Transformation. Technology is a powerful driving force in innovative capacity, particularly as it pertains to both the evolution of innovations and the way they proliferate. Technology is innately scalable, demonstrating a consistent trend towards new innovations as a result of improving upon current ones. A proper perspective to face a challenging environment, taking risks, and exploiting one's ability with the best strategy implementation is crucial. In the presence of all the dignitaries here, we look forward to gathering insights on the various strategies adopted by organizations for surviving the global competition. We may now begin with our panel discussion. The panel comprises of 5 panelists. I'd request Janvi Mehta and Vedant Wankhede to introduce our distinguished panelists, starting with Dr. Macario Fernandez, who will also be the moderator for today's panel discussion.
It's an honor to introduce Dr. Professor Macario Fernandez, who's currently the CEO of Steenberg & Partner Limited, UK. He has an extensive experience of 22 years. He is also a founder-owner of Macarism Group and Macarism Humanities Trust. He has worked as a senior corporate executive in strategy and integrated marketing for over 4 decades. He is a visiting faculty for international business management programs in many leading institutes across all continents. Dr. Macario Fernandez has been an author of 5 books. He's also a managing trustee of welfare organization and educational institutions. Dr. Macario has a diverse experience of working for companies like Godrej, Dufa, Tata, IBA Group, and also in the academic educational sector. He is a wisdom management leadership consultant and a family business coach. Sir, I request you to kindly share your views on the theme for today's panel's discussion.
Sir, you're muted.
Yeah, good day to you all. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes.
I say good day because it's a good morning here in the UK, and it's a good afternoon to all of you out there. I would just be a little, I would say, humble enough in wanting to have my views, being a moderator, at the end of the other fellow panelists, because I think that's what etiquette is about. So I'll reserve my opening comments after my fellow panelists are introduced and they express their own. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your insights on today's theme. We look forward for an exciting panel discussion.
Sure.
Let me introduce Mr. Samir Kolekar. Presently, he is working as a senior manager, BI and analytics at Prime Video in London. He has 11 years of experience in analytics, business intelligence, and machine learning. Prior to Amazon, he worked as a management consultant at US-based analytics consulting firm ZS Associates. His experience spans across different subject areas like OTT entertainment, retail, healthcare, and FMCG. Sir graduated in information technology from the Indian Institute of Information Technology, Allahabad, in 2010. He was a research associate at EPFL, Switzerland, where he did a research project on human-computer interaction before entering the corporate world. At present, he is pursuing a part-time MS in Advanced Computing Technologies at Birkbeck, University of London. We are elated to have you, sir. Sir, I request you to kindly share your views on the theme for today's panel's discussion.
Thank you. Can you hear me fine?
Yes, sir.
Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing well. It's great to be between the younger minds of the new world and like our country. There's a very common phrase we use at Amazon, which is called "it's still day one," which means that we still function at like if it's like a day one to our company, which means that we don't ever stop innovating. Over the past few years, I've had three big learnings. One, complexity should be the problem, not the solution. The simplest solution is always the most innovative. Second, you can innovate better if you know who your customers are and if you work backwards from their needs. And third, and the most important, innovation will never cease to exist. It's in human beings' innate nature to use technology to solve day-to-day problems. Technology is not something that is abstract. It's not only using computers. Computers today have become a medium of innovation. But by definition, technology means the application of science or scientific knowledge for practical purposes. I'm sure you'll know that today we are living in the Industry 4.0 era. It all started in the year 1784 when we started using machinery and steam power to weave loom. Then came the Industry 2.0, 100 years kind of later in 1870, when we started mass production by applying assembly line and electrical energy. Then came the 3.0 version, which was in 1969, when we started using computers and electronics for automation. And today, it's Industry 4.0, where it's all about cyber physical systems and Internet of Things. Yeah, there's a hot topic today, Internet of Things. Imagine you sleep in the night wearing a smartwatch. In the morning, it detects your pulse to know that you're awake and lets Alexa know that you're awake. Alexa then talks in the background to your coffee machine to brew your coffee, while it looks at your calendar to tell you about your schedule. Alexa also tells you the best time to leave your house and schedules a map in your smart car to tell you the best route to your office. In the evening, when you're back home, the smart camera at the door senses you and unlocks the door and lets Alexa know that you're home. The lighting and the temperature in your room is set to optimum, and Alexa opens Prime Video or Netflix and starts a television show that it knows you want to watch based on your personalized data. It's not like a dream. I think like we have all used to watching this on a sci-fi movie, but it's all happening today. And if you read between the lines of my last few paragraphs, you would have noticed that we have three key entities here. One, hardware, second, software, and three, data analytics and machine learning. But there's also one other important thing involved in this thing, which is called management. It could be people management, product management, project management, or program management. I work for Prime Video in my role involves using data analytics, product management, and science to simplify the process of acquiring, producing, marketing, and launching content on our service and improve the overall customer experience. As you might have guessed, there is a lot of customer behavior analytics involved in this. The end goal for this is to help customers find their title of choice easily based on innumerable internal and external factors at that point in time. I also work with finance managers who run modeling to assess the optimum cost that we need to put in to acquire, produce, and market content. I could talk about this for hours, but I'll move to something that is more important and interesting to you. Of course, there are great software teams that work towards this, but the other key contribution is made by management professionals like you who become product managers, program managers, and project managers of this world. You'll be happy to know that in today's world, a good product or solution needs an excellent product manager who can use their management skills and vision to define the roadmap of that product. And like the product managers define the most important and the most complex thing, which is the problem, and then work backwards to run a proof of concept to present it to the CEOs. We also need visionary program and project managers to bring along huge teams together to translate the product use cases into technical language that teams can understand. Of course, for people who are from science background, you can opt to become a consultant or an engineering manager that plays different roles at different times. And people from finance background can play a key role to run models to assess the economic impact of every decision that is made. I think you all know the key to all of these things is that industry needs leaders who can make things happen. And I think we all need young minds like you, who can innovate, think ahead of time, and then make things happen for the world. And to close it, I'll say it's still day one, because we as human beings will never stop innovating. And thank you for listening to me. I'll hand over to the so I close my talk and hand over to the next panelist for discussion.
Sure. Thank you, sir, for sharing your insights on today's theme. We look forward for an exciting panel's discussion.
I'm honored to introduce Mr. Sandeep Ranade. He is co-lead Quantitative West India and Head of Media Insights, Kantar, South Asia. He has been in research for 26 years and has worked across both client and market research agency side. He has been with Kantar since July 2012. He has extensive experience in FMCG, telecom, and media sectors. He has led teams across locations to help clients build their brands and solve their critical business issues. We welcome you, sir. I request you to kindly share your views on theme for today's panel discussion.
Thank you, Vedant. Thank you. Honored to be here. And I would want to start with what Samir mentioned, like it is the day one. The cricket players say, and we all say in our office, play every match as if it is your last match, which in a way somewhere complements what Samir was saying, like it is day one, right? Now, let me start and I'll add on to what Samir said, and I'll come more from the side of marketing, right? Today, consumers have multitudes of choice, right? And when there are multiple players trying to service them, we talked about it at the start, they need a competitive advantage, right? And searching for that comes in innovation, right? And we have seen how our lives have been changed in the last 2 years, where a lot of innovations were forced upon us. Companies were forced to innovate as the pandemic hit us and things changed. So what I'll do is I'll actually give you 2 examples and then hand over back to Vedant, and then let's go ahead with the discussion. So let's start with a marketing concept, and I think you guys would have studied in your marketing lectures, System 1 and System 2. I hope you guys have heard about System 1 and System 2. So System 1 is your instinctive response, where you don't think. That's why it is also called emotional. And System 2 is more thought through, logical response to something. Now, when marketeers come to a market research agency, the field in which I am in, they come searching for insights. And what I'm talking about is making creative or content. It is very important for marketeers to make content and inform the consumers that they are there as a brand, what is their message, or even persuade them to buy. Right? Now, in this, how would you do your research? And not getting into research, you would go show the creative, whether it's a TV creative, whether it's a digital, whatever way we follow, ask questions, which is again, if you think a system 2 response. What if you are able to gather system 1 response of the consumers? And why is it important? If I make a creative which is not good, one, there is a cost of making a creative. Let's say a TV ad, anywhere between 10 lakh rupees, Indian rupees, to crores if you have a celebrity like a Dhoni or a Virat Kohli or a Akshay Kumar in it, right? Now, if it's a bad creative, you are spending more money behind it and putting that bad creative in front of consumers. You're losing a lot of money. So it's better to pre-test it before you put on air. Now, instead of just say, I show that creative to Vedant or Janvi and ask them questions, what if I'm able to get their system 1 response? And that's called facial coding. There's a technology behind it. Let's not get into it. So as they watch a creative, their facial expressions get recorded. They don't know what is going to come next. So either they are smiling or their face is showing a frown or sadness. It all gets captured. And post showing a creative, we also ask them questions on the creative. Now, what if I am able to mix and combine both the system 1 and system 2 response together and then go back and tell whether this creative is good enough and work and not? Right? So again, technology coming in. How do you make a system which is efficient, not very costly, scalable? You can take it to rural India, you can take it to smaller towns and do the measurement. That's facial coding. That's one part of it. The second, I think you talked about your e-magazine today, which was talking about data is oil. So again, our company is a leader in creative pre-testing. And if I talk digital, we would have tested globally more than 230,000 creatives. So what if we use AI ML to create an intelligent platform where all the past tests of the last 5-6 years are fed in, right? And the platform learns as you keep on testing new creatives through it. So if I get a new creative from a client, say Amazon Prime, just as an example, wants to test a creative before it goes on air. It's a digital creative. Instead of actually going to a Janvi or a Vedant or their target audience, we put it through this AI ML platform that we have, which is already sitting with 230,000 cases fed in. It breaks the creative into multiple parts, understands them, uses its learnings, and predicts whether this creative will work or not. So yes, even our industry is at a tipping point today. A lot of innovation happening, which is in this case more efficient, is scalable, and gives you actionable insights. That's where the industry is going. I have many examples, but just these two to start with. And going back to you, Vedant, so that we can proceed and come back to the discussion later.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to take the opportunity to introduce Mr. Rojan Thomas. He's currently working with Oracle as a part of Technology Solutions Engineering, serving large enterprises and conglomerates through their digital and data transformation journey. We also provide solutions which include converged database, enterprise security solutions, 5G, data management, modern application development for private and public clouds. Earlier, he was associated with Nokia and served multiple positions in multiple geographies that include India, Middle East, Africa, and Asian. He has a brilliant academic record, having marketing management and Bachelor's of Engineering from University of Mumbai. Sir, we are elated to have you with us. Kindly enlighten the gathering on the theme for today's panel discussion.
Hello, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me. So thanks, Vedant, for that introduction. So yeah, and regarding the topic, I think, my fellow panelists have already given insight into the space into which the respective they are working in. And the view I see is how the organization thinks looks at things today, right? The organizations have to be thinking, use what are the tools they have to be sustainable. So basically, one of the important tools we have, we're talking here is innovation. So why innovation, right? Innovation is required to serve your customers better, right? To improve the way you deliver things in a cheaper or in a cost-effective manner. And also to ensure that you are able to launch products and services which are different to your competition. Basically achieve competitive advantage, as we heard in the introduction of this seminar itself. So it's very important. And for all this to happen, the important ingredient there it comes is technology. So someone says, it actually this city of Accenture friend said every company today is a technology company. What today gives an advantage to a customer or an organization is this technology advantage. That is where you see development teams getting structured in every company where the IT organizations have to transform. It is just not about operating the systems they have. They have to understand what their customers are demanding, because customer tastes and the are changing very rapidly. So they have to adopt to the changing tastes of the next generation, the generation who are just on digital platforms. So probably, our children who are studying at homes, they are exposed to things which none of us have ever contemplated because of the situation in the last 2 years. The way they are looking at data, the way they are interacting with systems is very different from any of us who have gone through. And how they will look at, everything on them, for them is a systemic view. So that is how the new products will be shaped. So unless you have deep insights on those, your core product areas or service areas, you will be at a disadvantage compared to the newbies who are going to come in. And that is where innovation is required. And innovation is also about failing fast. It's just not about that all what you do will be successful, right? Ability to take that, because in a culture of India, we don't have the failing is a very bad word, what I've seen in academics or anywhere in our society. But failing fast is very important. You are able to learn from your gaps or your failures and move ahead. That's where what will matter. And those are the societies or those cultures which are making the move in this space, right? The big giants, the hyperscalers, the cloud players, and the good part of what's happening today in the world is the ability to do those technology aspects have become more simpler thanks to cloud, right? You are able to do that today. Technologist doesn't need to invest into hardware or create an infrastructure to build all this for himself. All those services today in infrastructure and platform is available as a cloud service. And all those capabilities which Mr. Sandeep mentioned about AI, ML, all those are available on the cloud. So that's just you have to use those, and then it's all your creativity and your intelligence or your innovation to make those to work for you, right? And with the onset of 5G, those cloud technologies will be mobilized. When I say mobilized, it should be in your hand, right? So you're traveling with your cloud on your hand, right? And it will be available at your choice. And this kind of services it can unleash is, and all that is tied to innovation. So the barriers of innovations I see is unleashed with cloud and 5G. So these are things which are already in works. Cloud is very much available today in all geographies, including India. Public cloud and private clouds. 5G is something we are waiting for. It has got government and our operators to work towards that. It's not so there's a regulatory part of it. But this is where innovation and technology aspects converge. So I would go back to Vedant, and this is where I would like to leave it. And hopefully in our discussions, we will talk about these in length. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insights. We look forward for an exciting panel discussion. Over to you, Janvi.
I'm glad to introduce Mr. Srirang Kane. Mr. Srirang Kane is currently working with Sequitech as Senior Director Sales and is responsible for product and channel sales in India. Sequitech is an Indian cybersecurity product and service company whose AI and ML-driven technologies ensure that enterprises are armed against threats known and unknown, and drive down the cost of ownership. He has worked in the corporate world for over 28 years with companies like McAfee, Contact America, and Simon Tech, where he worked as a director alliance. He has completed his master's in computer management from University of Pune. He is a vibrant sales and marketing professional with experience in fields like consulting and services, business development, and customer relationship management. We welcome you, sir. Sir, I request you to kindly share your views on the theme for today's panel's discussion.
Thank you, Janvi, and good afternoon, my esteemed panelists. Very happy and excited to be a part of this panel discussion. Especially, I really like to engage with youngsters like you because I also have a son probably of your age, and I and he always have a very good interaction when it comes to innovation and what things are working, how we are using those technologies in our day-to-day work. So very excited to be a part of this. Now, my 2 cents on to what we are going to talk about today, innovation, acceleration for transformation. Basic definition of what is innovation or what is technology innovation. It is simply put, it's a new improved product or process whose technological characters are significantly different from before. Technological advances are changing the world and how we live. That's what I call it as innovation. And why innovation is important for business successes today. If you look at it, we all have heard the phrase adopt or die, haven't we? And for businesses to achieve success in today's modern world, this is a universal truth. Take, for example, the massive expansion in technological advancements in the past decade. Because of this extreme growth, businesses have been forced to adapt and expand more than before. This increasing need for growth and change also provides a great deal of opportunity for businesses. Almost every one of us will agree that growth in technology has been the biggest improvement to life in the past 30 years or so. And as a result, companies that embrace innovation have had sizable advantage in ultimately meeting the demands of their customers. Simply put, companies cannot afford to stay afloat if they do not embrace innovation and change. There are 3 critical factors on the importance of innovation in businesses today. Innovation helps companies grow. Innovation keeps organizations relevant. And innovation helps organizations differentiate themselves. Correct. So this has been my learning over past 28, 29 years that I have been working in the corporate world. And I have seen how innovations have happened over a period of time. And when we talk about innovations today, couple of things that comes on the technology front is your AI, which everyone talked about. AI is artificial intelligence, as it is known world over, continues to be the most keenly observed technology trend. AI these days is directly affecting the work that we do and the way we live. And I am the classic example of that because in the business that we are, which is into cybersecurity, AI and ML, these are the key things which are actually helping us to be ahead of the criminals, cyber criminals. Third thing that I look at is robotic process automation, which is RPA, which is famously known as automating the jobs like ML and AI. RPA is a use of software automation business process, such as interpreting applications, processing transactions, replying to emails, so on and so forth. Third one we talked about was edge computing, where Microsoft Azure or Google Cloud or AWS have been dominating this particular vertical. VR and AR, virtual reality and augmented reality, which is another technology trends that has set to change. If you look at VR is immensely used in internet environment, is used in user. VR is immensely the user in an environment, and AR enhances that environment. VR has also so far only been tried in the gaming sector, and to a certain extent has also been used in training, an example of which is virtual ship. This is a simulation software used by the defense services, mainly the Army, Navy, and the Coast Guard of the United States. Another innovation that I look at is blockchains, which is blockchain is a technology predominantly related to cryptocurrencies. Internet of Things, which Samir talked about, and cybersecurity, which is where I am deeply involved into. So these are a couple of observations that I have, and I strongly believe that innovation is the one which accelerates all of us to live in a better world today. So thank you. Over to you, Janvi.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your insights on today's theme. We look forward for an exciting panel discussion.
Thank you, Janvi and Vedant. I now request Dr. Macario Fernandez to share his views on the theme for today and begin with the panel discussion.
Oh, sure. Thank you very much. Well, it happens to be a lovely Saturday here. And being a weekend, I generally tend to be very relaxed. But I've been now put in a very serious situation. So you're going to have a combination of both, something that's very relaxed, very interesting, and very serious too. Considering my background, which is over the last 45 years, which has been a blend of both academics as well as corporate, I'd like to give you a take on both of these aspects. When Dr. Vaishali approached me and said, we want you to be a panelist, I said, fine, I mean, it's very easy, it's okay. And then she said, oh, you got to also be a moderator. Now that's when I was told, well, you got to be in moderation and don't try to do any overkill. So here I am. What I did was I did a thematic analysis because this is what the theme is all about. And I found today's topic, the themes would really be centered around 4 components, or what we call the 4 elements. The first being technology. Now, technology is usually considered a very non-human activity, which is having a machine intervention. But I'd like to bring in an innovative dimension which says, no, it has to be an interface between man and machine. So that's my first clarity in terms of the component. And it involves more a left brain, which is a very rational approach. The second concept or the second element is on innovation, where usually people mix in terms like ideation and creativity and originality and discovery and I would say invention. But when it comes to a business context, it is to have a commercial dimension. So innovation, if it does not have a commercial dimension, it remains as an invention, where a technology is technology, but it's not been applied. So we're looking at an innovation which is definitely commercial relevant, and therefore now the innovation takes more of an emotional bias, I would call, or favor. So here you have technology which is rational, you have innovation which is the right brain, that's emotional. So you have the deployment of your left brain and right brain in both of these elements, which is technology and innovation. The third component which I see is acceleration. Now we've learned that in physics, all of us, that generally when you're talking about acceleration, it's wanting to cover larger areas or larger lengths of dimensions over a shorter period of time at a faster rate. So this is exactly what technology is going to be doing or is doing to innovation. It's not just creating a velocity, but it is accelerating it. It's at a more faster pace. And the fourth, which is transformation. Now, I consider transformation to be way beyond, because a lot of technology, even currently, is being used for transaction and for transition. Okay. But we're looking at innovation where we're trying to change the form of whatever we're trying to consider. And this is where, the real challenge is not just developing technology for transaction and transitions, but we're looking at trying to develop technology which is innovative for a transformational change. Now, if I would look at the context of this topic, especially since we are addressing the management students, you will need to integrate all of these concepts. So you may either be a finance specialized person or an HR specialized or an operations or a systems. I mean, the list is endless. And just to share my personal experience, I have an academic qualification in almost most of these areas, but I wasn't qualified for HR, human resources. And for the last 15 years, I'm doing human resources. So it's really integration of whatever knowledge you gather. So we're looking at a context in decision making, because if you're a management student, you're going to take decision in areas of technology, of innovation, of accelerating all of these processes in order to ensure that your organization transforms both internal and external. So we are looking at transformation of products. So people who are in engineering, manufacturing, production would really get involved, marketing. We're talking about transformation of people, because here, there again, HR comes on the scene where the people transformation happens. The third is processes, where you transform processes through innovation, which again, we're talking about activities and processes and systems. And then we're looking at a phenomena. How can we transform phenomena, which is trying to change a whole infrastructure of a place that we live in environmentally, ecology-wise. And finally, of course, profits, where the finance person comes in, because ultimately the business is going to ask you, are you really adding to the bottom line? Which again goes back to the definition of innovation. It has to have commercial relevance. Now, this is where I looked at in today's corporate world. So I looked at the student view. In corporate world, we're taking decisions not individually. There were times when an individual would take a decision, but today we're really talking about integrating people taking joint decisions, which means you're talking about an organization who is going to supplement and complement technology and innovation and an aim to transform again at an accelerated pace. On one hand, we say, yes, life is long, we have a long time to live. But on the other hand, we've got to deliver short-term goals as well as long-term visions and missions and things like that. So we're looking at an era which we are passing through what I call for example, manufacturing 4.0. We are already in manufacturing 5.0. And there is a new era, which is called the society 5.0. This is where people are going to interface themselves more with robotics. So I think the real near future is society 5.0. We are not anymore going to talk about just manufacturing 5.0. It has to be cross-functional, not just function specific, and again, relevant to humans, which is very societal. So we're talking about, I just end with a statement which says, a society 5.0, which is really a new concept. It's meant to achieve advanced convergence between cyberspace and physical space that we live in, enabling what's called the artificial intelligence, using big data, using robotics, in order to perform and support whatever kind of decisions we take in order to transform the lives that we live for now and for future. So that's my take on the topic. Thank you. So do I now go ahead with the discussion?
Yes, sir.
And all that I said was really reinforcing my fellow panelists who are absolutely specialized in areas which is systems, research, marketing, technology, security. So here we're talking about really a confluence of ideas, confluence of concepts, confluence of opinions and views that each of us have out here. any of our panelists to contribute, or should I move ahead with the discussion? Okay. I have with me a pool of 5 questions, and if I were to consider 5 or 6 minutes to be dedicated to each of these, we'd be able to cover the 30, now I would say 25 minutes allocated for this particular slot. The first one which I have is what technological innovation goals is the world or global industry looking towards in the next 5 to 6 years? Now, either you raise your hand and you unmute and speak, or do you want me to call out each panelist to have their views? What would be preferred?
I can go first, Mac, if you want, and then
Sure.
I'll also be happy to know more about like our like fellow people. I mean, yeah, it's a very broad question actually, and that will define where the world heads in the next decade. I think there are kind of innovations around like Internet of Things and data processing and machine learning. I think all of these things lead to artificial intelligence. Intelligence is not a technology. I think it is the result of machine learning, kind of natural language processing, data kind of speed working towards a single goal. I think that's where industry headed towards kind of right now. I mean, so data processing is like a big challenge at the moment, because we still have delays and lags which don't enable machines to make decisions quickly in real time. So I think that's where we are headed to the next 5 years. And of course, I think the next big technology is around like kind of natural language processing, where machines can learn cognitive technologies and try to understand what humans are saying and try to read through the vast documentation that we have. And of course, the world and our kind of global leaders are like trying to use these technologies to kind of help promote this like a sustainable development goals, which like is around, like I think we have around like 17 different goals kind of globally, but I'll just name like a few of them, like no poverty, or like having zero hunger over the world, like clean water, kind of sanitization and better healthcare for our citizens. I think those are some goals that our global leaders want to use the technology for. So I think as we see in the movies and all, like artificial intelligence is of course can be bad, but like it's more for the betterment of humanity overall.
Okay, I think since we're going through the order, since Samir opted for being the first, may I invite Sandeep for his views, please?
Yeah, thank you. So just to add to what Samir was saying, I think it's a very broad question. And apart from the various technologies Samir mentioned, I think if you look at a person's life in the next 5 or 10 years, that will be impacted across everything. So if you look at money or finance, I don't know whether blockchain would have replaced banking by then, right? The entire way, the health, again, the way technology would come in health, and a lot of things happening would have changed. Mobility, and people now say, I like driving. I don't know whether by the time we say our kids grow, whether they will have drivers driving the car, or they will just sit in the car and do their stuff and the car will drive themselves. So it's a very broad question, I would say. And as Samir said, each person's life is going to be impacted by multiple ways by the way technological innovation is coming in. And that's what I think. Back to you, sir.
All right. Third, I would invite Roshan, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So how I would put an enterprise or a business spin to this, what are the goals they are looking at? So obviously businesses are not for, they are here for a goal, right? Maximization of their profits and continuous revenue growth. So that is where the offensive strategy. So the goal is to innovate and make themselves the greatest and the best, right? Then there is an efficiency goal. Do things at the lowest cost, do more with less. That is the efficiency goal. And third would be their defensive goal. While all is happening and we are getting more and more integrated to each other, there is the aspect of security, which Srirang sir would much appreciate. You know, Things like when you are connecting to each other, there's an aspect of opening our arms and but being at the same time being secure for it. So I think these are the goals. While the goals of transformation towards innovation, towards maximization of the reduction of cost, more efficiency, and innovation to maximize their profits and to know their customer better and to launch better products and services. So I mean, so these are the primary goals, I would say, from enterprise perspective. Thank you, sir.
All right. I invite Sriram, please.
Yeah, I think most of the panelists have expressed their views, and I fully agree with them. One of the key things that we all have noticed in the last 2 years of this unfortunate event that happened across the globe, which is pandemic, which actually put use to the technology innovations that had happened. People talked about virtualizations and other things, and do this virtual meetings. Today we are doing this virtual stuff, but a couple of years back, exactly 2 years back, before this happened, people insisted that we want to connect and meet face to face. Though I strongly believe that that's the way to go ahead. But had we not got these technology innovations, it would have been absolutely difficult for all of us to survive this phase and come out successful. Today, while we have leveraged on the technology piece of communication, it has also opened avenues for security, ensuring that you are safe and you are transacting in a safe manner, even though you are working remotely or not even able to see it. Mobility is another thing, which is a big thing. Today, how many of us have visited your bank branches? I don't remember for last 4 years that I have been to any of my banking related needs. I have been to the banks. Everything that we are doing is on the mobile. And that is where I strongly believe that innovations have helped us to live better, create wealth for all of us, and have a better life. So innovations, couple of things that Samir also talked about: data. I spoke about cybersecurity. My fellow colleagues talked about other innovation aspects. I think innovation is the way to go ahead.
Thank you, Sriram. I'll just give you my take in about 2 sentences. When Samir mentioned 5 to 6 years, we're looking at even just 1 year. I don't know how obsolete the second year would be, but definitely having a perspective, do something currently so that we hope it survives for 5 or 6 years and lives, the technology lives its product life cycle. And that's all which I've got to say, which means we've got to continuously innovate every year and move on to the next year. And that's how I think with a summation of short terms, we should be able to get the long term through. Just to summarize whatever my fellow panelists mentioned, Samir brought in the concept of sustainable goals, which are 17 of them. That's from the United Nations. And yes, I think a lot of technology today is being put to test. Does it fulfill the sustainability? And I think that's going to be also the test, not just for the next 5 or 6 years, but I think it's going to remain for long because we need to sustain as a humanity. The second was Sandeep brought in the concept of human centricity. I think he's an expert in consumer insights. So he would always have everything related to in and around the consumer. So whatever happens in the next 5 or 6 years, it has to be consumer centric. And that's the take I have from Sandeep. Rajan brought in concepts of efficacy, which combines efficiency and effectiveness, and even the defensive aspect, bringing in all the 3 combinations, which is minimize something, maximize something, and optimize something. I think that's an absolute right balance for all that we are looking at. And then I had Sriram bringing in the concept which says there's got to be adaptability. Now, the adaptability and obsolescence can also happen. You've got to adapt it in a certain lifestyle, and suddenly after 2 years, you're not doing what you were doing earlier. And I think this is again going to be, the process which we're going to experience over the next 5 or 6 years, which is create something, move on to the next, and the previous one becomes obsolete. So it's just moving on. I think I've kind of summarized whatever each one of us felt. Is there anything else to be said? Otherwise, I move to the next question. Okay. The next is, what are the most important drivers of innovation in the marketplace? Okay, now that's a question which we'll be now discussing. That is, what are the most important drivers of innovation in a marketplace? Could we follow the same, the sequence, Samir?
Yes.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds good. I think the most important drivers of innovation could be like one is customer need, like human need in general, like that, like need or survival for that thing kind of helps us to innovate. And also, I think the most important, the other driver of innovation is also like failing fast is also, like was mentioned by Sandeep. I think we need to fail fast to be able to move on to the next stage of innovation. That's about my kind of 2 cents on this question.
Right. We go to Sandeep.
Yeah, adding to Samir, yes, human need, but I would bring in the part, Mac, you were talking about, which is the short term and long term. So the driver is being, yes, I need to survive in that long term, not just in the short term, is also forcing us to innovate, whether it is organizations or even people. And I think the new kind of things that are picking up today, and I don't know whether it will be a big driver, but I see that coming up, is this whole understanding of environment, saying that, environment is under threat now. So there will be a lot of products and services coming in, keeping in mind that the environment needs to stay. So again, I would put these as not maybe one of the important, but it will pick up over time as a driver. The fact of looking towards the environment and saying whatever new innovative things we bring in our environment safe. And yes, human centricity is there. So back to you, Matt.
Thank you. What about Rojan?
So what I see importantly from a customer perspective, from an innovation perspective, I would say first is understanding customers better. So identifying what your core customers are and what are they, what are the tastes, what are they doing. So that is the first. Then improving the experience of what they are doing today. So what all service or product you're offering, and how are they able to service them better. And the other important area is, and by those trends, launch new products, right? Quickly launch products and new services. Could be add-on, could be a new product altogether. So the big organizations of the world today, the technology organizations of the world today are doing the same. So I think these are the drivers, I would say. Over to you, Pat. Thank you.
Thanks, Rojan. Sriram?
Yeah, I think the innovations in marketplace, there are 3 basic needs. If I was the one, I would look at it. One is simplicity, accessibility, and improving the customer experiences. So these are the 3 things. If you look at any marketplace today, these are the key drivers for innovations. And whoever is able to give them this is able to see the success and is able to grow. So simplicity, accessibility, and improved customer experience.
Thank you, Sriram. Let me take my version of the question, which is, what are the most important drivers? I first would like to classify drivers. Everyone's going to be a driver. All right. So it's a very well worded question, which says we're only looking at most important. Okay. Now, everyone wants to be a driver, and yet everyone wants to be a passenger. So everyone's looking at auto drive. Okay. So I think everyone's going to be involved in this whole process of innovation. The other was, I looked at marketplace. Earlier, I recall the word marketplace was a physical entity. where we would consider it to be. I still recall when I completed my first MBA in finance, and then a second, and then a third. My mom said, "What are you doing marketing? I go marketing every day. And are you going to learn and spend another 2 years marketing?" I mean, her concept of marketing was a marketplace. Okay. And I think today, this whole interpretation of marketplaces, wherever you are, it becomes marketplace. Okay. And I think that's where that concept of mobility would even come in. So I would say everyone's going to be a driver. The degree of importance is going to change very momentarily. At that moment of truth, what is important to you then becomes the most important driver. I just like to summarize the views on this particular question, which is what Samir mentioned. We need to fail fast, because the moment you live on your old past glories, there is no innovation happening. So you need to fail in order to create something new, in order to succeed. Then I looked at what Sandeep mentioned. He brought in this whole ecosystem, which is the environment. Again, earlier we thought environment is only green grass. That's it. But today we are looking at a whole ecosystem which involves just every single element, not just on the earth, but in the universe. So this is where we're looking at the drivers to innovation. Then I looked at what Roshan mentioned. He brought in the core concept, which says everything begins with needs. And I can see the marketing bug in him, which says, it has to be initiated with a need. If there is a need, automatically drivers are created, and you begin to drive the innovation in order to fulfill that need. And he gave one of the clues, which would be either it's going to be a new product development, which could be a leapfrog product, first time in the world, first time to the nation, first time to the consumer. So this whole concept of newness, again, ties in well with the innovation. And then we looked at Sriram's, where he brought in three dimensions, which is simplicity. Yes. We're definitely living in a very complex world. So everyone's looking at something very convenient, very simple, and therefore innovation will always be done to suit the convenience and simplicity of life. The second one, did you say accessibility?
Accessibility,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes. Now, accessibility, yes, because what's happening is there's a huge divide in humanity. There are people who get an access to technology, and there's a whole host of people who are still, there's a massive digital divide. So I think innovation has to be brought in, which can touch every life that's there. So I would look at that to be a real driver for innovation. How does it reach masses so that this digital divide gets narrowed down? And the third thing you brought in was the experiential, the engagement and experience, human experience among people, for yourself, between people, and within yourself. So I think that really covers this question or answers it very adequately. So what are the most important drivers of innovation in the marketplace? I move on to the next question, which says, what are the most important skills needed to be relevant and contributors in this future tech and data-driven world? So we are really looking at skills required as contributions for the future. Okay, let's follow the same trend. Samir.
Thank you, Professor Mac. I think, of course, you need the hard skills. So I'm a kind of fan of science. So, of course, you need to know the science behind technology. So you need to know your hard skills to basically be a part of this innovation. But also for people from management, I think who don't want to go into that kind of science kind of job role. I think industry needs leaders, and to be a good leader, you need to have these leadership principles to basically be a successful kind of leader. One is like customer obsession. So you need to obsess over the customer needs so that you know and can define the exact roadmap of what you want to deliver. Then also like insist on the highest quality standards. I think we are in a very competitive world right now, and we'll not be able to survive unless we insist on be relentless about what we produce and our product quality. And also the next thing is about like bias for action. So you need to implement things fast. Like don't wait until to get more resources or more like things on your plate. Just to like kind of deliver with what you have available at your hand, because like, as again, it's a very competitive world, and like if you don't do it, somebody else will do it.
Yeah,
That's about
thank
it from
you.
my side.
Sandeep?
Yeah, I'll just add on two things to what Samir said, agree with Samir. So one I would see is what Rojin had talked about earlier, the leapfrog product. So it is till horses were pulling the carriages to bringing a motor car or a engine. How does one conceptualize or start thinking that something new which is never there? I mean, it's not coming from experience. It could be very new. So how does one become that way? I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying that's one skill. And the other skill is this huge amount of data that is sitting with us. Yes, even if it's a machine bringing it together, I think you need human mind to connect the dots and make sense out of it. So adding on to what Samir said, just these two things, I think thinking very innovative, and I'm not getting the right word, but thinking beyond whatever is there today, and how do you connect the dots from data coming from various different sources would be the two big skills I would add on to what Samir said. Thank you.
Thanks, Roshan.
Yes, sir. So I pick up a cue from what Mr. Sandeep said there. So basically, as he said, there is a human element of making sense of the information or the data coming through. So data insights management is very important. It's the important skill set. I think when you gather so much data, and this today you have got something called a streaming capability, right? Data generated on the fly from various sources, could be social, could be chat, could be all those sources are sending data throughout. It is not about just that data is gathered and then processed. So gathering, making sense of the data insights. And then there is an element of, and all the systems which is going to be deployed are not going to be deployed on a premise, or it would be mostly in the cloud or in a hybrid model. So cloud economics is another important skill set, right? Where is the particular application or a platform to be deployed, right? It could be in a hybrid model. It could be completely public cloud based. So I would say these two I would call out. One is the data insights management and the economics related to the cloud, right? Where is the element of how much you pay, because in the past it was all licensing. You had to buy a product for yourself for life. It's called perpetual licensing. And now it's all about subscription, right? Like the Zoom service today, you are buying it on a monthly or an annual subscription basis. So the economics related to that is how the industry is driving towards. So I think these are important skill sets to consider, and these are the cost these are the aspects every enterprise need to consider, and how they adopt technology, what technology they will use, and how they will continue their operations and future planning. Back to you, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, Firan.
Yeah, so I think the esteemed panelists have covered almost all the points: customer obsession, quality standards, fast to respond on the data that you collect. Another thing that I think of is you need to think outside of the box instead of you think the way that it is, and what is relevant to your business, your geography, your vertical is relevant. If you are able to identify what is relevant to your business, that will be the biggest skill set and the biggest contributor for your organization to succeed, or if you are an entrepreneur to succeed in whatever businesses that you are doing. So making relevancy of the data that you gather or relevant to your kind of business, your geography, your industry is more relevant according to me. That's the skill set that I think people will need.
Thanks, Sriram. Let me give my take. Here again, we are kind of going back to that most important skills. Now, what I looked at over my last 45 years in the career of both profession and academics, I realized every time I did a skills audit check, I was lacking skills. And every 6 months, I felt, okay, for the next 6 months, I need to develop another skill set. And it became a very endless journey, continuously. And now if I go back, I think I can boast saying that I have all the skills, and yet there are a lot many skills I need to go and follow. So here the concept of most important skills is getting evolved, and it's still continual. The other dimension or the word there was contributors. What can be a contributor? I feel we, on one hand, want to become just like the earlier concept where we said we want to be drivers and yet be driven, which is as passengers. Here again, we are looking at contributors. Yes, fine, great. But we also want to be consumers. Okay. So I want to be a spectator. I want to consume everything around me. And yet I want to offer something to the organization, to the world around, to my family, to the society, etc. And yes, data and information is the best service I can offer. Okay, there are other things which are very tangible, but since we are focusing here in terms of future of data, future of information, I think this is where how well one can really source data, accumulate it, distill it, synthesize it, and present it to whoever requires that data in order to make the person's life better living. Okay. Just to finally summarize the views expressed by the panelists, it was Samir who first came in with, he said it's going to be a combination of hard skill and soft skill. So you've got to really be playing around with both of these. And it should not only be thought skills, but even action skills. So you're looking at a matrix which says hard and soft, thinking and acting. So you have really 4 cells which really would take care of this whole data future use. Then we had Sangeet, who came in with, he said you need skills which are, again, left brain, right brain, which is conceptual. And the other is technical, which is you have, again, a combination of both of these and integrate both of these into your data management, because that's the best way to understand qualitatively and quantitatively how best data can really be analyzed, churned, and offered. Then we went in for, yes, Roshan gave his whole model in terms of how data management used to happen, is happening, and likely to happen in future. For example, the subscription model. I mean, people are looking at it. We earlier would acquire data and it's for keeps forever. But right now, no, there is, again, I got data, fine, I've used it, now I move on, and I need to see it on a daily basis. It's almost on a real-time data basis that we're looking at in terms of for the future, not going into so-called secondary data. I think everyone's interested in creating data, which is primary, and using it for that moment. Then we had Roshan came in with, sorry. Yeah, Roshan again brought the concept of both techno-commercial. It's how does one use data in terms of technology and apply it in terms of commercial relevance. And taking further, the concept of relevancy was Srirang. He said, data is data. I mean, it can be that today there's an overkill of data, but very few who can really understand the relevancy of data. Everyone wants the best software around. Everyone wants the best, application apps around. But are you capable of really using it? And are you picking up the right data, sourcing the right data? Are you analyzing the right data? And is it relevant for that decision making or that situation that you're looking at? Absolutely. All right. We move on now to the next question. I think we're okay on time, right? The facilitator, are we okay on time?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I have two more questions, which should cover another 8 or 10 minutes.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Okay. The next question we have is, why is innovation important for business success? Now we're getting a little more business oriented in terms of, so the question is, why is innovation important for business success? Yes, Samir?
Yes, very interesting question, and I'll go a bit tangent on this. So I'm sure like you all have given CAT like to get into the R&B school, and you would have seen that question in quantitative where it says if one person can build a wall in 8 days, how many people would it need to build the wall in 1 day? And we used to answer like 6 or 8. But I think that's not innovation. That's just brute force. I think technology innovation would mean that one person can still build the wall in 1 day, and that's why businesses need innovation to be profitable. Technology and innovation feeds into the business flywheel to get business into like a higher momentum and make it profitable.
All right, thanks. And Sandeep?
Yeah, just to add, I think we discussed, I think it is all about survival today with the kind of options and choices available and even competition there in the market. It is essential. I mean, not adding more than that, but surviving both the long term and short term. Innovation is essential for an organization.
Okay, and Roshan?
Yeah, to add to it, only the paranoid survive. So you got to be quoting from Andy Grove, right? So you have to be on your toes. Nobody is today sitting in an IC tower. Everybody is, every organization has to innovate, and otherwise you're not relevant. It's also to the individual also. All of us are also have to consider what we are doing today, what will be the future tomorrow. We have to be innovating on that. Thanks.
Thanks, Roshan.
Absolutely. I think innovation, simply put it, innovation actually helps companies grow. Innovation helps or keeps the organizations relevant to the market, because if you don't innovate, you may not be relevant to the market needs and you get obsolete. The third one important thing is innovation helps organization differentiate themselves. If you are able to innovate, you will be able to differentiate yourselves. A classic example is Apple. Today we know that about 30 years back, Apple was almost obsolete, but that iMac happened, they collaborated with Microsoft, and you see today, Apple is considered as the most innovative company in the world today. And their innovations have been used by every single one of us in our day-to-day life, be it their MacBooks, be it their iPods, iPads, or their watches. That's a classic example. So you need to be absolutely innovative and differentiate yourself. So 3 simple things: you need to grow, you need to be relevant, and you need to be differentiating yourselves from the competition.
All right, thank you. I'll just give you my take on what I would consider how does innovation figure in business success. I go back to the definition or concept of innovation, where I felt innovation has to be commercially relevant. Now, when you say commercially relevant, which means it's got to create profits. Now, creating profit happens to be the first motive or the largest motive of a business. So if a business has to survive, it has to generate profit, which means innovation has to have the element of success, and therefore the business success. I look at what has happened currently in the COVID-19 pandemic is what we would normally call success is growing, which I support Srirang on. But at this moment, or at the past moment, recent past, it was survival, which is again what Sandeep mentioned. We started talking about business continuity. We were not really looking at something too strategic. We said there is a firefighting happening. How can technology really help us? And that's where you suddenly realize Zoom and Teams became a common, the milkman and the breadman also started talking about, this. So I would look at how innovation really became relevant in terms of business continuity. And those days are gone where I was given this advice by one of my mentor. You want to remain longer in a company, only talk strategy. Just keep talking strategy. Don't talk tactics, don't talk operations, because then they're going to hold you responsible for the results. But you start talking perspectives, you start talking about strategies, which is 10, 15 years, time frame. You're there in the company for that long. And I think, again, the view of what business success a pandemic has taught us is it's for the moment. Are you able to really survive? Are you able to grow? Are you able to continue? Only then you really are, tick marking the box which says you are a business success. Just to summarize the panelists, we had Samir who spoke about talking about the business has its resources and mobilizing those resources is what in the right fashion would really give it the success. And what would that right approach be? Innovation. So you mobilize your resources in the direction of creating innovation, and that would ensure success. Then we had Sandeep who spoke about the survival, which is not just long term, but it's also got to be short term. So definition of success, again, it's like Paytm, for example. For the last 9 years, they're talking about break even. Okay, now they're saying the break even is going to happen next year. And the IPO, although it was well subscribed, it crashed by almost 30% overnight.
Yes.
So I think it's got to be, so business success is an ongoing process of success, which says it's got to be long term and therefore long term, short term and therefore long term too. Then we had Roshan who brought in a good idea of be paranoid. Okay, now here again, in my childhood, I was told by my parents, don't be paranoid, just take it easy, be comfortable, be cool. You have a long life ahead of you. Don't develop anxiety. But I think today the whole version is be paranoid, have the anxiety, create stress for yourself, because based on that, you're going to ideate and you're going to think at the speed of light and therefore innovate. And that would really be your personal success as well as your business success.
Yeah.
Then we had Yashriram, who spoke about, reinforced again the concept of relevancy. That is, to be relevant, you got to innovate for the business to succeed, survive. And that would involve growing, okay, a continual growing. The pace of growth may keep changing depending upon the kind of, market situation, how well you're responding to the market. And the best way to respond to the market is differentiation, because I think that's one of the best strategies which people talk about competitiveness. And if one were talking about wanting to have a competitive edge, and therefore innovation would really come to the rescue of helping you differentiate. Because the moment you say I'm innovating, automatically you're differentiating. And yes, I think I've summarized it all. I come now to the last question, which says, will technology-driven innovation help or hinder or hamper human-driven innovation? Because the past was obviously human-driven. We are now saying, I'm not sure whether it's helping or hampering or hindering. So I leave it to you guys. Samir, yes, will tech-driven innovation help or hinder human-driven innovation? Yes, Samir.
Yeah, I think it's more sci-fi that like machines have taken over the world and humans are being tormented by machines. Think that's not going to happen. I think it's humans have created technology, and technology is applied science. It's nothing really sci-fi. It's all kind of application of science and management. So I'm sure it will support and help humans to even kind of drive more innovation in future.
Okay, Sandeep.
Yeah, I agree with Samir. I think it's going to help. I think it's us who are doing those innovations, and I think it will be complementing. By I think we will see innovations in areas where we are not even expecting innovation. So I think it will both be together rather than hindering. It will help.
Okay, so we got two helps. Roshan.
Likewise, I also believe the same. If organizations and people stay ethical in the objectives of how they want to or how they want like to complement or so I think there is a I mean, the technology innovations will only aid and help make the progress of how human innovations are done. As Sandeep sir mentioned about, there is a complementary aspect to it, and that's how it will be going. That's my view. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so we got 3 helps so far. Let's looking at Shriram.
I think humans do innovation. I haven't seen anybody else doing innovation. So humans do innovations, and all these innovations, be it on technology or anything, are going to help human beings. So yes, technology innovations will certainly help improve human lives.
Okay, so we have 4 helps. I'm told in any discussion, there's always got to be someone who disagrees. So all along, I felt, yes, I should also say help. But the fact that, so I'm taking a different spin on this, which is I consider it to be a bit of a hindrance. It would certainly help people who are using that technology. But I'm looking at thinking of the innovation. There are going to be very few people who will now only be innovating in terms of thought and coming up with generative ideas. Everyone would want to be using technology, innovative technology, to help themselves. Okay. And I just share this one example. And this happened many years ago when I'd gone shopping to Hong Kong. Okay. And I inquired as to what one unit was price, and the guy said it's 5 Hong Kong dollars. And then I said, how much would 3, if I buy 3 of these units, how much will you charge? He lifted the calculator and he pressed 5 into 3, and he said, this is it, 15. And it struck me for the moment. I said, well, tables, for example. I mean, I used to recite tables up to 25, even when I was in the 3rd grade. And then I had my children who came along, who would only struggle till about 8 or 10 times table. And now I have my grandchildren who just don't want to answer tables. They say, well, I'll turn around, ask Alexa. Now, I somehow feared, I said, oh my God, now what's the innovation here? Is it her thought of accessing Alexa innovator, or she's pure dumb, my granddaughter or my grandson, that they are unable to even think? So this is just a kind of reservation. Will innovation, human innovation, thinking, I'm talking about generating and thinking, will it be only reserved to a few fortunate select people? Earlier, I would look at everyone being an innovation, everyone being creative, everyone becoming an idea generator. Is it going to head in that direction? That's just my apprehension. I hope not. Or it's possible that both can happen. You may have few very classy innovators who really come with innovation, which is applicable to all the masses, the whole humanity. So that's going to be helpful in terms of innovation, technology, application basis. But in terms of generating innovation, I feel there's going to be a very select set of individuals who will be the human innovation. Technology innovation will keep continuing, technology-driven innovation. But I think human-driven innovation may tend to be more, kind of, I don't know, the chosen people. Yeah. Thanks. I think we're all done. Probably now we should be ready to field the questions that are being put to us from the students. Yes.
Okay. So can I say something? Yeah, okay. So the thing is that this is a very, healthy and very nice discussion. We have our next panel starting from maybe 4:30 for the finance specialization. So, sir, is it okay that can we maybe wind up our session maybe within next 3 minutes, so that the finance department can take over the next discussion? Is it okay?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and
Absolutely
maybe the
fine.
questions which maybe students have, we have some questions, maybe we can email it to you or WhatsApp it to you for your expert comments on that. Is it okay?
Yeah, perfect. I think it's
Okay,
perfect. I
great.
think this is exactly what happened even in the previous session. They were not able to because there was a real time overrun, and I think
Yeah.
we too fell into the same trap. Probably this is yes.
So it's bound to happen.
If there are students who have specific, because there are very few students who would ask questions,
Yeah.
but the answers would benefit everyone
Yeah.
else. So what we can do is, if you can give us what is this
Sure.
question bank that
Yeah.
the students
Sure.
are giving,
Yeah.
we five of us would respond,
Sure.
and then the response can be circulated to all of the students.
Yes, that
Even
certainly.
if I may ask the question, I think the whole student fraternity can benefit from answers which are well thought, well written.
Sure, sure.
Absolutely.
We have
In
already
fact, it is
collected the questions and maybe we'll forward it to you. Yeah, over to you,
Vaishali ma'am,
Tanvi.
in fact,
right.
it is a
Thank you.
lesson for us. It's a lesson for us that we should have independent individual
Actually,
conclave.
panels.
So
True.
this way there is enough learning, enough time to the students to
True,
ask
ma'am.
questions and
Sure.
assimilate all the learning.
Yes,
So
yes.
this huge time crunch can be felt in every session now.
Yes,
But
yes.
we had a wonderful discussion, beautiful
Yes.
insights, and I think we'll carry on with that in our next
Yeah.
session. Thank you so
Yes,
much,
ma'am.
all our speakers.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Yes.
Thank
Thank you
you
so
so
much.
much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Vaishali.
Thank you.
Thanks for
Thank you.
having
Thank you,
us.
Dr. Mac. Yeah.
Thank you.
Over to you, Tanvi. Yeah. Tanvi.
Thank you.
Thank you, panelists, for such an insightful discussion. I'm sure that the panel discussion today has left no stone unturned. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all our eminent panelists by felicitating them with a virtual token of appreciation. Dr. Macario Fernandez, the insights that you provided today were insightful and precise. We thank you, sir. Please accept this as a token of appreciation from our team.
Thank you.
Mr. Samir Kolhekar. Sir, thank you so much for the wonderful insights given by you. Please accept this as token of appreciation from our team.
Thank you.
Mr. Sandeep Tanadi, sir. Please accept this token of appreciation for our team for the wonderful insights you provided us.
Mr. Rojan Thomas. Sir, we are glad to have you over here and thank you so much for your insights. Please accept this as token of appreciation from our team.
Thank you. Thank you, Vedant. Thank you all.
Dr. Srirang Kane, sir, we appreciate the time you took out for our event and to share such invaluable insights. Please accept this token of appreciation from us.
Thank you.
Thank everyone for time, to take this event a huge success. And I would hand over the platform to the Finance Forum to take this international conclave ahead. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening to everyone present. Charles Darwin once said it. It is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent that survives. One second. Hello. Yeah. Hello.
Go ahead, Swati.
Still echoing.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's still
Because of
two
gadget
or two
devices
that
yes,
go
yes,
to
ma'am.
one.
Technical team, please.
Yes, ma'am, we'll look after it.
Hello. It's still echoing.
Is it echoing? Mine?
Yes, it is.
Vijay sir, shall we go ahead?
Sir, can we wait for a minute? Vijay sir is checking here. Just we can get back in 2 minutes.
Hello. Yes, sir.
All the best, Swati. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Good evening to everyone present here. Charles Darwin once said, "It is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent that survives. It is the one that is the most adaptable to change." And I believe that is what led to the fintech revolution, an urge for innovation. We, on behalf of NL Dalmia Institute of Management Studies and Research, welcome you all to the International Finance Conclave 2021. I, Swati, along with my co-host Harsh, will take you through the entire event. I would like to call upon Harsh to introduce our esteemed conveyor of the day for the day, Dr. Tarun Agarwal.
Thank you, Swati. Sir has more than 25 years of rich industry leadership experience at a CXO level in banking and financial services with leading banks in India, namely SDFC Bank, ICICI Bank, and State Bank of India. He is a PhD in management and he has to his credit an MBA in finance. He is a fellow of Cost and Management Accountants of India, a certified digital money practitioner from a US university, postgraduate degree in human resources and industrial relations, and a postgraduate degree in financial management with specialization in project management and delivery. He has been consulting McKinsey & Company, E&Y, KPMG, Deloitte, BNY Mellon, Oracle, Accenture, and other impact investment corporations, both nationally and internationally in the above mentioned areas. He has been a recipient of the Stallion Awards in his stints 3 times in a row. He is also fondly known as the India Inclusive Business Leader, having won an award from the International Finance Corporation, the World Bank Group, for his contributions in the digital inclusion space. I would now like Tarun sir to give some opening remarks. Sir, you are on mute.
Sorry. Thank you, Harsh. Thank you, Swati. I'm really humbled. Good evening to all. I'm very happy that we have an eminent panel here. We have with us Mr. Shrikant Patil joining us from Singapore, Mr. Mashur Rahman from Bangladesh. We have Mr. Pramod Nair. We have Mr. Uday Shankar. And of course, we have Ms. Pooja. She's an alumni of the Institute and we are very proud to have her here today. And we look forward to hearing everyone's views on fintech. And I'm sure everyone here is an expert. All the panelists are fully equipped and they have worked very hard in their spaces. And I, on behalf of the management of the Institute, the director sir, my faculty colleagues, and all my dear students, welcome you all to this international conclave on finance. And I'm very happy to be part of it today and look forward to excellent deliberations and learn from this platform. Thank you so much and welcome once again. Back to you, Harsh and Swati.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. We are delighted to introduce you all to our moderator for this event, Mr. Shrikant Patil. Sir is a CEO and Managing Director at DigiAlley, a Singapore-based fintech operating in the area of humanizing digital trust, where he is driving digital identity and data privacy for BYOB, Build Your Own Bank. Mr. Shrikant is a Bachelor of Electrical Engineering from VJTI Mumbai, Masters in Finance from Mumbai University, and holds an Executive MBA from INSEAD. He has also completed an Executive Management program from Penn Wharton, Beijing. Over the last 17 plus years, he has worked for across 15 countries while taking various leadership roles over Oliver Wyman, the Boston Consulting Group, Accenture, and IBM. He has designed and set up digital organizations, including New Age digital organizations, FinTech and GovTech, and innovation think tanks. Mr. Shrikant drives thought leadership by writing regularly in the leading publications, as well as he's a speaker and panelist at conferences and management institutions. We welcome you, sir. I would like to now introduce our first panelist, CA Pramod Nair, sir, an All India rank holder. Sir has varied experience in the FMCG sector across several roles in controlship, business finance, supply chain finance, and operations while he worked for Hindustan Unilever in India and Nepal. He has driven major change management initiatives, including transition of subsidiary, change in supply chain model, process improvements, design and implementation of the SAP, and distributor management systems. His notable skills include business planning, business strategy, performance management, controlship, business model processes, taxation, and ERP implementations. We welcome you, sir.
Let me introduce you all to our second panelist, CA Uday Shankar. He is currently associated with Arcesium India Private Limited as Associate Director, Product Management. a chartered accountant by qualification, a certified Lean Six Sigma Green Belt, and is an ardent cricketer. He holds a rich experience of nearly 15 years in the fintech industry. Mr. Uday has worked in many fields like treasury, hedge fund administration, technology, and has been associated with firms like IndusInd Bank, Morgan Stanley, and Arcesium. He has a wide array of experience in different arms of finance, business process management, process improvement, software development, and product management. Sir believes that learning is a continuous journey and curiosity is its fuel. We welcome you, sir.
Let me introduce you all to our third panelist, Mr. Mohammad Masoor Rahman, an author and a banker. Sir is currently working in Bank Asia Limited with the Credit Risk Management Division of Corporate Office, Dhaka, Bangladesh. Sir has completed his master's in marketing from Dhaka University. He has 15 years of glorious banking experience while working across several divisions. He's also working as book editor of IGI Global, International Academic Publisher USA, and Taylor and Francis Group USA. He has introduced two models, namely Wealth and Welfare Business Model, Sustainable Business Model, and Madhya Banking Model, Sustainable Banking Model, which addresses the problems of existing capitalistic business and banking models and provides solution along with some corrections in the existing models. These models were presented in different national and international conferences and also are under consideration for publication by the USA publisher. He has also worked with the team of Digital MIS. He believes in the ideology of serving humanity. We welcome you, sir.
Our final panelist for the day, Ms. Pooja Chheda, currently working as Director of Forensic Services Department with PwC, Mumbai. She pursued her MBA in Finance and graduation in BCom from Mumbai University. She has over 12 years of experience in the forensic areas like anti-bribery, corruption investigations, due diligence, banking, and compliance reviews. In the past, she has been associated with Deloitte for 5 years in a similar role. She has extensive experience of leading select areas in large investigation engagements, including some that have been covered by the press. She has led assignments for conducting gap assessment and setting up compliance frameworks in accordance with the integrity guidelines of the World Bank for companies. We welcome you, ma'am. Now let us all dive deep into the topic of the day, that is fintech. Fintech, a combination of finance and technology, is a novel approach of creating and delivering financial goods and services in order to increase client retention. Fintech assists stakeholders in responding to change, adapting, and realizing its upside potential. Fintech innovation fosters growth and reach, resulting in resource effectiveness. Today, our esteemed speakers will share their perspective on fintech, building finance with technology.
Words are our only inexhaustible source of knowledge. Considering the same, we are proud to unveil the 24th volume of our biannual magazine, Delta. I would like to invite Ronak Shah to unveil Delta.
Warm greetings from the team, everyone. I know you all are very excited to know what's behind the curtain. Just a few seconds more and the wait will be over. Hello, everyone. I'm Ronak Shah, the Chief Editor of Delta Magazine. Delta, Magazine by Finance Forum, is a financial paradigm for generating and gathering ideas, opinions, and views in our young minds for future financial leaders. Delta, being a biannual magazine, keeps you updated with current issues and latest business and economic trends. Looking at the current scenario and the buzz around cryptocurrency, what better could be a topic than future of cryptocurrency in India? The current edition features articles revolving around the theme by young leaders in the making, student achievements, along with artworks and photographs. The magazine is a value addition to our college compositions. We hope that the readers find this issue interesting and enriching. This magazine wouldn't have been possible without the continuous guidance from our esteemed faculty, Dr. Khushbu Vora, who helped us throughout the process. Also, we are grateful for constant support from our finance HOD, Dr. Tarun Agarwal. Lastly, this magazine is a result of the hard work of all the members of Delta: Shubham Bangar, Richa Warang, Rucha Kelkar, Pari Rajput, Ankit Panchal, Mayank Kumar, Mehak Parekh, Riya Pandit, and Jay Sangani. With this, my team and I, with the permission from Dr. Tarun sir, moderator, and all the panelists, would like to unveil the 24th edition of Delta. Thank you. I'll let her take it forward from here.
Thank you, Ronak. I may now like to request our moderator, Mr. Shrikant Patil, to initiate the panel discussion. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I am overwhelmed by the fact that when you actually join a lot of online panels, you realize that sometimes you miss the interactive nature of how pre-COVID era. You have to travel to that place, and you really feel that enthusiasm in the auditorium, and you feel the buzz with different institutions, right? And I'm very glad to say that while we are doing this on Zoom, and we are all having this virtual interaction, I'm sensing the enthusiasm, I'm sensing the hard work which is going into this particular event. And I can tell you that I'm feeling that very, very positive experience of just being part of this overall journey. And thanks to Tarun for getting us all together. Now, what I will start with a very simple thing, right? Because a lot of us have, first of all, 10 to 12 years ago, digital was like a new word which was formed. Similarly, fintech is not recently coined word, but there are different dimensions of what fintech means for people. And I want to just go back maybe 10 years ago, where banks, if you look at entire journey of a customer was happening through a bank. And you would open an account with the bank, you will take a loan from a bank, anything you need, you probably would run to a bank, or open a mobile app of a bank, right? Now, if you want to really transfer money, right, pay somebody, you don't really touch a bank, right? If you want to invest somewhere, you really don't really need to. I mean, you can go on any stock investment, cryptocurrency. We just saw the report being unleashed, right? You can invest in and grow your money. What is happening is, over a period of time, the role of the banks and role of overall banking is changing. And when we talk about fintech, I want to highlight that fintech initially started with a simple idea about white spaces, where the value chain of a bank, that you are looking at customer touch points, you are looking at servicing the customer with new products and providing the infrastructure. There were a lot of new fintechs came in and said, hey, I can manage the customer touch point very well. To give you a simple example, how many of you have actually gone into IRCTC directly versus somebody who has gone into Paytm and tried to do the same booking, right? You have the backend engine, the same engine, but when you look at the interface, that is where the change is. So like those, there are like Bank Bazaar or multiple other interaction touch points where customers aggregate different products, and then they connect with the banks in the backend. So if you think about the first stage in the evolution of fintech was just to find out the white spaces. As we grew into the next level of fintech, what we realize is there is another type of technology, and of course the evolution of technology continues to grow with blockchain, AI, and multiple new dimensions which is coming in. We realize that there is tremendous potential for fintech to also play infrastructure role. And we have seen that with multiple companies across the world now playing in the open banking space. There is digital banking which has come in, right? New banks where they are playing as an infrastructure players in many cases. And they are offering other players to actually join their platform. So to give you a flavor, right, how fintech is evolving, as well as how important it is, You can see the investment in fintech growing double in the last one or 2 years. In Southeast Asia, the investments have almost tripled. In India, almost the investment in fintech. India leads, large investment. You see a lot of new unicorns coming in. So fintech is really is the flavor of the hour for us, and it will probably be. What fintech brings it is beyond the investment. It also brings the social impact. What we want is fintech touches everybody's lives, right? The whole idea about, whether you are doing payments, whether you are investing something, or whether you are even doing certain trading or any of these platforms, you are actually leveraging some of the fintech capabilities. There is tremendous social impact. You also see green finance, which is evolving big time across the world. Now we are realizing that the banks are taking a much bigger role into taking the green finance and promoting some of the companies who are supporting green finance. And last, which is very important for all the students and people who are aspirant of making big in fintech and joining some of these fast becoming unicorns in India or Southeast Asia, is the workforce. Fintech is creating tremendous opportunities for people who want to join this new area. And I'm really glad that your institution is setting up something for you to get exposed to it, right? So that is broadly just giving you a sense of fintech. And I'm very happy to look at, the panel is amazing, and I will be starting with some questions which are related to our friend from Bangladesh, Mashur. You work in credit.
Yes,
You worked in credit, right? A lot, and you're.
yes. Actually now I am working in the credit department, but I have the experience in different segment of the banking sector.
Correct. Wonderful.
Including
wonderful.
MIS.
Wonderful. So why don't we actually do a 2-minute introduction for each one of us, where you can talk about some of the aspect where you're touching with fintech. Maybe just a couple of minutes, and then I will go into each of the questions which I have. I have some thoughts about how each one of you can bring out some very important facts. But maybe just a round of introduction on what you are doing right now and what type of problems you're solving each one. So Mashur, if you want to go first, then.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Truly, we believe that fintech will lead the banking sector. And not only for the bank's perspective, it is also from the customer perspective. Suppose if you go for a digital currency, and you can build the entire society under the digital system, then your countries will not fall in the capital shortfall, because all the money will have in the banking account, whether you withdraw, whether you expense, or whether you deposit in your banks. So your country will not face any problem. So far in India, in Bangladesh, we are very much needed to the full-fledged digital currency. So far I understand. And another issue I would like to tell that you see that in case of e-commerce or supply chain management, there is a lack of trust between customer and wholesaler. Payment system. Banks can work here as a payment mode as a partner of trust. And if banks form such kind of technology, or any fintech company comes to form such kind of technology and provide it to the banks, then this will be revolutionary change in the trading sector and the business sector. This is the primary I would like to say, and I will talk one by one and on different aspects.
Fantastic. You really brought out a very ambitious picture, and the fundamental need like currency and some of these foundational infrastructure to be in place. Absolutely agree with you. Thank you. Pooja, do you want to pick up quickly on what type of problem statements you're addressing right now?
Sure. Thank you, Shrikant. And as introduced, I have been working with forensics. It's everything to do with investigations, with risk. So what I want to start with is, technology can get disastrous if it is not managed and monitored appropriately, right? So with all the benefits that come with fintech, they are obviously very high risk. So, with all of you who aspire to be stalwarts in fintech, with all the good things, do not forget the risk mitigants. It is amazing, how we've been using technology to solve data problems, to kind of, unveil patterns that come out of tons and tons of data, to able to be a step ahead of somebody who's a mastermind into doing something which is not right. So, and I really look forward to this discussion. And going forward, I'll share some of the experiences that how technology can also be useful more from a risk mitigant perspective. Yeah, so that's from my side.
Very nice. I mean, you're basically calling technology a beast, which is if it is not controlled, then it can run havoc, right? The financial ecosystem and the rest of all. So, okay, very,
Right.
very good. Uday, you want to cover quickly on the work you're doing now?
Yeah, sure. Thanks. And first of all, hello to all our panelists and the organizers. Thanks for having us here today. I would actually add to previous speaker that it's a welcome change that for a change you are not only seeing people on the side, because during the pandemic, most of the webinars and things that we addressed, it was mostly talking to a screen or a wall. So it's good to see some faces around. So yeah, I think fintech is not new, as Mr. Patil already mentioned. It's been there, but it's evolving. And I think the interesting thing is that the technology started to be, initially was an enabler to enable finance transactions and to augment financial growth. And it's slowly evolving into a driver of financial change. So that is really been the journey of the technology. There was more finance and less technology. Now there is technology really is driving how the finance will work. And that's I think, to me, the most interesting thing that has happened and will continue to happen in the next decade. Some of the work that I am doing, and my firm is involved. So I work with the investment management industry, the likes of hedge funds and private equity and those who are making investments. And with increasing technology, the volumes are more than ever before. The complexity of different products that are being traded are more than ever before. The markets in which things are being traded are more than ever before. It's a 24/7 market. You are in whichever time of the zone, one stock market is always open across the globe, and things are being traded. So it's a long, I mean, it's a very, very robust system, and we are working towards solving some of those problems that these investment management firms are facing in terms of managing their activities.
Fantastic. And you're managing moving money for people, which sounds quite exciting. Pramod, over to you.
Thanks, Shrikant. I hope I'm audible. So first of all, I'm pretty delighted to be part of the esteemed panel here. And as a matter of fact, when we were discussing about joining this panel, I was quite finding myself out of place as to where there are a lot of fintech stalwarts here, and I come from a primary manufacturing background. Where I have led finance teams, and right now I am the CFO for Everest Industries, which is a building material company. But I think an afterthought was that probably a lot of the way the technology gets used on the finance side and for financial services, I think there are a lot of learning which actually can be replicated back to the finance function in our businesses, which are manufacturing of kind. So I think probably that's a win-win situation in that way. I think there are two spaces which I want to talk about, and or just to touch upon, saying that specifically on the problem statement side. So one, definitely there is there is an increased shift of the CFO and the finance functions role in the organizations, where we have to move from just being record keepers to insight builders. of the same data. So, there is so much of data being churned out of the system, both financial and non-financial. And to make sense of that, I think the finance team is well placed, the CFO is well placed. And I think how do you augment your role in that space is very important. And that's, I think, one of the key challenge which I will deliberate about as we go forward. I think the other piece where I'm pretty excited, and in my new role, and I joined here some 7 months back, so we are just building the agenda for coming days. So is also how can you tap into the ecosystem which is coming through this fintech? Because I think the company, many companies are still working with the traditional form of banking and the services which are available there. But I'm saying, we are exploring things like channel financing, or, the backend processing, etc., where we are using people or, startups which are new into the space. They are giving great product in competition to the banks and all that. So I think that's a very exciting space, as you rightly mentioned. So that's where I stand, and I think that's where I'm very happy to be part of this, and looking forward to gain from this interaction.
Yeah, Pramod, thank you for being part of this forum. But what I want to highlight to you is that the boundaries are getting quite blurred, or they're already blurred, right? So in a way, when you talk about fintech, manufacturing, e-commerce, retail, it touches healthcare, it touches almost every aspect of human life. And I can give you one example where one of the banks in Australia, where we were involved in supporting the large, the real estate player, actually partnering with a bank, and then the real estate was sold online, completely virtual, while the bank will offer the loans around it. And you see multiple models into this, right? If I just give you an example of the digital banks who have applied for licenses, or who got licenses in Singapore as well as Hong Kong, 2 or 3 out of 8 banks in Hong Kong are actually banks, right? And you heard about Grab and Singtel getting the license in Singapore, right? So I would say don't feel out of groove for us. You are. I think the boundaries are quite blurred. So pretty happy to have you on this. So I would probably start with one question to Pooja, because she used the word disastrous, right? And it kind of created a ripple in my mind, and it keeps coming back. So I just want to get my head around saying, there is a lot happening on the data privacy. There is a lot happening on risk, and of course, I probably am meant a lot of hackers, and people who are actually, I know that a lot of financial industry as well as other industries have the number of attempts and the hacking instances have kind of quadrupled, or even gone much higher, right? And now most of us, when we go on internet, right, as well as a retail or an individual or corporations who are connecting to internet, right, how is this whole situation evolving, and what all the trends you are seeing, so that we can get away from the disaster, right? And we know to call you for when we hear the word disaster in fintech, but what are your recommendations on managing this cyber risk and related topics?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely a call away, Shrikant. In terms of the trends that we've been noting, is that what is happening is that there's so much of a rapid change which is happening. But are all of the systems, are all of the risk mitigants, whether they are in pace with the kind of change that we are doing? The answer is no. Albeit any banking systems, or be it any other fintech, everybody wants to be ahead in the game. They all want to compete with each other, and they want to put out a product which gives the best experience. But what really is missing is, at the back end, how robust the systems are. We as common users also get a lot swayed away by what looks more attractive, what looks appealing, what is the ease of use, and that's where there's a trade-off between experience and making things which are much more safer. So to give you an example, we've been working with a couple of banks. So the two-factor authentication. I mean, as personal users, you'll be able to resonate. Don't you get irritated if the bank would ask you one more step of authentication to put a OTP? You feel यार ये क्या झंझट है, कितना कितनी सारी चीजें मांग रहे हैं. But it's very important. So that's where the banks always have this, that are we going to lose a customer if you're going to make it complex, if you're going to make an interface complex. So striking that balance has become so much more important. Another simple thing is OTP, right? When an OTP comes, we are using on our handheld devices, we are using it on a different page, and then the OTP comes, we just swipe up, we see the OTP and we just put in. They always like don't share it with others. So there's a subtle change which one of the banks made. If you scroll down, you're only able to see first two lines. So that bank did not put in the OTP on those first two lines. They put it to say that do not share it with anyone. You actually have to go and open the entire message, and then the OTP is at the end. So multiple small and big things, be it net banking, be it any interface that you're using, how much of a mindset is really going into making sure that along with experiences, you're making it safe and secure. That balance has to really strike off.
Wonderful. No, I think that's a great point. I remember the one of the anchors, she mentioned about the survival of the fittest, right? And we always hear about this Darwin theory. There was another very interesting book I read, which talked about the selection, not just by the criteria of fittest, fastest, and all of that, but which is most beautiful, right? So nature conserves the most beautiful living species, and they expand, and something like that. So there's very good theory about it. But what I was able to relate to is the fintech which offer very good customer experience, right? And I relate the survival of the fintech with that customer experience. So you're absolutely right. Balancing risk is important, but if you keep asking the customer to deviate from a very simple journey, and it's going to be painful, right? So you could go back to the old 10 15 years ago, where you had to really struggle with the system, right? So I'm fully with you. I'm going to the banker at this juncture. Mashur, you talked about digital trust, right? And a lot of fintech initially, again, I'm not saying today is the challenge, they struggle to get the trust of the customer. For example, if I'm going to be investing and transferring my money from some particular app, it's going to create a challenge, right? Versus when I am dealing with a bank, I traditionally feel more comfortable, right? And I feel that I have more trust in the system. Now, in terms of building digital trust, what do you think are the main important dimensions? How can
Yes.
banks and fintech build? And what I would also like to not only just talk about fintech building trust with their customers, or bank building trust with the customers, how can fintech build trust with banks, right? Because at the end of the day, it is a partnership, and it is a collaborative model which is working. So.
Yes, thank you, sir. This is a great point. I would like to say, in the some cases we are seeing that the fintech are making by the IT specialist, but but they are not like to talk with the bankers, although the bankers are user of this fintech. First of all, they have to prove it. This is viable for the banks. This is secured, and this is easily usable. This is secured and easily usable. This is the two points are very important for creating the trust. And then they need to prove it through the customer. But sometimes the fintech maker would like to control the banking system, but not they would like to control by the customer. That is the major challenges. So if here have the engineers, those are IT specialists, I'd like to request them before making any solution related to fintech, please talk with the banker. Please, those are conversant about the banking and know-how about minimum know-how about the IT system, IT language, and they need also talk to with the customer as well. That will create that trust. And security is a must, and that should be the user friendly as well. As otherwise this will not be trusted by the customer, by the user, and bankers will not feel easy to use it, and they will feel comfort to use the before fintech technology. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's an important point, right? At the end of the day, we've been trusting banks for so many years, generations, right? Bill Gates said that we need banking, we don't need banks, right? I mean, quite an extreme statement.
Right.
But banks have actually supported by the regulators. Regulators are observing those. There is the systemic risk which is being managed by providing. So there, any bank is going to be heavily regulated from the central bank. So that way you can always have a higher trust. But fintech is where they need to collaborate with banks instead of existing in or creating a product in vacuum, right? I'm going to go to Uday on specifically on the funds, right? When you think about, so there are new technologies which are coming in. You would be leveraging AI, you would be leveraging some of the interesting networking technologies, as well as you would probably be building some of the good interfaces, maybe voice-based interactions or whatever. So could you give us some sense on what kind of technologies you see in the investment management and funds management domain?
Yeah. So I think one of the biggest trend is the, say, robo-advisory. Now, traditionally, your advisor or the person who is managing your finance, whom you pay for, you call it the financial advisor, used to be a person. Someone used to know you, and there's a personal interaction, and then you trust in this person, and this person will advise you, hey, this is your financial plan, this is how you should invest, this is how much you should invest, and this is the instrument you should invest in, do the entire planning. That whole fundamental of a personal touch is being challenged. And right now we see a great increase in how the personal use of investment advisory is really growing. It's still not as much prevalent in India, but in the developed market, if you see, like I was just going through some data, CNBC reported that currently the robo-advisors manage $460 billion of assets, and it's expected to go by some estimates to 1.2 trillion by 2024. Like, that's huge. And some of these biggest advantages.
So that's the amount of fund which will be managed via robo-advisory or invested via robo-advisory.
Yeah. So it is like where humans will not be there. The robots will manage your funds. Now, the advantages is that it is low cost, because you also know that financial advisors are well paid, and therefore there is a cost element there. But robots, and once you develop your algorithm, then you can just manage as many clients with the same amount of money. And so that's one thing. The other thing is a great deal of favor by the next generation, the Gen X or Gen Y, as we say. And based on the demographics, the new generations are more accustomed to these things, where they don't want to deal with someone, sit down, hey, have a 1 hour meeting and then we'll discuss your plan. Rather, okay, I will give my profile to you. You look at my profile, you look at my habits and things, and then you give me the plan and I will and go ahead and execute it. So so that's one trend that is really going very well in the investment industry. I think in general, you will see the uses of that in banking also. I think the chat bots are very frequent nowadays, where you have predefined questions and they understand. But at the same time, one challenge about that is that it is still not matured. Investment, there is still a great deal of emotional values attached to this. Like when you do that, for example, COVID happened, stock market crash, your funds is down. Can you pick up the phone and talk to the robo? You cannot. So if you have someone who is actually with you through your good times and bad times, you at least want to someone who can hear you, who can give you a helping hand and things like that. So there is a lot of that element also, which for sure will keep the traditional way of fund advisement continue. But I think there will be eventually probably will settle somewhere like a hybrid model where you will do a lot of low value activities, delegate to robos, to algorithms, to machines, which will generate ideas and maybe make some of those decisions. But at the same time, you will also have some level of human touch that emotional intelligence and those aspects bring in to sort of manage the fund.
Sounds exciting future that, a robo for everyone, right? You probably have a personalized robo who is advising you on maybe not just on finance, but many things. But specifically on finance, I don't want to scare you all by or maybe people are excited about the new generation here probably saying, look, I'm getting a robo for myself, right? So these could be exciting things. One dimension where finance has always and many companies are actually moving in that direction is the idea of ambient finance, right? Where why do we even need to worry about finance, right? And if robo can do that job for me, that every month, let's say there is an income, salary, or whatever comes to my account, it automatically follows a certain rule, and then my money grows, right? I don't need to worry about that. I mean, if I will probably go back to even say, why do I even have to open a bank account, right? The bank account, I always bring this up to bankers, right? And there could be a long debate about it. That the bank account number is created for the convenience of the banks. Why do customer have to remember a number? It's not for me, right? But again, I'm still hoping that the era of digital identity and data privacy will evolve to such a level that all the bank accounts will be linked to my digital identity. But I think the journey for us to look at getting the robo advisory in place, looking at ambient finance, and then probably doing some of that infrastructure on digital identity it's going to be the path for us, right? So Pramod, coming to you, I think you've done a lot of work in manufacturing, and I'm treating that as a manufacturing. How do you see the linkages to some of the impact of fintech, the evolution of fintech and the technology in financial world on manufacturing in field of AI and any of those which you are currently working on?
That's a great question. As a matter of fact, when Uday was mentioning about the robotics, and I was remembering about one project which I'm currently leading with in my company, which is around RPA, which is robotic process automation, in space of account receivable and payables. That being one of the problem areas which we have. But having said that, I'm saying, I have seen, so I've worked with 3 companies, starting with Unilever, where the technology was pretty evolved on the finance space, and the usage of technology was at a very high level. And from there, I moved to a private equity firm called True North, based out of Mumbai, where I was part of the business management team. And I saw digital and technology being one of the value creators for the business. And I'm saying that was one of the key strategic thrust which was there. And now I come to a 85-year-old company where it is pretty primitive stage of technology. Having said that, I think the interesting part is with the evolution of technology in the finance space, primarily around the fintech. It gives us a lot of opportunity to dive into a lot of these technology ourselves. And the kind of big data usage and AI being implemented in various other spaces, I think we see a lot of opportunity over there. So just to give you certain examples, like I think there were two comments being made about customers feeling the pain of the process. I think customer onboarding is equally a big challenge for us, where you have thousands of forms to be filled, or for a simple customer code creation or something like that. So I think how to automate, there are records which are available in the public domain, or through controlled environments, where it can be where we are looking at how that can be picked up directly, and the whole customer onboarding process can be cut down. Or be it a case of where a credit worthiness of the customers being brought in. Again, that was a process which had its challenge. So we are into a business where our customers are essentially in the rural markets, where there are very limited amount of data which they make available to us. So how can you use data available again through regulated sources to kind of establish that kind of a credit worthiness and all those things? So I'm saying these are few areas which are being looked at to ease the whole business process. But then coming to the core finance function, I think definitely there are two spaces. One is in terms of the transaction efficiency, because I'm saying again, finance at times is also equated with bureaucracy and the kind of time it takes. I think technology helps us automate a lot of these processes with the robotics and things like that, where a lot of regular stuff can be done without manual intervention. And I think the key and one of the thing which not let us sleep at night is around risk management, where also the kind of automations which can come in the controls which we are able to use now is helping us focusing only on exceptions and not essentially kind of worrying about it as one key pain point. So I think all in all, we have that rub-off effect of the technological the upgradation which is happening on the fintech space, and there are a lot of space which we are seeing now to kind of replicate it across the finance function as such.
Fantastic, Pramod. I'm quite jealous of you covering so many different diverse type of organizations, and starting from Hindustan Unilever to the realist, the Everest, and then being part of private equity. So I think a true finance professional, but who can also see through multiple layers of how technology is helping financial world. Very, very interesting to listen to you. Pooja, coming back to the question on fraud and in terms of how things are changing, in terms of the different ways. We always see when we move to digital world, the nature of frauds could change, right? And the nature of the way organizations have to defend themselves is also would also change. So how do you see some of these, in the digital world? What kind of strategies the criminals would use versus what kind of strategies the organizations would use, right? And what are the trends you are seeing in the recent past?
Sure. So, dovetailing few parameters within your ecosystem, your technology ecosystem would be a system which is proactive to identify risks, which is a little predictive in nature, and of course with use of MI. With AI, ML, artificial intelligence, machine learning, which also then identifies patterns. It weeds out the false positives, and it gets better and better. The game gets better. So, dovetailing some predictiveness would also help prevent, even technology, as we all know that it's so agile, there's such a nimble approach in the current scenario. So you have to keep upgrading not just your technological space, but the risk also that flows with it. Using AI and ML to augment and improve existing business models, to also then put in another dimension of upscaling employees to be able to use these kind of technological platforms, finding out new ways to reskill the existing employees, so that we would also speak, I'm sure we would also some point in time speak about whether technology is making human obsolete. I would say the answer to that is no. While technology would have its own play, it's a human intelligence which can sit on the top of it and try and stop all of these things, try and stop risks and the frauds that come along with technology. uh, One another example which I would like to cover here is, there are these payment gateways. There are so many frauds, so many banking led frauds which are happening, but at the same time, banks are also using very, very sophisticated models. So, for example, if you've not done a transaction in a long time and there's suddenly a transaction which shows up, you'll receive a call from the bank asking that is it really you who's done the transaction. Or if you do withdrawals of smaller amounts but 5-6 withdrawals back to back, the banks are monitoring all of these, and they are trying to make sure that there is some sort of predictiveness which will eliminate, or at least which will reduce the risk. In fact, I personally noted that I did an international transaction for the first time ever on my credit card. So I had received that call. Use Banks are using those sophisticated monitoring tools, and fraud prevention is not a one-time activity. It's not something which you can just build into a technology and forget it. Of course, you have to keep upgrading, and there's a continuous monitoring which is also required. So yeah, I mean, having continuous enablers, having continuous systems which kind of sit over your existing platforms, which kind of help you mitigate the risk of fraud, is very imperative.
Yeah, so there is one question, and I'm happy for any of the panelists to pick it up. That, specifically for the retail banking on the retail side, do you see that because we are automating so much, there is, as you talked about, fees, but at the same time, checks are good. You will see a lot more automation in payment space, reconciliation, and all those things are happening automatically, right? Do you see that it will lead to loss of jobs in banking operations specifically?
Can I take that?
Yes,
May
yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Imran.
okay, thank you. Actually, when technology comes, some people are feeling afraid they may going to lose the job. Actually, but in practice, what are we seeing? Suppose when computer come in the market in 1980s or 1990s in India or Bangladesh, in aggregate way, some people publish such type of propaganda. The bank jobs are going to lose. People are going to lose the jobs. But what is happening now? This is the collaboration. This is not a threat. But who cannot equip these systems, they may face problems. But this is not a threat at all. This will create the opportunity, I think so. And another issue I would like to clear that there is a popular slogan, banks is not important, but banking is important. So I'd like to say I agree with this slogan, but as banking is important, banker is also important. So we need the banker too. And but why, if you ask why banker is important, because standardization, legal requirement, and create the trust and keeping the trust of the peoples. So far, banker is important and doing banking in the standard format. and legal format. Thank you, sir.
Very well said about the banker, right?
I would like to add in here, on the flip side, I feel that technology is not going to eat away jobs. That's a myth. I personally feel that it's going to be on the flip side. It is going to raise a lot of opportunities for people across the ecosystem. What will change is definitely the skill set. You will have to update and upgrade yourself to be able to match the new way of doing work, the new way of doing business. If you're able to do that, you're right there in the game, and sky's the limit for you. If you stick on to the primitive ways of doing business, then probably, yeah, then you will feel the heat of it, of not being absorbed or not getting enough opportunities.
Yeah, that's the blockbuster and Netflix story, right? So
yeah,
I
to
completely.
add,
Sorry, go ahead. Uday.
go ahead. Yeah.
I just wanted to add a couple of things. Like one, to support what both the panelists said is, for example, in 2000, SBI went through their whole adoption of computers and go through their core banking system. I remember because I saw this very closely. My father was in SBI at that time, and there was a huge ruckus, lots of strikes and things, and everyone was worried, including himself. And obviously, a few years when he was very frustrated, like at this age now, I have to learn computer and things like that. But if you look at data, at that time SBI was employing 200,000 people. Today it is 245,000 people. So the number of jobs in totality has not really changed. What has changed, as Pooja rightly said, is the nature of job. The way your skill sets were applied, then now you are needing different skill sets, and you have to adapt to that accordingly. That's the but this is not new. This has always been raised that okay, this will create away jobs. To some extent it does, but then there's always other ways around.
So I just want to highlight that today. I'm proud to say that I was involved in the SBI transformation, banking transformation. It was a pain. It was not an easy operation. Had to go through difficult times on both sides, the management side, bank side. But I'm so proud that a country like India, where you had around 13,000 branches then across the associate banks, it was done, and then banking it's completely transformed. Right? Because core banking became norm. Otherwise, you have to go to one branch and they say, "Look, you are from other branch, we can't serve you." So it's very glad to see that. Pramod, your thoughts on how AI will change the workforce, and if you have any quick comments on saying like, will it take away jobs? Will it keep the jobs? And
No, I
how
think
do you see?
yeah, in fact, I was interjecting in between to second to what Pooja said, and I think Uday kind of built upon that very well. I think that whole fear is pretty misplaced, and I think that comes with the element of uncertainty because we don't know how it evolves, what all it will do, etc. But I think when we look at the evolution of technology ever, I'm saying that's how it has worked. Because the quality of work people have been doing at the time when computer didn't exist, I'm saying, say, finance, where they used to take a month to close the books or something like that, depending on the size of the entity. I'm saying people moved away from there, and they started doing a much more quality or a value-added job, and that journey continues. And I think that will stay true to how AI, as AI or robotics, etc., will evolve. Because I think the skill set which is required will definitely change. And I think when we started this whole discussion, the first comment made saying that one who adapts will survive. I think that is going to play out anyway. So how fast we kind of embrace new skill sets required in this world of AI, ML, robotics, etc., is what will define our own successes and for the organizations.
Got it. And there is a question around how the skill sets have to change, right? So we all agree that it's probably. I mean, I'm very glad to hear that India is a young country, right? Average age is much lower than many other countries in the world, and which kind of works to our advantage. But in a way, what type of skills do you see from probably we can't predict 10 years from now, but 3 years from 5 years from and I don't think we need to go through all the panelists, but anybody who wants to pick up and talk about just the skills, because I know that a lot of students on this call will also be interested in knowing, where do you see potential, where they can grow their career. So happy to hear one or two panelists talk about.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, Mashur.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, I would like to say that this is my opinion that we need to be skilled. Skill in what? Skill in mathematics, skill in language. Two part is very important: mathematics and language. And then another part is that we all should acquire, that is called trust. Trust to the corporate, trust to the family members, trust to the society, and trust to the governance, corporate governance and state governance. If we can achieve this, we will success.
Very good. Anyone?
I would like to add on, Shrikant. So my 2 cents on this is, there's always in your minds being from the finance background, it's always like, can only engineers do this? Is it going to threaten me as a finance professional who has zero background? What my personal experience has been is that you have to make sure that you understand the architecture, understand how an artificial intelligence or machine learning would work, know what blockchain means, and going beyond the definition, the actual application of it. I actually took up a course to see how do you create a chatbot. Use Microsoft and Google advanced tools to be able to put out a data in a very very interactive format. So if you're even able to do that, I can assure you that you will be a driver and you'll be an enabler of change. You'll have all the tech people sitting and listening to your instructions as to how do you want the end output.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll just like to build on that. I think there are two aspects which I normally tell the young finance leaders or the finance team on. One is, I think, the same point which Pooja made. I think many of the times finance people seem and I'm coming from the where industry core finance people tend to be very specifically glued to the finance part of it, and if anything related to technology comes in, kind of it shuts down. So probably openness to that, openness to new technology, because at the end of the day everything can be explained. I heard that you should explain a concept so that a 7-year-old can understand, and that's when it's simplified. So I think very important to have that attitude to learn anything beyond our circle of comfort. That's one, definitely. I think the other aspect is definitely because the business models are also getting built around newer technologies, and sometimes they become the primary value creators for the businesses. So understanding the business and not only the finance is very important to kind of understand and be relevant to the business. Because what happens is, and I'm talking specifically on finance in the working with the businesses, where the regular standardized work is going to go either to the robotics or to a shared service, and only people who can add insights, add value to the business, will going to stay with the business and be leaders there. So I think that attitude and that mindset is pretty important. That's what I feel.
Correct. And it's absolutely an important point to say that we stay adaptive to whatever is coming to us, right? And keep learning all the time. Because what's going to happen is, over a period of time, there are certain technology solutions which will take care of some of the stuff which people are doing. So they need to keep grading themselves, which is really. Now, I got a question in terms of, so we talked through, the risk, we talked through the employment, we talked through different ideas. What I'm keen to understand is, like, overall, what do you see, which areas do you see a lot of potential of fintech coming? And again, we are talking about, so I'll give you a couple of examples, right? You know, Robinhood, we know some of the digital banks which are coming in. There is another big revolution which is happening around us, is the open data revolution. So far we've been just talking about open banking, but countries like Korea, Hong Kong, the regulators are picking up open finance. So anything which is related to financial data is going to be available to people who want to consume that data. So one organization may create the data. So you open an account with one company, one bank, and then the other bank can access your details with, of course, your consent, and that framework is in place. So we are moving towards this whole open data revolution. And excuse me, what it does is it creates an opportunity for collaborative business models. It creates an opportunity for having fintech and banks come together and think through this. I just want to go around the room to see, for you, maybe you can take one or two examples. Which are the top areas where you would see some innovation in business models?
Yes, sir.
Yes, please go ahead. Sure.
Please, if you say, I would like to say on innovation, only on, that is called, if you go in the market, if you see that if your country have 100 banks, they have the 100 apps. This is very complex for the customer. If he has 5 account in 5 banks, he has to use 5 apps. But if we collaborate all the banks under single apps, if required, we can take the guideline from the central bank. That will be a great innovation, I think so. A single app, we can solve all the banks account or interbank fund transfer as well as. Thank
Pooja,
you.
what do you think? Is it possible to have a single app where all banks use the same app? What are the
No,
regulatory challenges there?
it's going to be extremely difficult, having a single app. I know our phones these days are extremely cluttered. What I really feel is that it is a very, very crowded space. I agree that, aggregation is the need of the hour, but it's going to be quite challenging. To be ahead in the game, I think it's really to understand whether you want to get a first mover advantage or you want to be a fast learner in this space. Once you're able to blend and get an answer between these two, if I may take an example, in my college days, in our days, Orkut was something which came up, and Orkut had a first mover advantage. So for all you guys who don't know Orkut, it was baby kind of a thing of Facebook. So it did have a first mover advantage, but then of course Facebook came in and it was a fast learner. It probably did build on something which is already prevalent, but it did upgrade, and it kept upscaling. So where you want to be, where you lie is where the demand is going to be.
Sure. And I'm actually imagining, like, we heard about the Facebook's journey or struggle rather, to live in the contemporary, the real world, right? And innovation towards metaverse, trying to go in the Libra direction, right, which kind of didn't go through. And I think the whole idea was that if you touch financial services, if Facebook has all the data about us, right? And if Facebook had an opportunity to even tap into our finances, then nothing is left for them to discover. Right? So that did go through. So now they're going towards the whole metaverse concept, and a lot of stuff which we we fundamentally believe at DJLI is that when the internet came into existence, the way it is evolved is it is more opportunistic, right? Nobody designed internet. Nobody said, like, hey, I'm the master creator of internet. It's all about different networks coming together. So there are some foundational layers which are missing, which are now getting built. One of the layer is definitely the digital identity layer for individuals as well as corporates. And we really believe that it is going to grow significantly. The second one, which is Mashur mentioned about, is the digital
I'd like to
currency.
ask a question, Miss Pooja.
Please go ahead.
Pooja ma'am, please.
I like. I mean, you make it as controversial as possible.
No,
So
no controversial. I would like to know. I'd like to know. If Visa card is applicable for all banks on Visa card, single Visa card, why not single apps? I would like to know and how they manage it for
Pooja,
all banks.
this is your chance to get the real message out.
Right. So imagine, I was an MD of HDFC Bank and Shrikant was, of ICICI Bank. I mean, we can distribute banks. I would like to innovate. I would like to do things differently. I think technology has two aspects to it: your core systems, your customers, and the experience that you provide to them. If everybody were to provide the same experience, how do I do a customer acquisition? So I don't think we can come to that stage where it could all, even from a regulator's perspective, it could all aggregate into one.
I think just
I
I
asked
want
you. Yeah,
to
please
add
go ahead.
a couple of things to that. I think
Sorry, we have to wrap up quickly. So if you can, I'm starting to feel enjoying this controversy right now, but unfortunately we are out of time. But please go ahead.
Yeah, just quickly. So it's not that it's not possible. I think UPI is a great example. Today, when you're making a payment phone to phone, it doesn't matter which account, which bank your account is with. You just need a phone number and it goes through. So CPI, it's an amazing thing that they have done. And I think if you look at data, the credit card uses in the last 1 year has substantially reduced, and the UPI payments have double fold. So it is possible. It's not like it's not possible. But yes, there are other things also that Pooja mentioned, that every bank would like to differentiate and would like to give a different treatment to their customers and things like that. So it is definitely possible. That one area, to your original question, Shrikant, I wanted to say is the one area which I think India can still go a long way is India has some core ingredients in place. Like if you look at mobile data, right? We have over 750 million mobile users in India today. If you look at Jandan account Yojana, we have everyone who has a bank account today. So all those core ingredients are there, and we are still not well penetrated financial market. Whether it's health insurance, term insurance, whether it's banking, there's still a long way to go. And I think we are at the cusp of that revolution where the technology will enable and we will really see massive growth in those areas, and especially investment. So investment is another area which is very underpenetrated in India. You go by whatever your neighborhood person tells you to invest in. So all these areas, I think there's tremendous potential for fintech to grow.
Wonderful, wonderful. Pramod, any specifics on where the opportunities are, and any comments on whether what future lies ahead of us?
No, not really on that space. It will be too naive for me to comment there because I have not spent much time. But I think I had one view on the app discussion. I think in my previous experience, I have seen that there is a lot of time which the team spends or the top management spends on, and this is not specific to banking, but in other service space as well. To kind of get it absolutely right on their app, and the way they interact with the customer and the consumer, and that becomes one of the key source of competitive advantage. And I think that may be one of the barrier of kind of people coming together to form one app, because I think everybody wants to differentiate themselves and give a different experience and ease of use, whether it is banking service or other services as such. So I think I have, I also kind of, is biased towards that view that probably that may not be a great idea to start with. So that was something I thought I'd mention.
No, wonderful. Look, I mean, I really enjoyed the conversation because one is the panel is so diverse, right? We have bankers. I'm probably finding, Mashur as a very optimistic banker, right? I mean, I didn't know those exist, but amazing, great.
He's in a high growth economy, so he has all the reasons to be hopeful.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we have Pooja, who grounded us by saying, look, disastrous and a few of the things, and then she had a great turnaround by saying optimism, and brought in that very nicely. Then Uday talked about some of the phenomenal work which is how the robo advisory is going to take over, and few trillions of dollars which will be going into the autopilot mode, which is phenomenal. And Pramod, your linkages to finance and technology, right? Which is again being part of this whole embedded world into fintech. So phenomenal. I really enjoyed the conversation. I would like to thank all of you, and again the institute for inviting us. It is such a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you
for having us.
Thank you, panelists, for such an insightful discussion. I hope the audience learned a lot. So let us have a virtual round of applause for all our esteemed panelists. I would like sir to take up a few questions, sir. I would like to request you. Over to you, sir.
Sure.
Your permission, Mr. Patil, I'm itching to answer one of the questions that I see in the chat window about the fraud and all those things. Although it's really Pooja's forte, but I'll still wanted to say one thing is fraud is not new thing in financial world, right? Some of you may have seen the recently web series on Harshad Mehta scam, so it's been new in your memory. That scam happened purely on the fact that the banking industry was too slow to record transactions, because it was prior to the computerization, and it was purely based on the fact that a transaction happened and you have to report that transaction in 15 days. And that's the time frame that someone chose to exploit and start pumping that money into the market. Obviously illegal and ethical. So frauds have nothing to do with technology. Frauds were happening where there was less technology. Frauds are happening when there is more technology, and they will continue to happen. So as Pooja mentioned, it's a double-edged sword, and we really have to be careful of how we are using technology. When we are defrauded, we have to ask ourselves whether we played a role in it or it was pure technology that somebody steal our money.
Are we taking up more questions, sir?
Yeah, it depends on the time, so you can decide.
If you could take up one more question, sir.
Yeah, maybe you can go ahead. One more question is fine.
Okay, sir.
Yes, sir. We have 3 more minutes, sir. So we can have 1 or 2 more questions.
Okay.
So there is a question, sir. The biggest source of funds for a bank is deposits from customers. Can a fintech company ever surpass this deposit collection mechanism of banks?
Fintech company can give the solution how to collect the deposit, but fintech can also work as a collaboration, collaboratively, like Visa card. Visa is not a bank. This is the third party, and like that they can also work in the banking channel. And I would like to say another issue is that fintech not only required for the banking sector, this is also required for the corporate sector as well. I think everywhere have the finance, everywhere have the accounting, and they are buying, they are selling. For supply chain management, they can also use this system, and fintech can give the solution for the corporate world as well as blockchain. They can make the blockchain systems in case of supply chain management process, and they can create their market. And you know that presently only less amount of people are using the banking systems, and more percentage of the peoples are not in the banking channel. That is the unbanked people are huge. So there has the opportunity, there has a market gap. So fintech should think in collaboratively in details in the market opportunity, and they can work together. Thank you.
I think there's a question on blockchain also. So would be good if anyone wants to talk about the role of blockchain in financial world.
Yeah. Blockchain is kind of, it's though it's not, but it's kind of synonymously used for your digital currency or cryptocurrency. I think it's a great innovation. It definitely is something that can enable a lot of transactions. It can really break the might of a lot of strongholdness of some institutions over the financial aspects. But at the same time, as a concept, cryptocurrency is the one that kind of threatens the sovereignty of nations over currency as medium of exchange. And also there is a dark side of that, is that it is very difficult to trace transactions and things like that. So it is another area which is a double-edged sword. You have it as an enabler, but you also have it as something that can be quite destructive. So it's again one of those technology that needs to be used very carefully. I know there are countries who have actually adopted cryptocurrency as a formal medium of exchange, and then there are countries who are trying to regulate that. So jury is still out on this. It's still new, but I think it's one to watch out for and tread very cautiously. It's just my personal opinion.
I think now we can conclude, sir, as time is not permitting us. So a very hearty thank you to all our panelists and moderator for making this discussion so interesting. We would now like to proceed with the token of appreciation to all the panel members and moderator. Firstly, we would like to thank our panelist, Ms. Pooja Chheda, for her enlightening inputs. Ma'am, please accept this token of appreciation. Let's have a virtual round of applause.
We would like to thank our next panelist, CA Pramod Nair, for his enlightening inputs. Sir, please accept this token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. Let us have a virtual round of applause.
We extend sincere gratitude to our next panelist, CA Uday Shankar. Sir, please accept this token of appreciation. Can we have a virtual round of applause, team?
We express our heartfelt gratitude to our next panelist, Mr. Mohammad Mashur Rahman, for his presence. Sir, please accept this token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. Let us have a virtual round of applause. We take immense pride in extending an earnest vote of thanks to our moderator, Mr. Shrikant Patil. Sir, please accept this token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. Let us have a virtual round of applause, everyone.
Finally, I would like to thank all our guests for their insightful contributions for the event. I would now like to invite Dr. Jyoti Nair ma'am to propose a vote of thanks for the International Conclave. Ma'am, in the area of finance, and ma'am is a faculty in the area of finance and program head at PGDM. She is a chartered accountant with a PhD in finance from SNDT University, Mumbai. She has more than 2 decades of experience in academics and industry. We welcome you, ma'am.
Ma'am, you're on mute. Ma'am, you're on mute.
I'm audible now.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Harsh. I think no words can be enough to thank the insights and the contribution and thought which the panelists brought to the table today. And it was a long day, a long Saturday, I should say, but it was worth every minute of it. All thanks to the eminent panelists who, through their deliberations and key insights, touched the different aspects of the business, be it marketing, HR, finance, and brought out the essence of innovation and technology in business, the theme of this international conclave. Innovation is a guru mantra for the survival, sustainability, and success of any business, but challenges fuel the pace of innovation. I think a lot of credit goes to the COVID pandemic, which forced businesses to adapt to the crisis by adopting technology. As per a survey by McKinsey, the pandemic has pushed companies over the technology tipping point. Rates of digital adoption has been years ahead, the highest being in Asia Pacific region by 4 years. Businesses have transformed, but technology has changed things closer home. I come from a generation where technological innovation has continuously surprised and shocked me. As a kid on vacation, my dad used to say only 36 photographs allowed, as one Kodak film roll had only that much capacity. Do we now even need to put a limit to this number? Today, my son shows me a picture of how I would look 20 years from now. Mind-boggling to say the least. On being asked for Diwali Bakshis by the sweeper of my society, I said, change nahi hai, baad mein aao. Immediately her response was, koi baat nahi, aap GPay kar do. So we can only imagine the reach and power of technology and how it has changed things forever. I would want to conclude by saying, for our students who are born in this digital age, the challenges would be bigger, the disruptions would be faster, nudging them to innovate continuously, riding the technology wave. Thank you all so much for being here at our institute for this very, very successful international conclave. And I wish all of you a great evening ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. On behalf of Finance Forum, we would like to thank everyone for taking time and making this event a huge success. I now request everyone to switch on their videos for a picture. Thank you, everyone. This edifying journey has now come to an end. Let us all rise for the national anthem.
Jana Gana Mana Adhinayaka Jaya He Bharat. Jana Gana Mana Adhinayaka Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata. Punjab, Sindh, Gujarat, Maratha, Dravida, Utkala, Vanga, Vindhya, Himachala, Yamuna, Ganga, Uchchala, Jaladhi, Taranga. Tava Shubha Name Jage, Tava Shubha Ashish Mange, Gahe Tava Jaya Gatha. Jana Gana Mangala Dayaka Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata. Jaya He, Jaya He, Jaya He, Jaya 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 He.
I would like to say sorry that we cannot go on in the first go for the national anthem. At last, thank you each and everyone for joining in. Have a great weekend ahead. You all may now log off.
Thank you, team.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Great
Thank
job
you,
done. Great
ma'am.
job done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, we can leave the meet, right?
Yes, team. Thank you so much once again.
Technical glitch during the national anthem, ma'am.
No,
We
no
are still
problem.
on
No
live.
problem.
You can end the live now. We are
Yeah.
still live.
Okay. Thank you.